So I grew up in a city in New Jersey, just outside of New York, in Hudson County, New Jersey. Bayonne is the city I grew up in. And growing up in Bayonne, I had a unique upbringing in Bayonne. It was a close-knit neighborhood. You're talking in the 70s and 80s is when I grew up as a kid in that time. And Bayonne was very Brooklyn-esque. That's how I describe it. The neighborhoods and the people relied on each other. My great-grandparents came over from Europe on the boats into Ellis Island. And when they did, just like so many other families and so many different groups, whether it be German, Polish, Irish, Italians, we all found a way to survive together, right? And when they did that, that was carried over into my generation through my mother and father. My mother and father were born into low-income housing, and they had nothing growing up. And when we grew up in those neighborhoods in downtown, we called it, I'm a downtown boy in Bergen Point in Bayonne, New Jersey. And it was even broken into sections. If you were a downtown guy, you were considered a different section of Bayonne than the uptown folks were. And but we all meshed together and we all survived together. And growing up, I realized culturally how everybody survived with each other. My mother would maybe get some pants that she bought for uniforms for us when we went to Catholic school as a kid, and we had to have them hemmed up or altered. She would send us a few houses down to maybe a German lady or an Italian woman who didn't speak English, and we just knocked on the door with our pants in hand. And they knew what you were here for. You didn't have to speak that language. It was common practice. They knew you walked in, you stood on the wooden box, you got your pants hemmed, and I'm blessed to have those experiences because it helped me understand culturally when I did decide to go into law enforcement. But more so, my upbringing, how the community relied on each other. The things that happened in Bayonne, we were unique where we had a strong mafia presence growing up. We had a strong outlaw motorcycle group that was local to the town at the time. Some of my uncles belonged to that. And I'm a third-generation police, so my dad was a very well-respected cop in the Hudson County area. And that carried over to me and my brother. He expected us to carry ourselves the way he did. He was born, like I said, into low income, and his mom struggled to get out. She was a single mom because my grandfather had some issues of his own and left his family high and dry because he was a degenerate gambler and gambled a lot away, and then left them at a very young age to start his new family in the same neighborhood. But it all came together because as my father grew up in those neighborhoods, my grandmother struggled to get them out of the projects, to get them out of low-income housing. And that was instilled in me, the work ethic, how to work hard. And eventually my grandmother on my dad's side, she eventually remarried, and she married a police officer, and that kind of springboarded my father go into law enforcement as well. But just growing up, if I got caught outside on the front stoop, we played like stair ball or wall ball, we would call it, the kids call it today. If you were outside with a Spalding ball and you're just throwing it on the stairs, and we lived in a two-story walk-up, and if you came outside and my uncle or my grandfather said to you, "What do you got going on?" and you answered nothing, well, guess what? You have something going on now. You're going to be mixing concrete. You're going to be doing some kind of manual labor because that's what we did. We were taught work ethic. It wasn't just you had one job, you had multiple jobs. I guess call it a hustle if you will, but that's what we did. That's what I was taught, and it was instilled in me. So on my mom's side of the family, just to understand where I come from, there was a little bit of, they also lived in low-income housing. My grandmother lived there most of her life, and she lived there pretty much till the day she passed. And when I would go to visit her, and I left the neighborhood, I was close by, only a few blocks away, but I was around the low-income folks, the folks who lived in public housing. And looking back at the age I am now is a blessing to me because that empathy and sympathy, it's not I had empathy and sympathy because you had nothing. I had nothing. My parents had nothing. But the work ethic was there. My dad coached football when he could. And I realized looking back how he was a father figure to so many guys that were on the football team or on the sports team that he coached with my brother and I. And he became a father figure of sorts to these kids that needed it. I remember many a times when my mother would say, some of my friends that lived very, very poor lives, poorer than us, and my mother would say, so-and-so hasn't had a bath, or, he might be dirty, or his clothes don't fit him anymore, he's growing out of them. My father would say to me, well, go inside and get some shirts from the boys and give them to them, or give your clothes to Giovanni's mom, and she'll wash them for you when she washes the football team out, the outfits for the football team. So those things along the way. But more importantly, when I went to visit my grandmother on the weekends, or when I did spend time there, it was that cultural understanding of how people lived that were living in extreme poverty, living on a fixed income or no income at all, welfare, all paid dividends to me down the road when I became an undercover law enforcement officer. But more importantly, as I became a man, as I realized what I had to provide for my family as well. And it was going to take a lot of work if I decided to, whichever way I started to go. Problem for me is my mom and dad wanted the best for us. They would sacrifice everything for us. And in doing so, my mom struggled. She was a stay-at-home mom when we were young until we were old enough and she can get a job in a grocery store as a cashier. But they would struggle and they would make ends meet to put us through Catholic school. So every dime went to putting 3 of us through Catholic school and private school back then in the 70s and into the 80s. But you always had that one weight that weighed you down, and that was me. I didn't do well in Catholic school since I think I might have gotten my first detention in kindergarten, not my proudest moments. I think I might have come close to my first suspension in first grade in Catholic school. Just something about me and the nuns and authority did not rub well. And that goes to my anti-authority attitude was, at times, as a police officer, my dad struggled with his own demons and would struggle with his own, I look back now and I realize it's probably trauma and stress from the way he grew up and the things that he did on the job and things he saw. There might have been some alcohol and addiction problems in our family along the way with many of our family members. But again, it is what makes a family, good, bad, and ugly. So there's a lot of times when things would break bad in our household, and we had some pretty dark moments domestically when I was a kid. And I would always be the one to stand up. I would always be the one to want to defend the little guy. And that little guy was sometimes me. And when you stand up to authority, sometimes authority doesn't take it well. So, and I'm trying to describe this in a nice way where I can honor my father and we can still have decent conversations after this is recorded. But that anti-authority, I would stand in front of my mother and defend her, or stand in front of somebody else and defend them against my father or against anybody. It could be a principal in school, a teacher at school. I would always want to take the brunt of whatever was coming somebody's way. I'd always want to be the guy to step in front of the train for somebody else. And that didn't wear well with my father. As a young kid, I was the black sheep of the family, I guess they call it. And in doing that, my grades suffered because of it. I wasn't the best student in the world. I think I was left back in 6th grade. I barely made it out of every class or every grade that I went through by the skin of my teeth. My mom was always helping me get through. She was always there to support me and help me to get my grades up so I can just barely make it out. By the time 4th grade came, I guess you could say we weren't asked to leave, but I might have been a problem for the Catholic school system, and my mom decided to pull us out and put us in public school. So she did that, and the 3 of us went to public school. And from that point on, it was game on. In the public school system, I thrived. Now all the kids that I went to the projects to visit with my grandmother, I was around all the time. So now it wasn't like a prison yard, but at times it was, you had to kill or be killed sometimes. And it wasn't a really rough environment, but grade school was just a lot of street fights. And I was attracted to that violence because I saw the violence on my mother and father's side of each family, whether it be barbecues, once alcohol was involved or something was there. I thrived on that. And then once I got to make friends, our neighborhood was very mafia strong. We had the likes of John DiGilio, who was, I would probably describe John DiGilio. He was a soldier for the Genovese crime family at the time, and he ran all of the docks. He ran the Mob-Giovanni, which is the military ocean terminal out of Bayonne, New Jersey, and he ran the longshoremen out of the port of Newark. He did that with the help of Tino Fumara, very familiar to me as a kid. So growing up in our neighborhood, like I said, it was very Brooklyn-esque. So as I was in public schools and I started to be around more of these folks, I was exposed to more of the drama, if you would, of the neighborhood, more of what my father was experiencing on the job as a police officer, his investigations. And I would be drawn to the violence. I was drawn to the dark side, if you would, and constantly I would want to be involved in the drama. If there was drama in school and so-and-so's fighting so-and-so, I had to be involved some way, shape, or form. I wanted to put myself in it. And again, didn't fare well for my grades, didn't fare well for my home life with my father. The mafia, like I said, was very predominant in the 70s and 80s in New Jersey, Bayonne specifically. Hoboken and Jersey City are the neighborhoods where they mostly had their strongholds. And it was nothing for me to go to school. It was nothing for me to go to school by the time I made it into my 8th grade years, into high school, to be very careful of who you dated. Because if you wanted to date a certain girl, her dad might have been in prison as a hitman. And it was known. It was very openly known. Be careful, stay away from her because her dad's getting out on parole soon. And if he finds out he's dating your daughter, you're dating his daughter, it could be a problem. Or who's affiliated with who? Who's affiliated with what family? It was very well known. By the time I'm playing in people's yards, playing in their pools, swimming in their pools, the things that we didn't have as kids, in-ground pools some of these folks had, I'd walk in and some of my friends' parents would have marble or Carrera floors and Carrera countertops and just the best of the best because not knowing they were hooked up at the time, they were connected to the mob in some way, shape, or form. And then before you know it, you're playing in people's yards. You're playing in people's businesses. You're going riding your bike and realizing the people that you're around, yeah, he's a made guy. He's a guy. Then I start working in restaurants as my mom gets me a job in some restaurants, in some Italian restaurants, just washing dishes and working in the kitchen, and then exposed to that. I remember one time I was in a restaurant and I was downstairs greeting. They had this big vat and we used to grate mozzarella cheese for the Sunday catering parties that would happen in this catering / restaurant that we worked in. And I was down there and there's a card game going on and it was very reminiscent of a Goodfellas scene. And one of the guys, I don't want to mention his name, I don't know if he's still alive, but had a really bad reputation in the street and everybody knew he was in and out of prison. My dad always talked about him. And actually my dad described a car stop one night. He stopped in at 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, times were different back then and just approached the car because he saw this guy. He had love and hate across his knuckles back then. And a very intimidating guy, looked the part, every bit of something out of The Godfather. And my father described the car stop and he just walked up to 2 in the morning, took his revolver out with his partner, put it right to his head and just stopped the car. And he very calmly just sat there and asked my dad, like, what are you doing? What's with the gun? He says, well, it's 2 in the morning, you're out here by yourself and you're either dumping a body someplace or, you're getting ready to kill somebody. I don't know what you're doing. And the guy very calmly, so I knew these stories, but to see my dad describe this guy, and now I'm around him in these restaurants, just a 14, 15-year-old kid washing dishes, and now I'm grinding up mozzarella cheese. And there was a situation where they had an argument or something, and he just picked up a fillet knife and cut the guy's cheek, barely, almost cut it right off his face, just gave like a little fish hook to it, and blood all over, you can imagine. And I was quickly, by my mom's friend, scooped up and asked, just go home. Don't worry about this, I'll clean it up. Just go home and don't tell your mother anything. I'll call her tomorrow, I'll let her know what happened. Just don't say anything to anybody. So I was exposed to those things. And I tell you the stories because they pay dividends down the road, and you'll see why later. But this is the environment that I grew up in. My mom's side of the house, by that point, I was very anti-authority because of my relationship with my dad. My dad loved me, and I love my dad. I do to this day. I love him with all my heart. But our relationship was so toxic because I was the problem child. I was the black sheep, always coming home with bad grades. The summers were always ruined because Giovanni has to go to summer school once again, right? I didn't do it because I liked to go to school. I was forced to. So you can only imagine just the embarrassment I think he felt on my part and what I was doing in the street. But I couldn't do more things or get in more trouble if I tried, just because I wanted to stick that knife a little deeper into him, because that was my way of just being defiant, being a defiant kid, and having behavioral issues myself. And I constantly heard from all of my family, you can do better. Giovanni, you're so smart. You can do anything you apply yourself to. Sounds very familiar, but a lot of people I've come across through life. And you can always do better. You're so smart. Just apply yourself, this and that. But, I don't want to label myself as learning disabled, but I probably had something back then, and I didn't know, whether it was ADD or ADHD, and I just didn't have that ability to sit in a class all day. It wasn't my thing. I just like to create havoc. So as we moved on into high school, I gravitated towards my mom's side of the family, had married a couple of outlaw bikers or guys that were connected to some outlaw motorcycle groups. Predominant, very well known. Again, having that background of knowing my dad had shootouts with these guys at the clubhouse close by, and knowing the stories and then being around them, I knew that was my dad's his Achilles heel. If I can just be more like those guys, I could be more defiant to my father. And I didn't think about it at the moment. These are just things looking back at how he behaved myself. And I kind of gravitated towards them. And my one uncle on my dad's side, he was a truck driver. I had a couple of truck drivers and guys who were involved in unions and were not connected guys, but knew the mob well and worked for the mob in the local areas. And my one uncle took me under his wing as a younger brother almost. He wasn't much older than me. He could have been like a bigger brother to me in another life. And he kind of just took me under his wing, and he guided me along sometimes and would just kind of keep me out of trouble. And he was my Uncle Pete. I write about him in my book because he was such a figure in my life. My father being the strongest male figure I had in my life, no matter what our relationship was, but my Uncle Pete was just something special. And he always looked out for me. And he always looked out for me, but he always shared that dark side where he shared too much of himself, and I always kind of looked up to him in a bad, like, well, if Pete got stabbed and he did this and he survived, and I watched this man survive. He had been hit in the head with a hammer, and a fellow truck driver came up behind him and smashed his skull in, and the blunt force, not the hook end, not the sharp side of the hammer, but the blunt force went right into his skull, and he survived that. And I just looked at him and going, man, this guy is like Superman to me. And he drove a truck, and I'm on the truck with him driving, and he would say to me, look, 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, you're off from school, jump in the truck with me. We'll go drive the truck together. We'll go to Brooklyn. We'll go to Queens, where I got something to deliver in Manhattan. We had a blast. And he just taught me so much about the street, so much about communication, effective communication. And we'd have the prostitutes jumping up in the middle of Manhattan when Manhattan was at its peak. And we were driving this extended block truck, a delivery truck, and he'd be jumping on, and he would just teach me how to interact with people. And here I am, a 14, 15-year-old kid trying to fend off the offers of prostitutes from a $20 trick or something like that, and just the exposure I got. And we'd have laughs. We'd laugh our ass off. We'd piss our pants by the end of the day, just having a blast. And I thought, I think this could be my future. I think this could be something I could do. I always had a skill to fall back on, because my Uncle Pete was always there to teach me about cars, always teach me about construction. My family knew a little bit of construction. So I never paid attention to school. And as school went on into my high school years, now I'm done. I checked out. I think by freshman or sophomore year, when I tell you I was checked out, I just kind of gave up. They started doing digital report cards, and the first semester was sent home computerized, and it would log, no more handwritten or no more typed out. They were printed out, and it would tell you how many days you missed. And I actually missed 106 days from my Spanish class, and there's 180 days in school. And I just told my parents, it's a computer glitch, don't worry about it, it's nothing. My mother would then call the school, and she would try to set up a parent-teacher conference for me, and she would call the Spanish teacher, and the Spanish teacher would say, no, I don't have Giovanni in my class. I've never even heard of him. He was on my roster in the beginning, but I just thought he checked out at his school. So just crazy things I did to my parents, and I look back and regret as a teenager. I tried to, by that point, I tried to sign up for the Air Force on the way home one day, where I was in some serious trouble, and I was getting suspended every semester. I was being suspended for something, and it was either in school or out of school suspension. And of course, I'd run home and I'd steal a letter out of the mail on the first notice. I maybe got 1 day suspension, and then I got away with it. And then they send out a 3-day notice. I'd run home and I'd try to beat the mailman, and I'd steal that out of the mail. And then I'd miss that. They didn't know about that. And by the time you know it, that 3-day suspension turned into 2-week suspension. And then almost an expulsion letter was going to be sent to the house, and I would miss that letter. That's God looking out and, teaching me a lesson and saying, oh, you think you're the smart one. So I'd always miss that one letter, and then it got home to my parents. And next thing you know, I'm suspended for 2 weeks. And my father's he has had it up to here with me. And not my proudest moments writing in my book. My dad would say to me, some of the fatherly advice he gave to me was, look, it would probably be easier just to kill yourself. And don't do it like the people I see. He'd go into very graphic. He'd go into almost like a crime scene mentality and say, look, go lay in a bathtub, or better yet, just run into traffic on the Jersey Turnpike or something and get run over by a semi, because you're nothing. You're not going to go anywhere in life. That was his frustration. My mother would always, how many times she'd look out for me and say, you can do better, you can do better. By the time I was a junior in high school, I had my guidance counselors handwritten letters to me telling me that my family loves me. You know, I don't have much of a future, but I can have the best future, and I can have everything at my fingertips. I am smart. I can do it. I just have to believe in myself, and I have to invest in myself. And I still have that handwritten note to this day. I don't know why I kept it for so many years, but I do now because it's something I kept. And he took the time to write that for me. And at the time when he gave it to me, it didn't mean a damn thing to me. It was just another person trying to reach out to me and trying to say, you're going to be dead or in jail by 25, Giovanni. You're not going to make it far. You know, you're not going anyplace. Do better, you know. And I would just block it all out. So, and it's crazy because this crazy world I had and this life that I was living, by senior year in high school, I had no direction. I just figured, you know what, I'm living hard, I'm living fast. I was in a lot of fights. By this point, I went to a very big high school, a city high school that, Bayonne High School, it has different houses to it. And it's 3 city blocks long, my high school was. And it had 1 principal and 6 vice principals. So I've been passed around from principal to principal because the next guy would say, look, I know how to deal with this kid, give him to me. They would try that, nothing. You know, I got in with the wrong crowd. I was in with the wrong kids. There were always some kind of assaults happening. I was in auto mechanics because I couldn't do well in other classes. So it was like, you know what, I'll go into Votech. At least they'll try to get me through to get my degree or get my diploma. And I learned the art of the hustle, right? I started doing my first undercover work probably in junior or senior year when I was a mechanic, because a teacher would come and bring their car to the class, to the auto mechanics class, and they would say, yeah, I need a tune-up, or I need my brakes done, or, you know. And normally the auto mechanics teacher would say, yeah, I'll have my kids do it. But eventually when they come to me, I'd be like, hey, I could do that. And I'll tell you what, I can shave your rotors down and I could do them really nice, but you got to help me out. Give me a B. I'm not asking for an A. I'm not asking for a B+. I'm asking for a B. And I would start negotiating. So again, the art of the hustle, right? I learned very young. And what I learned in the street, I started to apply in school. And it kind of bit me in the butt because in senior year, my U.S. history teacher came to me and knew that I was a kid from the street and understood my language and how to speak to me and one of my best friends. And he basically called us in and he said, you 2 idiots, you're not graduating. You're not going to graduate high school. You're not walking on stage with all your friends. You're already a couple of years behind because you got left back. You 2 morons. And he would literally sit there and kind of talk to me like my dad did. They played football together and they grew up together. And it confused me because he knew my parents. Wait a minute. This is New Jersey. Where's the nepotism here? You know, you're supposed to pass me on the skin of my teeth because you know my parents. Like, what's going on here? I'm from the street. You know the street. You know who I know. We're a respected family in this city. You know, this is the way it goes. And I kind of expected that at some point. But he said, no. He goes, it's up to me whether you 2 morons graduate. So what we're going to do is you're going to buy me a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue, and you're going to buy me a bottle of Johnny Walker Black. And I have a beach house down at the Jersey Shore, and I enjoy my drinks in my little tiki hut, and he described it very graphically. And he says, and I enjoy my summers, and I enjoy my very expensive liquor because of idiots like you. So you'll gift wrap it, you'll bring it to my class, into this class, and he says, and my desk drawer will be open, the door will be unlocked, and you come here during cafeteria when nobody's here, and you can slip in, you take the gift wrap box, each of you will put your bottle in there. If your bottle is in there, you'll pass and you'll walk on stage with your friends. If not, see you in summer school, and I'll see you next year. So, of course, at that time, Johnny Walker Blue and Black, they're not in the aisles. You know, this is a very expensive liquor you're talking about. So they're behind the counter, so I can't walk in there. Of course, I'm not of age to buy it. I had to go home and throw myself on a sword and embarrassingly, throw myself at my parents' feet. And my mom, being a strong Catholic she was, and, you know, she doesn't lie, and she holds herself to a high standard. And, you know, we come from very strong Catholic backgrounds. And there she goes. She went and did it, and she talked to my father, and they agreed, and we got it, and boom, there you go. So I was able to walk the stage with my friends and graduate high school. Problem was, I had no direction. See, I didn't take my SATs because I'm dead or in jail by 25. You heard this so much over the last couple of years that you start to believe the hype. And I did, and I bought into it. Yeah, dead or in jail by 25, so I'm going to live like my uncles, or I'm going to live like this guy, and I'm just going to have a blast. And I did that. And a few months after I got through the alcohol thing, they gave a career day. And New Jersey Bell phone company came in and they gave an aptitude test for employment on the way out if you were a senior. I wasn't interested in a job with the phone company. What happened was my friend Tony, whose dad was also a cop and whose family was connected to a particular crime family, he came to me and said, look, gee, they're giving this test, this New Jersey Bell. I don't want to be a phone guy. They get out of here. That's not me. He says, no, listen, let's go take the test. It's quick. It's only 2 periods in the morning, and the rest of the day we'll cut out of school, we'll jump on a train, and we'll go hang out in the city, in New York, all day. Now you're talking, count me in. So I take the test, 1, 2, 3. I'm finished, go to New York, have a nice day. A couple of weeks later, about a month later, they call me up and they offer me a job. I said, maybe you got the wrong number because I'm the kid that took the test and I had no desire to try to get a job. They were like, look, you passed the test and more importantly, you're at the top of the list. So there you go. I mean, I didn't invest in myself. I didn't give myself the chance and I didn't have the confidence to take that test. I just assumed I was a really shitty test taker and I'm just going to bomb it anyway like I did everything else. So I didn't invest in myself. I didn't invest in the time. I didn't invest in the chance that I can give myself. And the woman explained on the phone, I laughed at her, and I said, I'm a senior in high school. You want to offer me a job in a phone company? It's April. I don't graduate until June. And she says, no, listen, we'll be waiting for you in June. There'll be a spot. You come to Broad Street in Newark, New Jersey, and to our headquarters, and there's a spot for you at plant school, and you can be a phone company repair guy or a lineman. And I did. I graduated. I realize now I had a future. I had a direction. Problem was, all my friends in my neighborhood were making bad choices at that point. I was 18, going on 19 years old, barely made it out of high school. All my friends since I was little are starting to make really bad choices in the street, who they were aligning themselves with. And they realized they let some kids in from Jersey City into our little clique, as we would call it, our little neighborhood, corner boys. And that was it. That was kind of like that poison, that cancer cell that gets in and starts eating away at all these relationships. And there was a particular guy that came into the group of friends I had, and he had this idea. He just came back from Florida, and he had been given some cocaine from his older brother, who has been now trafficking it from Florida to New York. And he says, we can make a lot of money with this. And some of my friends, and I just knew in my gut, I can't do this. I can't. I have this fire burning in my belly and I feel like I'm worth something more. I just don't give myself the chance. I had that feeling of wanting to be a police officer. I knew, not necessarily that I wanted to be like my dad, but I watched my dad make an arrest when I was young. Coming home from Jersey City, we watched a movie. We watched Raiders of the Lost Ark when it first came out. And on the way home, my dad made a collar. He made an arrest of a guy who was wanted for some violent robberies in the street. And he had no choice but we were in a Chevy Impala, and he realized it was him on the side of the highway, and he pulled over a squad car and told my mother, just follow him, and jumped in a squad car, and they went and they apprehended this guy, and it was a good arrest, and he was given awards for it and accolades later, and I watched that. That was my defining moment when I knew, man, all these things I've been doing as a kid, all my Starsky and Hutch toys, when I played good guys versus bad guys, cops and robbers, I was always the good guy. I was never the robber. That was the fire. That was the fire burning in my belly. So when it came time for me to graduate high school and I was given this chance and this window of opportunity, that flame just became like somebody threw a little bit of lighter fluid on it, and the flame got a little bit bigger. And then when I was challenged to make a decision, it was like this, it was like almost like an intervention. That's how I look at it looking back, because I could have made the wrong decision and say, yeah, let's make some hard and fast money. But I said, no, this is crazy what you guys are thinking. This isn't us, this isn't who we are, and we've been best friends since second grade, most of us, and they fought tooth and nail, called me all kinds of names and told me I was a punk and told me I'm really not the tough guy that I portray myself to be, and they all relied on me. These are the kids, when they had a problem in the street and they were fighting somebody, even though I was a skinny little brat, I was a skinny rat. I mean, I'd fight tooth and nail. I'd come at you. If I realized you were 250 pounds or a grown-ass man, I didn't care if I was 50 pounds of a wet sack. I'm coming at you. I'm coming at you with everything I have, not because my father was a cop, not because my family comes from law enforcement, not because I have outlaws who I can call on to defend me, but that's just who I was. So at that moment when they said, you're fugazi, you're fake, you're a nobody, You're a punk. This is what we're going to do. And I kind of parted ways, and I tell my kids that story now because that was a pivotal moment for me. Because looking back, I lost contact with all those friends that I had throughout my life. And I believe they're either all in jail or dead by now. They've all died of overdose, addiction, made poor choices in their life. And these were A+ students. These were the cream of the crop in our schools. And I cut them loose. And I showed up at plant school, and I got a job in New Jersey Bell. So in 1989, I believe it was, into 90, I was working for New Jersey Bell. And here I am again. I start thirsting for adrenaline. Okay, I can't get it from the street anymore. How am I going to get it from this phone company? I'm going into people's houses. I'm fixing your phone. I'm climbing poles outside. It's a boring job, but where's the adrenaline? Where's the action in this? Right? This isn't actionable stuff. But then they tell me there's these two-man areas, and there's these low-income housing projects that nobody would dare go into, where the cops go into in Jersey City and these areas in Hoboken or areas in certain areas in New Jersey where the police don't even go into these buildings that I'm very, very familiar with. And the police don't go unless there's 2 to maybe 3 squad cars. 2 squad cars with 4 cops to go in and respond to the call. And with the extra car sits outside and watches the squad cars while the police respond. That's what kind of trouble these places are. Sign me up. I want in. You're going to pay me extra. You're going to pay me, as the New Jersey Bell Phone Company, what they call combat pay. I want in. How do I get it? So I teamed up with a guy from Texas, and he was just this big old cowboy that came to New Jersey to work, and I teamed up with him, and we'd go in 9 o'clock at night into these areas where gunshots and all kinds of things were running out and ringing out, and it was great. I loved it. I was making bank. When I tell you I was 19 years old with overtime, and this partner I had, and I had worked with this guy, Gary, in a phone company, and he showed me his last year's receipt, his last year taxes and what he made, well over $150,000. And I'm talking in 1989, which is crazy, crazy money. So I said, okay, if I can make 90 grand a year, I'm set. I'm set for life. I could do this for 30 years. So what had happened was, when I was 20, going on 21, my dad had called me and said, yeah, they're giving a police job, and it's in Hudson County, and if you want in, you should take the test. And I was like, I don't know. I'm making good money now, but of course that fire is still burning, and I could still feel the heat in my belly from the desire or the calling, right? When you have a calling, if you're familiar with it, and wherever your life goes and wherever your life takes you, I've now realized at the age I'm at now that you have to follow the heat, right? If the fire is burning and that heat is getting stronger and stronger, it could be a good thing or a bad thing. It could tell you that you shouldn't be in this situation, or it could be a calling. And I looked at that as a calling. So I decided to take the police test. Again, I'm not expecting much because I suck at taking tests. I was terrible at it. I have to take an aptitude test. I have to go for a psychological test and a physical, which I wasn't too afraid of the physical, but the psychological test kind of spooked me a little bit. I knew that the written test was, I would probably bomb that. And then as far as the background check goes, once they started scratching my background and doing the interviews for my background, I knew at that point that's when they're going to cut me loose and they're just going to let me go. So I had gotten a call from my father. The grades came in, and I placed decent on a list of employment. And I know I was in the higher end of the list, in the 90 percentile, maybe high 80 percentile of the list, with a chance. And they were hiring 10 in the department that I worked for. And I knew the chief of police. My father was friendly with him. And as much as I wanted that job, I didn't make it. I didn't make the cut. I made it right to I was number 11, so I was going to die at number 1 on the list. But miraculously, or maybe a little bit of nepotism in New Jersey, looking back, they made a spot. Somebody retired, and there was an opening for me. And my father had said to me, look, they're thinking about hiring you. Would you take the job? Sure. He said, all right, well, come over to my house. The chief is going to call the house tonight, and he's going to get on the phone with you. And I took that call. And he knew my background. The chief knew my background. He knew who I was. I played in his yard as a kid. I saw the things that he was doing as a police officer. I knew he was he was a Marine. He was a great policeman. He was an aggressive policeman. He was well respected and feared at the same time, almost like a gangster was, right? And I knew him. But when he spoke in the Hudson County area, everybody, it sent shivers through your spine. And he was a very well respected man on both sides of the aisle. I'm on the criminal side. Even the mob respected this man. And they were very careful on how they stepped around him and moved around him. So to get on the phone with him was very, very nerve-wracking. You can only imagine. So when he called my parents' house, my father handed me the phone. I got on the phone with him, and he says, look, G, thinking about hiring you. I can make an 11 spot. I would look to hire you if you could tell me that you've changed your ways, and you can tell me that you're on a straight and narrow, and you're going to give me the best that you can give me. I would consider doing this. What do you think? My response was, yeah, sure, I'll give it a shot. The most disrespectful thing to say to a Marine and a police chief you could possibly say. And he said, that's the best you have for me? I'll give it a shot. And then quickly I puckered up and I said, all right, yes, sir, I'll take the job. I'm very interested and I want it. So they sent me to Jersey City Police Academy. Best thing that ever happened to me. Again, the gods shined down on me because looking back in my life, if I went to the New Jersey State Police Academy, I would not have graduated. I would not have made it out. My attitude, my anti-authority attitude, and physically I could do it, but the discipline end of it and the schooling end of it, the book smarts you had to have and the aggressive nature of how they just trained you in those type of academies was my biggest fear. But see, the Jersey City Police Academy, they gave you that. They gave you what you needed to know as far as the academic part. They checked the box as far as the physical part, which they had to because it was state mandated, but they taught me how to be a street cop. And in our area, being taught how to be a street cop is everything. These guys were the best of the best when it came to investigating homicides, narcotics. I'll never forget when the narcotics squad from Jersey City PD came in and they gave us our class on narcotics. You had me hook, line, and sinker. I looked at these guys and I looked at them and they looked like my uncles. They looked like gangsters, bikers, outlaws, greaseballs. Just they had this whole dynamic. One guy looked like he could be a made guy in a mob, and the next guy was his partner, and he looked like he could be a captain or a soldier, or what do they call him in a motorcycle group? A sergeant at arms. He could be a sergeant at arms. Scraggly beards, greasy hair. That's what I want to be. That's it. And I knew right then in the class that's what I wanted to do. And so I graduated the academy. And thank God, it wasn't by the skin of my teeth. I did well and graduated academy, and I hit the street as a patrolman. So as I was a patrolman, you can only imagine you got to earn your way into a squad car. You have to work a lot of nights, walk the beat. Walking the beat was big back then. Midnight shift, they put you out in the middle of the dead of winter, put you on maybe a 3-block post. They call it a walking post, and you're all by yourself. And I guess it was just to earn your right and earn your way into a squad car and just to check the box to make sure you understood where you were in the pecking order of the department. But out there for 8 to 10 hours a night, swinging a nightstick. I was given a wooden nightstick back then, and it was my grandfather's partner's nightstick, and it was an honor to carry that throughout my career. But just had the leather strap, and you can only imagine, I was taught how to spin it like the old cops did in the 40s, 50s, and 70s. And that was it. I walked the beat for a while. I earned my way into a car. But more importantly, when I had showed up for one of my first daytime tours they gave me, I went to my locker and I was greeted by a cop who had chased me around for years as a kid in the street. And I made a sarcastic comment like, I said hello to him, but I guess the way my delivery was not well. And he was a motorcycle cop back then, really big guy, slammed his locker door shut, literally grabbed me by the throat, pushed me up against the locker and said, don't ever talk to me again. You're a piece of garbage. You don't belong here, and you're not one of us. So I realized where I stood with these guys, so I had to be real careful on how I moved. And I couldn't operate under my dad's, I couldn't live in the shadow of my father. I couldn't live in the nepotism. I had to earn my own way, and I realized that right there. My father also made it clear to me that I'm not looking out for you. You got the job on your own merit. There might have been some nepotism that I did and got you the job, but you're on your own now. Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass the badge. But more importantly, don't embarrass yourself. And there were rules that my father gave me. And he made it very clear of no matter what happened back then. And we were very heavy-handed, and things were different back then, and car pursuits were different. Use of force was different as far as shootings and the crazy things we did. It was kind of the Wild West a little bit. There were a lot of Vietnam guys on the job still from my father's era. Some Korean War vets from my grandfather's era was still on the job when they came on. So there was this sense of craziness. But again, the authority was to be respected back then. And if you disrespected, there was, in our neighborhoods especially, curbside adjustments were a given. Curbside adjustments were, if you screwed up, you misbehaved, maybe you get a smack in the mouth, Maybe you get dragged home to your parents. If you're a grown man, maybe if you were drinking and driving, they might not necessarily lock you up. They might take your keys and make you walk into the precinct the next day when you're sobered up, because everybody knew each other in the community. So it's embarrassing for you to now have to come into that desk and ask the desk commander for your keys back, because you might be a businessman in a neighborhood and in a community, and everybody knows what you did now. So it was that was your sentence. But for my dad, he made it very clear: do not ever let me find out that you put your hands on somebody that's handcuffed. I don't care who they are, what they did. You better respect people. You better treat people the way you want to be treated. And that's the golden rule that my father raised me and my brothers on. Treat people the way you want to be treated. I never forgot that. I fought for my life on the job plenty of times. I have been stabbed on the job. I have been in accidents on the job. I've had my eyelid ripped off on the job. I have been in cars, been cut out of cars, in foot pursuits. In the 90s, I was injected. I had arrested a local drug addict who had full-blown AIDS, hepatitis, every hepatitis from A to Z he had. He was the last stage of his life. He was dying, and everybody knew it. And unfortunately, when I went to arrest him that day, he had pulled a needle out of his arm, and it went right into my hand. And you could only imagine the trauma that it was. And this was 1990, maybe 92, 93. Harvard Medical was the only resource for AIDS back then. And the AIDS epidemic was, well, you got a 10-year window before you have, you could be HIV positive, or you'll be full-blown AIDS within that 10-year window. And here I am looking to start a family. I had just gotten married, looking to start a family, and this happens. And then Harvard, I was going for tests every once in a while, but there's just traumatic things I would put myself in, all for the love of the job. It turns out what had happened was, research shows that, once it hit the air, it died right away, and the amount of time and the blood. I was more susceptible to getting TB or some other thing than it was HIV or AIDS. And so I mitigated that. But then again, I wanted to be a narcotics cop. So these are the positions I would put myself in. I put myself in these areas and these situations and neighborhoods and foot pursuits and just loving life and loving the job. And then eventually they came to me early in my career, and they offered me a position in a narcotics squad. But it wasn't narcotics, it was Days Vice. Now, Days Vice was prostitution, gambling, organized crime. It's not what I wanted. See, where I come from, organized crime squad, wait a minute. Bookies were big back then, loan sharks were big back then, mob guys were. I don't want to follow all the guys from my neighborhood around. I don't want to follow old man Vinny, who's 76 years old and he's got a bread route and he's taking numbers of football bets. And then I got to lock a 76-year-old man up. But I wanted my gold shield, and I took it, and I worked days for a while, and I worked my way through that. But again, it gave me a different view of what I come to learn from my career. And I learned that I watched the guys, and I would sit on surveillance and watch these old school gangsters and watch the John DiGilios or Tino Fumaras or the guys that were like really, really in the 70s and 80s, the predominant gangsters during the wars and the wars that you heard about in New York and that were spilling over into New Jersey and the families. Now I'm in it. Now I'm on that side of it, doing surveillance on funerals and weddings and all these things. At the time I thought but it was that was college for me. See, I didn't make it to college, but this was a whole nother education for me. And I loved it. And I really did. I loved the fact that we used to have to hit the bookies on a Sunday for the football bets. And then we started working in New York City in conjunction with the Organized Crime Task Force over in New York City. And we were hitting the wire rooms. Back then where the bookmakers would take their local bets, they would record them down, or you had the opportunity, you were given a 1-800 number to call from these things that used to exist. They were called payphones, public phones. And you would go to a payphone, and you would call this 1-800 number, and you can place your bets. But your bets had to be in by 12:30, the latest, for the 1 o'clock game on Sunday to start. And then you can place your bets for the Monday Night Football game as well. So we knew the time frame, and the window was very small. And then we had to hit these wire rooms at certain times. And but what an education it was into the real underbelly of what is organized crime. Learning who the real players were, learning how the money got kicked up, learning who the runners were, how traditionally they used a lot of African-American guys, which is portrayed in some of the movies you see now and some of the shows you watch now, is what we were noticing. We were noticing they would use the African-American guys from the projects that I knew and grew up with. They were the runners. They would take the packages, millions of dollars in bets sometimes, and they would be the guys that got paid to run it over to New York to wire rooms. The idea was, on a Sunday, you would hit these wire rooms in New York, And they used the younger kids because we were faster than most of the old detectives in New York and New Jersey. So as soon as we hit the door, it was your job to run to the table, get to the phones, but more importantly, get to the documents, get to the ledger books or the little sheets of paper that they had that they were breaking down. Because the packages were basically like they were packaged like a kilo of heroin, almost like a loaf of bread. And inside were all these little sheets, and they were cheats. You would just sit there, and they were all gambling sheets, whether it's a football sheet or whether it's a number sheet. And they would sit there and tally them up at these big, long desks. It could be one person in the room. It could be 5 people in the room, depending on how big the wire room was. So my job would to be hit the door, run in, and get to those ledgers, because a lot of times what they did was they were recording all these numbers down on flash paper. And flash paper was big back then because somebody would be smoking a cigarette, and if the door got hit, they would just take the cigarette, touch it to the paper, and like a magic trick, it would just burn away, and that was it. Your evidence is destroyed. Or they kept a bucket of bleach at the end, and it was your job to run to the bucket of bleach before they took all the paperwork and dumped it into the 5-gallon bucket of bleach. So again, the wire rooms were great, a lot of fun, but just gave me an education into organized crime and how it really worked. The things I saw in the street as a kid, now I'm watching as a law enforcement officer, pay dividends down the road. So eventually what had happened was one day I decided to kind of go back to my old roots with my Uncle Pete. He had built a 77 chopper, a Harley-Davidson chopper, and I thought it would be cool if I had ridden it to work one day and took it to work to the precinct. And I'm comfortable enough now, and I'm on the job, and I'm young enough. And I showed up with police pants, a white T-shirt, and a leather jacket, and I had my handgun, my duty weapon, just shoved into my pants. Couldn't get more gangster or more of a douche if you tried. And again, you know, law enforcement was well respected. They expect you to carry yourself in a certain way, not to come riding up on this ape-hangers and, you know, raked out chopper and the 77 coffin-shaped, you know, Sportster and coffin-shaped gas tank. So you could only imagine as I pull under the building for my night shift, and I thought everybody was gone during the day, and it was great because as I pull under the building, the bike has really small pipes on it, so it's really loud, no muffler on it, it's extremely loud, and the baffles are just cracking. And as I pull in, I start setting off all the car alarms under the building because they're sensitive alarms, and I see somebody waving their hands, like telling me to cut it off, shut the bike off. And as I come out of the shadows, it was my chief. And he looks at me, he says, Giovanni, whose bike is this? Why is it under the building? He thought we had impounded it. He sees I'm coming in for work. I said, no, it's my bike, you know. And it was totally street illegal. No blinkers, no this, no that. It was something an outlaw would ride. It's something a 1%er would ride. And it just offended him big time. And he went up one side, down the other, ripped me a new one, the way I was dressed, the fact that I had this leather vest on, and who did I think I was? And he gave me this job, and he promised me, you know, I promised him, and I gave my word to him. And I thought nothing of it. I thought, well, you know, listen, this is no big deal. I mean, you know, it is who I am. So about 3 weeks later, as I was really starting to contemplate, oh my God, am I going to keep my job, or is this guy going to just trash me right here and shit can me and fire me? He called me in on a carpet. We used to call it the carpet because he had a carpet under his front desk, and he had to stand there in the front of it like you were in grade school. And he'd be on the phone, and half the time I think he staged these things because he was always tell his secretary, just like my principal did, send him in. And he'd still be on the phone with somebody, and he'd make you stand on that carpet for about what felt like forever, but it was only 30 seconds to a minute. Hangs up the phone. So, what are you doing with the bike? Do you still have the motorcycle? I said, Chief, just hear me out, please. I don't ride it in the street anymore. It was my uncle's bike. I haven't ridden it around town. I haven't ridden it anywhere in the Hudson County area, nothing. He goes, so you still have it, even after I told you to get rid of it? I said, it's not my bike. If you like, I could break it down. I'll put it back in the milk crates like we found it, like we bought it. I'll sell it. I'll ask my uncle to sell it. And he was kind of toying with me a little bit. So he gave me an opportunity and said, look, if I give you an opportunity to work an undercover case that they have going on, would you do it? And I said, yeah, sure, I'd love to. He says, well, let's talk about it. Let's think about it, and I'll get back to you in a few days. And he gave me the opportunity to work some really low-hanging fruit, a couple little layups that were undercover work, a couple of alcohol beverage licensing kind of stuff, and some real low-hanging fruit when it came to undercover work, and just to see how I could do at it. And then eventually what happened was there was a DEA case, and they were infiltrating and trying to infiltrate a certain motorcycle group out of New York area, very strong motorcycle group. And this was a subchapter of the group. And the goal was to try to build as much intel as the DEA can. And they gave me my marching orders, and I took my learning from the street, and I totally screwed it up. They gave my orders to go in and buy a certain amount of marijuana and some handguns, and I totally screwed it up. He gave me a chance to make it right. Long story short, I went back in, I made it right. They gave me an informant. The informant introduced me and kind of vouched for me. And again, with no formal training, I did this. So it was a slam dunk. So you could imagine from that point on, I was given the task to work as a narcotics cop. And I went into narcotics. I had my gold shield. And like every narcotics cop, not every, but a lot of narcotics cops do, the first chance we get to be out of uniform, we grow a beard, we grow our hair out, we put some earrings in, and we all think we're Joe Cool, super undercover cop. I thought the same thing. See, I had no formal training when it came to effective communication, when I came to relationship building, ingratiating myself. These are words that I wasn't familiar with back then. I'm a street kid. I've been to dope deals. I watched my friends go to Washington Square Park and buy marijuana. It's no heavy lift for me. This is not a big deal. Just put me back in my environment. This is just like going back to the projects or back to the low-income housing where my grandmother lived or when my parents grew up or when my other relatives lived. So I was very familiar. So the sights, the sounds, the smells, it was not new to me. It didn't ruffle my feathers. If you took a kid that was a medium to higher class kid income, and their parents were, he's an A+ student. He's never been in those environments. When you walk into these buildings, sometimes the smell alone is enough to trigger you. Sometimes the sound you hear coming from somebody's apartments is enough to scare you. I was familiar. It was comfortable to me. I understood that's the way people live, screaming behind steel doors at each other, banging, and fights happening, and blood being on the stairs, or urine being in the elevators or on the stairs. And it was all familiar. So it didn't trigger me at all. If anything, it fed my addiction to what was my addiction to adrenaline. It got my heart racing, I'm going to be around this, I'm going to go in here. I'd go in and buy the dope, and I'd leave, and boom, done. Boom, done, done, done. Everything they gave me, I was crushing it. I was smashing I was achieving every goal, everybody they wanted me to get in front of, and they started whoring me out to different departments. And then I became known. The more I rode around on my bike and the more I did for the DEA at the time. We do some Colombians. The Colombian cartels were still at their strongest, and the Cuban Marlitos was still there from the boats that came over. Castro sent over a lot of guys, and they were the guys dealing dope at that time. The Colombian cartels, the Medellin cartel was strong, and the Cali cartels were strong in my neighborhood in Hudson County. They were very predominant. So a lot of guys that we were dealing and buying dope off of were from them. The Cuban exiles, the prisoners, a lot of those guys came over. I actually worked in a phone company with some of the guys that were some of those on the Cuban boats that Castro sent over. And it was all familiar to me. So I knew how to speak to these guys, and I knew how to ingratiate myself. I wasn't prepared for when things break bad. I had gone to a deal one time to buy some guns and some dope. And again, no formal training. It used to be my squad of guys. I trusted them with my life. I knew they would always be there for me, my narcotics squad. I could trust them with anything. And I'd go into a building, and if I walked into a place and I didn't know the exit or whatever, I'd say, look, if I throw something out of the glass window in the front, that's my call sign, my distress signal, I need help, come and get me. And when you come in, make sure if I'm not breathing and if I'm not alive and they kill me, do not let anybody go to court. That's the way we worked back then. Do not put my family through a trial. And we had this bond with each other, and we were family. So I knew if I screwed it up, at least I had those guys on the outside to kind of come in and clean it up for me. Or I knew that, that was my bat signal, and I sent that bat signal up. God help you, man, because these guys are coming in like bulls. And that went on for a while. I put myself in some hairy situations, but then the DEA came calling full time. They wanted me to join a task force. So they had given me the opportunity to join a HIDTA task force, which is high intensity drug trafficking areas. And I was based out of Newark Division in Newark, New Jersey. Then when I became a TFO for the DEA, you're deputized. And you're deputized as a United States Marshal. And you have every authority. You're given a badge. You're given an ID from the DEA. You're given a federal ID. You're given all the training that is given to them. And you're considered a DEA employee or a federal employee. It's just that you're a cop on a task force. You still report to your city, your hometown and your home department. You're just paid maybe a little bit more overtime because there's some money in it, seizure money, so the opportunity to make money is there. And as my family is growing and I'm having kids. I had gone through a divorce, and I had 2 children, and I burned that right to the ground. My love of the job and my addiction to the adrenaline, looking back, and I realized, my job came first. I thought me providing for my family would be what made me a man, what made me a father, what made me a responsible adult, what made me a good husband. But in hindsight, it wasn't. It's just something where I set my mind to it and decided, well, this isn't going to last, so I'll enjoy the ride, kind of like what happened when I was a kid, dead or in jail by 25. I was told, well, most likely you'll wind up divorced, or, it happens to cops. So I kind of wore it, well, if it happens, it happens. And I didn't fight for my family the way I probably should have back then for my kids. But it's also, looking back, I removed myself from that relationship and that my family for the good of my kids. I didn't want my children to grow up in the environment that I grew up in. I didn't want them to see the negativity and the violence that I saw at times. I didn't want them to grow up thinking because your parents were married that they had to stay together for that purpose. I didn't want that for my children. So I bit the bullet and I left the relationship. But it was when I was with the DEA, and I left that, and I put everything I had into my work. I had the ability to work as an undercover and as a deep undercover for the DEA. We lived a lot out of hotels. So it just everything kind of meshed together for me. So here I was, long beard, hair. I had the look, I had the bike thing going. I looked like a skinny drug addict. I looked like everybody else standing online at 5 o'clock in the morning for the heroin in Newark and Irvington and all these bad areas, and in East Orange, New Jersey, wherever they brought me, I went. And then I started working some weight. I started doing some things, gun jobs, and outside the New Jersey area, we started working some cases, and that was great. And then it came time for me to do a gun deal. I think it was a gun deal and a dope deal. And it was a dope deal. And again, the passion and the love for the job and to make the arrest is everything to some commanders. They have to meet their protocol. So I had a lieutenant who was assigned to our task force, and he had a target named Spanky, and he sent me in to go buy off of this guy Spanky. And still, my training was very minimal at this point. I might have had some financial training and seizure training for the DEA gives or something, but I never had any undercover training. So what had happened was I went in there, I rolled up. They gave me the keys to a brand new black Mustang that I was driving at the time. New York tags, New York license plate. I'm in New Jersey. I'm rolling down onto the street gangs. At this time, the street gangs were predominant in Newark, and they started becoming more organized. It wasn't just corner boys anymore. They were all answering to sets, whether it be the Bloods or the Crips. And you could tell as soon as I turned, and I had an easy pass in my window, and I had this big beard, and I had the hair, and as I turned the corner, they looked down a block, and you could read their lips going, what the fuck? Like this, from a half a block away, it didn't make sense. To me, it didn't make sense. But I threw myself into it anyway because I'll make it work. I pull up, roll the window down, ask for Spanky. I never met him before. I asked for Spanky. Guy says to me, there's no Spanky here. I said, come on, don't play games with me. And I've never been introduced to the guy before. And I knew 2 weeks before there was an informant named Kim, a blonde girl, and she was arrested in a red pickup truck. So I knew that was the information. That's the only thing I had to go on. So I knew that he did business with this girl. So I said, come on, listen. And I changed my name. I think my name was Mike back then, and horrible to even, listen, just tell him it's Mike. Listen, detective, I don't know what you want, but if you're looking for a pharmacy and you need drugs, there's a pharmacy a block or maybe 2 blocks down on the right. And they made a joke, and they all start laughing. Come on. Now I'm kind of getting aggravated because how dare you test my skills? How dare you? You'll think I'm a cop? You think I'm a police officer? You think I'm not a drug addict? You think I'm not a drug dealer? How dare you? So I do some little communication. They're not selling to me, and I realize, you know what? I could be here all day. If I had money and I flashed it to them, they're still not going to sell it to me. So I drive away, and I walked away. I drove away, licking my wounds. I leave. I make a left turn, and the lieutenant who's perched up watching from surveillance, he says, oh my God, tell the undercover, call the undercover on his phone and tell him to go back around the block. Spanky just came out. He's standing outside, and they used to have these buildings called the mud huts. They were one-story buildings. And he says, he's standing right outside the mud huts now, tell him to go back around. So you can only imagine the surveillance team calls me. They say, hey, go back around. He's there. I spin back around, never ever being introduced. I say to Spanky, hey, Spank, it's me, Mike. You remember I talked to you 2 weeks ago? I don't know. You get out of here. Same thing. Just like these bells and whistles, they start going off in my head. And it's ironic that that happens because I'm realizing this might not go well for you. I should really follow what's going on in my body and the instinct that's telling me this isn't going to end well for you. So I turn around, I beg, borrow, and steal. He says, I don't know you, get out of here. I said, come on, man. I was here 3 weeks ago with a girl, Kim. I know, I'm not dealing with you, I don't know you. I had the bright idea, I should get out of my car, let them see the full picture. Let them see me in my biker outfit, my jeans, my beat up boots, my greasy pants, this and that. Let them see the whole picture that everybody else sees that hits me off with dope when I want it. I go, come on. I walk around the back of the Mustang. Come on, man. You don't remember me? I had a whole conversation with you. He says, I never met you. And he was right. Come on, let's go. You got it. Come on, man. You told me specifically, come back here. Come see you. Ask for you. I was with the girl, Kim. Come on, please. Don't make me waste a trip. I came all the way from upstate New York. You told me to drive down here, and I said this to you and that to you. He was adamant. He said, I never met you. Get out of here. So with that, I decided it would be a good idea. You know what? Cops don't use profanity or racial slurs. So what I'll do is my street cred will go up like a video game. If I just drop a racial slur and call them something in the street like I saw growing up, maybe that'll convince them I'm not a cop. So I turned around and I used a phrase and I said, you know what, F you so-and-sos. And I dropped it. And man, it was as if I dropped an atomic bomb. The last words that I remember hearing is what? And they all ran and some guys came running at me, other guys ran into the mud hut. One guy came back out with a 9mm, and that was it. It was game on. And they told me, get back in my car, and they pointed the gun at me, and I'm sitting there locked. I'm eye locked. I'm vapor locked, and I'm looking at this guy like tunnel vision. And all I'm looking at is Spanky. And he wants to walk away, but I won't let him. And as I'm talking to him, and he's going, I don't know, just get out of here. I don't know you. It's me. Come on, give it to me. And they're sitting there, get out of here, go away, pushing these guns up against my head. I'm still focused on this guy. Spank, come on. This is how you're going to do me? I had a whole conversation with you with the girl, Kim, in a red pickup truck. I know Kimmy. I know her. Yeah, I know her, but I never met you. Yes, you did. You met me here 3 weeks ago. Ba-da-da-da-da. I laid this whole story out for him. You told me I was sitting in the front passenger seat over there on the corner, and you told me to come back and ask for you if I need stuff. And here I am, and this is how you're going to do me? Now, when I tell you, having this conversation, when I had tunnel vision, it was as if your ears were throbbing and the sound is muffled if you're wearing earmuffs. That's trauma and that's stress. And I wasn't hearing anything going on around me. I was just sitting there saying, I'm not worried about these guys killing me. I need to buy my dope. This is what I'm here for. And it was my addiction to that adrenaline, and I convinced him. And he said, I don't remember you. I know Kim. I remember she's like, you don't remember? Come on, man. And I could see he's thinking about it now. And again, I used my communication skills, very poor ones. And I said, come on, yes you do, you remember me. I had a whole conversation with you. I was in a pickup truck with her. You told me come back, blah, 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 blah. You know what? Maybe you did. Maybe it was you. I remember meeting somebody. Kimmy came around here with somebody. Maybe it was you. It was me. He goes, you know what? All right. This one time, I'm going to give it to you right now. But I don't know, man. I shouldn't. I knew. And I talked him into it, and he gave it to me. And I told him with the prospect of, listen, I told you I needed to buy weight. I'm not coming down here once a week. I'll wait. I'll buy weight off of you. I'll buy multiple bricks of heroin off of you, which were little decks. I said, I'll buy multiple bricks off of you in one shot. You'll make good money. I'll make good money. And it'll be a steady thing with us. And that was it. He bit. I had a couple of scrapes on me, a couple of little marks on me. Thank God no bullet holes in my head, but just some bruises on my eye from getting hit in the head with the gun and not listening. And I bought it. And I bought that dope. And when I came back, man, the first thing I was said is, wow, did you guys hear that? That was crazy. And the lieutenant that was so hungry for this guy, he goes, did you get the dope? I said, yeah, but did you hear what happened? Like, I totally screwed up, man. I almost got myself killed. He goes, nah, we didn't have you on audio because there used to be transmitters back then. See, we didn't have these fancy recorders like you have nowadays. We had transmitters, and a lot of times because of the concrete jungle we worked in and the buildings and the alignment, you had to be in a straight alignment to this thing with the antenna that the cops had. My wire had to be in a straight trajectory to the transmitter and the antenna for those cops to pick it up and record it. So because of the brick buildings, it didn't happen a lot, and we lost that communication. But we arrested Spanky. I went home, and I had a moment of clarity, and I said, you know what? I'm going to get myself killed. I'm either going to get myself killed or I'm going to get somebody else killed. I got to take a break. This is crazy. So it was on a Friday, I think it was, end of the week, because I know I went home, I shaved, I took my earrings out, I cut my hair, and I showed up for work the next day, and I was clean cut. And everybody looked at me and said, "What are you doing? What happened?" I said, I'm done. Either you're going to get me killed or I'm going to get myself killed. So I taught them a lesson. And I told them, that's it. I'm going to go back to working cases. I'm going to be an investigator. Well, I showed them, but I really showed myself. Because by the end of the next week, I was probably buying weight as a very clean-cut businessman, and as a money guy, I started moving money for the different cartels, or I started doing money transactions with guys, washing money, not just buying dope anymore. So I really taught them a lesson. But really what it did was give me a whole new avenue, not just buying dope, but moving the money in the street. So now I learned a whole new aspect of this undercover world, and I loved it. It was great. And I thrived through that, and it was tremendous. So I worked a lot of great cases with the DEA, and towards the end of my time with DEA, it was a case where my partner and I were infiltrating the Mexican cartel, and we had a huge investigation going on into them. And so much so, it was a crazy investigation in the fact that we were on surveillance one day, and we were on a wiretap. So in a wiretap, we had captured a conversation, the wire room captured a conversation in Mexico that the boss, El Jefe, was coming up. And they called him El Padrino, they called him. So El Padrino's coming up, and he's coming to New Jersey. We don't know what he looks like. We don't know what he drives. We don't know anything. As we're sitting there in Little Ferry, New Jersey, we're kind of watching from across the highway. And I'm laughing, and I'm talking to my partner, Richie. And I said, Rich, what is this? We have no idea what this guy looks like, or which one of these guys is going to walk into this business. It's a window tinting and auto mechanic business. And we said, there's so many people in and out of here. We don't know how this is. So up pulls a red neon with Mexican license plates. I kid you not, Mexican license plates pulls up. And that's the kind of case it was. So the bosses from I don't know why they would bring their own car or how they got this car here, but it had pulled up and it had Mexican license plates on it. It wound up being one of the biggest cases that the DEA had in the history of New Jersey's task force. I think during that case, we probably seized 2,500 kilos at the time, and it was well over $4 million in cash we had seized in that case. And again, it was a great case. But during that case, I describe it in my book that I had to have towards the takedown phase, or towards the end of the case, we had more communications with the other agencies that we were working for. A lot of support agencies were sent out to back the DEA up, because that's what a task force is. They rely on the locals and county agencies. So the county agency has sent out a radio. I needed a police radio for one of their departments, and they said they were sending a detective out, and she would drop it off to me at a McDonald's parking lot close by. And Richie and I were married at the hip. We never left each other. But that particular day, I was like, I got this, man. You stay here, do this, and I'll run and get the radio. I'll be right back. It happens all the time. I pulled in the parking lot. Detective gets out of the car with my radio. And I now understand when somebody says that when Cupid pulls his arrow back and hits you in the ass with the arrow, because that day I was hitting the ass with an arrow. Don't know what it was. There was something about her. And I guess the feelings were mutual. And that winds up being, develops into a relationship, and she's my wife to this day. But I swore I would never date a police officer, let alone marry one. But here I am in this relationship now, starting a new chapter in my life. And, unfortunately, early on in our relationship, the towers came down in New York. The World Trade Center was hit, and that day was specifically painful, or it was significant to everybody, but more significant to my wife, who her dad was in the building, and he suffered with his men and died in the buildings with his men that day. He was a police officer in law enforcement and died in those buildings. But she and I, during the beginning of our relationship, that was how we started our relationship. I mean, we bonded with that terror and with that trauma, and we just grew close so fast. Just because of the amount of time and the things we did. We both responded that day to his office, and very, very traumatic for us, very traumatic, more traumatic for her and her family. To this day, it's very traumatic because, like so many other victims' families, they never get through it. He was never recovered in the devastation of the towers being taken down, and never having closure. So, and I tell that story because she had been through so much, and I didn't put her through that, but I was with her side by side through that whole thing, and just seeing the resilience in her and her family, and the way her dad raised her to be, and the way her mom raised her to be, and her brothers as well. And just, it changed my life. It changed my life forever. Of course, 9/11 changed everybody's life in that area. I was living in Bayonne at the time, living back in Bayonne in my old neighborhood, back in my parents in an apartment in a basement. And when the towers came down that day, I was only a stone's throw from there. So, you can only imagine growing up as a kid and just taking for granted, like so many others talk about, and the towers were there. You took it for granted. That day, I woke up early. I was getting a haircut by the barber a bookmaker barber who's been cutting my hair since I'm 5 years old. I walked in there, and it was just weird because I never go in the morning. And he squeezed me in at like just before he opened. I got there, and yeah, come on in, G. Jump in the chair, turn the TV on. Towers were burning. The first one had been hit, and then it just unraveled from there. And I remember saying, this is going to be a bad day. So, hurry up, finish this up real quick because I got to go. This is going to be a terrible day for us. And then by the time I had pulled into my DEA building in Newark, as I was pulling under the building, I heard the radio, and I had the FM radio on, and the first tower had come down. And I went upstairs. We were all mustering up in the DEA, not knowing what the response was going to be and where we'd be needed, but knowing that we were eventually going to be needed at some point. And then we looked out the window, and we had a direct view of the towers. And the first one had come down, a plume of smoke and debris. And then as we were staring at it, the second one had come down. My phone rang, my desk phone, because we lost all comms for a while that day. My desk phone rang, and it was my father. And I knew by the sound of his voice, he was in a panic. My father never panicked. I could hear it. I could hear, where are you? Where are you? Are you okay? Because he knew. He knew what I was doing at the time. He knew that I'd be there as fast as I could, like everybody else. And no, I'm good. I'm good. My next call was to my wife now. My call was to her office, and she said, I can't get a hold of my dad. And, I assured her, don't worry about it. He's probably at a command center. He had rank. Don't worry. Once they establish the command center, I'll reach out to him, or I'll try to get a hold of him for you. And that day never came, So we spent the next few days at the makeshift hospitals looking for him. And it was a game changer, going to all the funerals after that and just being by her side and her family's side, and just being there and watching the families just bury their loved ones. It changed me. It changed me as a man. It changed me as a police officer. And I kind of took a little bit of a break, left the DEA, left the task force. I went back to work in major case and major crimes, kind of took a break. And I was like, I'm going to leave all this undercover stuff behind, because like so many other first responders, I think we reassessed our lives at that point and where we're at. And we were all lucky that we weren't there those days. So many days we all went to do trainings. Secret Service always had trainings for feds or local police up on the floors where their offices were. And they always, and just looking back and remembering how many different times as a kid you played in the stairwells, or you played on the escalators of these buildings, and just, you hear the stories of people, but by the grace of God, they weren't there, or they got called out that day, or out sick, or they wound up being there that day and they specifically weren't supposed to be in the buildings and perished. So it did. It reset my mind and reset my focus on family and what my kids meant to me and what my relationships meant. And that didn't last too long. Because again, the job just called me, and I was driven to be part of the investigations into, counterterrorism. I wanted to be involved in anything I could be involved in for retribution and revenge, like so many other people in the country. So I thrusted myself into that, but then I started doing a lot of homicide investigations again, major case I was working. But then I was drawn to the organized crime part of it. Everybody was kind of CT, counterterrorism was the thing. Nobody was paying attention to what was going on the organized crime side of the house. Everybody's after bin Laden. Everybody's after all the people that took the buildings down. So you can only imagine at that point, the Gotti reign and the traditional organized crime had collapsed because Gotti was in jail by then. But there was still a lot going on in the street, still a lot of organized crime, and they were still picking at the scraps. Height of the Sopranos, right? The Sopranos had come out on HBO, so that revived the whole organized crime. They became sexy, they became famous, Infamous became famous, right? It was like, everybody wanted to be Tony Soprano. Everybody wanted to watch next week's episode and see what was going on. And then they relived it, and especially in our neighborhoods in Jersey, because they were filming there and they were always there and the characters were there and the launch parties were always going on, or there was something happening with the series. So you can only imagine everybody wanted to be a Soprano. Everybody wanted to be a mobster again. So that just reinvigorated and set the organized crime world on fire. And again, being an SIU guy, special investigations, I threw myself into it. I had been called in by a new chief of a department back then, and he asked me if I would lead a group of guys, get together with some other detectives, handpicked. We have to be real careful because there's a lot of corruption in New Jersey, or leaks. Not so much corruption, but the leaks. Guys don't know how to keep their mouths shut about what investigations we're looking at and who we're looking at. There might be political ties back to New Jersey and to the different agencies, not the police departments, but the politicians. So it had to be a real close-knit group of guys. So he gave us the keys to a basement in a Catholic school. That's where we worked out of. We had hand-to-hand, the radio, like you buy in Target or something for your kids, the little radios, that's what we work with. And we chased these guys around, and we built an organized crime case, and we did a RICO case there. And during that time, the Bureau had come to me, and we were still working a lot with the government. I was still doing a lot with my federal house, my federal partners, because I had a reputation there. I had a lot of connections. So when I was doing these investigations, I would always reach out to them, and we would always do joint investigations. Because again, it's number driven, right? It's stats. They would claim my stat if I made an arrest, or I give them a stat, they would take it, and the same goes for me. If I needed some money on a seizure, they might, bring me in on a case to let me work, so my department gets part of the asset forfeiture money. So it was a good relationship we had built. But then as we started working these cases more and more, it had come to the attention of the Bureau that I was a good undercover and I had training. And I used that ability one time to go into a tanning salon to buy bed sheets off a guy who was connected to a certain mob guy. And I walked in like nothing, like a Bayonne kid would walk in, and I bought these bed sheets and I walked out. No big deal, no heavy lift for me, it's bed sheets. And oh my God, they thought I walked on water. They thought, wow, this guy's amazing. Man, we could use this guy for undercover work. See, but to work for the Bureau, they have to train you. And the level of training is way beyond anything that anybody else gives. It's very intense. And by that point in my career, they thought I was too seasoned. I was probably halfway through my career at that point. And they thought, you know what, we would love to have you come on the task force, Giovanni, but we got to be honest with you. You've been doing this forever. You're set in your ways. You're broken, right? You do things a certain way. You're not a rogue agent, but you're just a rogue cop. You do things in a certain way. We don't think you're not trainable. Almost like a dog, right? Almost like a dog that you bring in from a junkyard dog and you want to make him a household pet. That's how they describe me. I begged, borrow, and stole. I said, no, you don't understand. See, I'm at the point in my career where I'm taking guys, new guys and girls with me on these cases and into these undercover roles with me. And when I do work, and I want to go back to working undercover, but I'm responsible for somebody else's life now. If you send me into these positions with these spanky guys, I'm going to do things my way. And not only am I going to get myself killed, but see, you got to remember, this brain, I'm dead or in jail by 25. I'm on borrowed time. So I have already achieved my goal in life and made it past 25. I'm not thinking towards retirement, right? But when you put somebody else's life in my hand, I have to start thinking like a responsible adult. And that's what I did. And I explained to them, no, eventually I want to become a teacher. I want to teach guys and girls how to do this the right way. I need to learn the right way. So I'm an open book and I am yours. If you allow me to do this training, and they ran it by the Hoover Building down in Washington, and I applied for this class, which you have to go through a lengthy, I became I was a task force agent with them, and they put me through this training. And when they did, man, I didn't know what I was asking for. It's one of those things, be careful what you ask for, because it was an intense training for a few weeks. I can't tell too much tradecraft about it, but I could tell you sometimes it's overseen. We have people that come into the classes and watch us be trained, and we might have special forces guys from the military or other countries come in to show them how we do things, and partners, if you would. And they look at us and go, you guys are completely out of your minds. Where do you find these human beings that volunteer for these types of situations to let you abuse them, and physically and mentally just wear them down to the point where you might as well just shoot them because they just have nothing left in them. But see, that level of training is just, that's what you needed. And that's what I needed. But more importantly, I learned the effective communication. I learned the empathy and the sympathy. And I learned so much about what I was already applying in the street. But it's like using a butter knife versus using a fillet knife. I could sharpen my skills. I become a better communicator. And I understood human behavior. Again, my ADD and my ADHD, it paid dividends for me, because when I went down a rabbit hole, man, if you taught me something and I wanted to learn more about it, all of my school, and I didn't apply myself, this is something my passion drove me to do undercover work, and I applied myself, and I learned, and I studied, and I learned every bit I could. I'll learn what you give me, and I'll absorb every bit of it, but I need to have more, very much like an addict, right? And that was, again, my addiction to adrenaline, because now I need to know more. Tell me more, feed me more. You don't have enough to feed me? Okay, I'll go out on my own and I'll teach myself. You want to tell me about ticks and tells, how somebody could tell me that I'm nervous, or you want to teach me about human behavior? Because a tick and a tell, maybe if I sit there and I start to stress out, I start tapping my finger or my hand, that's a tick and a tell. See, I can't have that. Once I learn what a tick and tell is, I have to go above and beyond. How do I do that? I learned breath work, box breathing, what they call nowadays. And I learned the art of breath work early on. And I learned how that could be a superpower, and I used it. And I share that today. I'll get into it later, but I would go down these rabbit holes, and the Bureau would give me these things, and they'd say, okay, here's the scenario. This is what you're going to do in this scenario for training. But I've been through these situations already. I can't let them know. I'm used seeing, as we use the term, the phrase you seeing. When I'm trying to get over on you, I'm used seeing you. To an extent, I was used seeing the Bureau. And I'd be like, so this is what you're going to do? You're going to smack the shit out of me? You're going to choke me? You're going to try to intimidate me? Man, I've been there in real life. I've had guns pulled on me. I know an FBI agent's not going to shoot me in a training scenario. So I really didn't become deregulated in my emotions. But your heart would start racing and you'd flutter. So I used it. I used this training in a different way. I laugh because recently I had met with a guy who was in my class and started telling war stories. And he reminded me that I was such I don't know how to describe it, a gavone, or such a pompous person. When everybody else was running around getting ready to go into these scenarios, they used to call me Sonny from The Godfather, because I walk around with a white T-shirt on. I'd be combing my hair, making sure I look good. I'd be picking out my outfit on how I was going to dress in this scenario. How should I dress? Should I wear a black T-shirt? Nah, maybe a red T-shirt. Maybe I should slick my hair. Maybe I was more worried about how I dressed than how I was going to go into the scenario. Until it came when the FCI part of training came, the foreign counterintelligence. And I can't get into too much because, it's the top secret end of the house. But they train you. You never know what kind of situation you're going to be in when you work for the federal government. I might show up for a drug deal. And yeah, it's a drug deal. But those same people that you're dealing with and doing business with for a couple of years, they wind up being arms dealers. They wind up being spies. They wind up working for other agencies. So there's this whole new world that was opened up to me. And again, I'm a cop from Jersey City, bribing my way out with that bottle of liquor in that drawer. And here I am now sitting in school being trained by the federal government on how to be a spy. When is this ever going to apply in my life? Never. But you know what? Just like the academy, I figured, okay, I made it this far. This is where they're going to kick me out. There's no way I'm making it past this FCI part. And I did. And I learned the human behavior side of it, and I used it in my favor. And I learned I can't pretend to be white-collar guy, businessman, or a Fortune 500 guy. I have a certain way about me. I dress a certain way. I let off a certain aura. So I can't change that. I can't be a chameleon. Yes, I could be a biker. I could be a gangster. I could be a white supremacist. I could be all these different things, but I don't know the Wall Street markets. I don't know how to be a polished guy, but I know how to move stuff. I know how to move money in the street. That was my golden ticket. I'm the stink. See, you can be a white-collar guy or girl. You can be the Wall Street people. You can be the ones with the brains and the Fortune 500s and how to manipulate the stocks. But when it came to the street, well, I got a guy, Giovanni. I got a guy, Pino, where I got these guys. They would rely on guys like me. We'd come in, and the minute you met us, whether you were Al-Qaeda, whether you were a foreign counter spy, whether you were somebody from another agency, whether you were trying to flip somebody, all these different things that goes on in the underworld of organized crime with different cultures and the federal investigation side of the house. The minute we walk in a room, they knew who we were. They knew who we were. They could smell us. They could smell the street on us. And Al-Qaeda would say, I get it. I see what he is. He's the money guy. I see what you're doing. You're washing your money through the mob. I never tell anybody we're the mob. They just assume it was. So again, I could turn it up or I could turn it really down. And it worked for me. It worked for a long time. So I was used for my cases. I infiltrated everything for the federal government. I infiltrated everything from street dealers to cartels. I started working internationally, and I started working within the United States and internationally, doing dope deals, doing a lot of money deals, cleaning a lot of money for people, supporting other people's crimes, supporting other people's cases, their caseload. I would be brought in as that bona fides, as Giovanni the dirtbag, or Giovanni the crazy man, like Christopher from The Sopranos, right? Christopher Moltisanti was usually the persona I might draw from on a particular day. Other days, I might draw from Tony Soprano's character. Other days, I might just be myself. It might just be, but again, a lot of these underworld people, a lot of Eurasian criminals, a lot of Asian organized crime specifically, they would always comment to me, Giovanni, you're a dangerous guy. You killed a lot of people, right? You're a dangerous guy. And I'd always say, no, what do you mean? I'm not a dangerous, listen, because again, I don't want them to think I'm going to try to kill them because they're going to strike at me first. And the conversation would be, no, I'm a lover, not a fighter. Like I can't hurt anybody. I don't have it in me unless you brought it out in me. And I make a little reference to it. And people got it. They understood. So the bona fides end of when I was brought in for things, people would like to bring guys like me in. I wasn't the only one. There was a lot of guys like me. So specifically one night, I had a guy he was an undercover agent, and he was doing some dope deals with some low-hanging fruit in organized crime. And he was brought in to buy dope off of these kids. They were in their 30s. And no heavy lift at the time, we thought. And it was, okay, listen, I'm buying maybe half a key to a kilo off of these guys. We'll get them past the federal threshold. They're all shooters anyway. They all have a bad criminal past. They've all been arrested for guns or drugs or a violent criminal history. So we're going to do what's called trigger locking them. And once they're trigger locked, you get them over a threshold, a certain amount of grams or a certain amount of weight for narcotics, and they're trigger locked. They're going to look at a heavier sentence when they're sentenced by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the courts, U.S. courts. So I get a call from my buddy who's an undercover, and he says, gee, I got dinner down in Atlantic City this Sunday night. You want to come down? And of course I want to come down, because I know he's eating in a 5-star restaurant. He's eating on Uncle Sam's money. He always has good operations. He's always had great people that he does business with criminally. You never know what kind of character he's going to put you in front of. And I worked well with him. So I said, yeah, of course I will. So I hung up the phone. I said, give me the details, and I'll come down later on tonight, and we'll do dinner. But it's quick. These guys will be in and out. I got these guys coming down. I already set it up. It'll be fast. And by that point, I go inside the house, and I tell my wife, who was also a detective at the time, she was working sex crimes. And I said, real quick, I got to run down to Atlantic City. I'm going to clean up real fast. I'm going to run down and have dinner for a couple hours, and I'll be back by 11 o'clock at night. I should be home. And of course, she worked undercover work, and she knew that I was full of shit and that I was not going to be home on time. And she said to me, no, you have to have the kids in the morning. I'm on call tonight for sex crimes with my agency, and I start on call at midnight. So if you're not home by midnight and I get a call, there's going to be a big problem. So you need to be home because you have the kids in the morning. Don't worry about it. No sweat. So I had 2 young children from our new marriage, and I had my children who lived close by to me, and they were from my first marriage. And I had this balance. No big deal. So you can only imagine when I show up down Atlantic City, 9 o'clock turns into 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock turns into 10:30. We're waiting, and we're waiting, and we're waiting. And I'm not sitting there, and I'm not putting on an act anymore. I'm seriously just pissed off that we're waiting this long. Cops wait, right? Drug dealers don't wait, cops wait. And I'm sitting there watching the Yankee game, and I'm a Yankee fan, so the Yankees are losing, so that's just adding more misery to my night. I could hear my wife's voice in my ear saying, midnight, and I'm thinking I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. Once again, I'm going to fail my relationship. I'm going to let her down like I always do, and I'm not going to be home. I'm not going to do what I said I was going to do. And I'm sitting there thinking of all these things. So by the time this guy shows up hours late, he multiplied like a gremlin, and there's maybe now 3 or 4 of them there. And there's 2 of us. And we're eating dinner, we're finished dinner, and it's just the way that this meeting happened. And by that point, undercovers that work together, we play off each other, are human, we can read each other. So there's silent communication. I could read your body language, you could read mine. You're familiar enough with me that we spent enough time in other deals that you know when I'm acting a little bit, and you know when I'm throwing some gas on a fire, and I'm not going to burn the place to the ground. It's just that I have to be a little out of character. And that's what I had done. And my colleague, Nicky, he had looked at and he says, hey, I want to introduce you to these guys. I don't need to meet anybody, Nick. I'm just here to eat dinner, do your thing, and let's get out of here. I don't know what you're here for. I don't even know who they are. But the Yankees are losing. I just want to go home. So he says, all right. So you could only imagine this kid, Jimmy, that shows up. I overhear the conversation. I'm using my active listening skills, and I'm playing my part. And of course, I'm listening for safety purposes because there's multiple guys there. We're outgunned, number one. We're in a public restaurant, number two. I don't think he's going to shoot the place up. But again, these guys are shooters. They're known as shooters. They have a history of it. So I have to be on. And as we're watching the TV and I'm watching the Yankees come back, he says, what do you think, G? I said, what do I think about what? He says, well, he's got it on him. You want to do it in the bathroom or you want to do it right here? You want to go outside in the car? I go, what do you have on you? You have something on you. He goes, well, I got what he wanted, what he asked me to bring him. I don't know what that is. And again, for evidence purposes, I'm trying to draw a conversation. And he says, you know, the stuff, the powder I brought for him. I said, you have powder on you right now? He says, yeah, I got it in my pants. And I kind of turned the direction to the undercover. And he knew I was playing my part. I said, really, this is what you do? You put me in this position with this idiot? He goes, relax, G. Don't tell me to relax. I don't know this guy. I don't know what you're doing with him like a gangster would do. See, I took everything I learned in the street as a kid and I applied it now to my career. And these are conversations I would watch happen in the pizzerias or happen in the restaurants when I was washing dishes and stuff. And I would draw from these characters that I grew up with and these addicts that I knew or somebody from the street. And I used those people and I used those real. And I go, this is what you do. You bring me in front of this guy here. You want to do a drug deal in a bathroom like you're a 16-year-old girl in high school. And I'm belittling this guy now. And he looks at me and he's a serious guy and he's looking at me like, you know, he'd like to reach across the table. You waste my time. I eat dinner. You were supposed to be here for dinner. Where were you? He says, well, I told him my truck broke down, this and that. Yeah. He says, well, I can order something. I could eat. I haven't eaten all day. You're not eating at my table. Here, you want something to eat? And I had pie a la mode. It was all melted. Ice cream with apple pie and it's all melted and liquidy. I said, here, you could eat that. That's what you get for showing up hours late and leaving me sit here and my friend sitting here. Want to do like a 16-year-old girl in a bathroom. And I'm just talking out loud, like a psychopath would do, like I used to see in the street, specifically the gangsters and the mobsters I saw. They always talked out loud, and I always drew from that. Want to sit here and sit like a girl, whatever. Hey, sweetheart. And I start snapping my finger at the waitress. Little Italian girl. I would never in my life, if my mother heard me talk to another female like this, she'd chop my hands off or give me a fat lip. Hey, sweetie, come here. You got one of those things, those bags, the bags that you bring the food to go, a to-go bag? I said, yeah, go get me one of them. And again, I'm playing a character. I'm playing that low-level street Giovanni, the Christopher Moltisanti guy. Yeah, go get me one of those. And she looks at me as if my wife would look at me or somebody in my family would look at me with that Italian eye and say, I'll kill you, I'll stab you. I'll go in the back and get a steak knife and I'll stab you right here. I said, go ahead, go get me one. She comes back, playing the part, and I'm looking at him. She comes back and throws it on the table. I say, hey, sweetie, I apologize. Thank you for getting this for me. And just playing the part. She goes, whatever. I said, all right, I'm so sorry I snapped my fingers at you. It'll never happen again. All right, thank you. And I look at him and I go from friendly to just stone cold. And I go, now here, put her hand under the table. Give it to me under the table and shut up. Don't say nothing. Just reach in your pants and put it in his bag. And he does. And as he's doing, I look at my partner and I go, I can't believe you do this to me. You know? And it's the things you say in that world that you have to listen for. I said, for you that I do this. You know, if I go back inside, it's for something that I did, not something you did. I did this. I put myself back inside. See, what I'm saying to this kid is I've been to prison. I'm telling this kid I'm a street guy. I'm telling him that we're serious guys and he's a nobody. I'm trying to paint that picture because I'm trying to survive to make it home to my family. He does. He gives me the dope. I put it in a bag, I take it, and I made like I put it in a car. I went outside, I gave it to the case agents a block or two away, and I come walking back inside. We wrap that meeting up and we're done. Like so many other times, of course, this guy here, Jimmy, he goes back to the neighborhood. He's from North Jersey, specifically Elizabeth, New Jersey. And now he has a story. His story is, and he's going around telling everybody, because you have to understand, we're the FBI, we're the federal government. We have more sources in the street and more microphones all over the place that you can't count them. So when something hits or happens in the street, chances are we can pull a source and get feedback on where we're at. We can take our temperature on where the case is going or where this guy Jimmy's going. And we had that. Of course, we don't tell anybody that we put 2 undercovers into him, but we just get feedback. He does go back, and he goes back to a specific neighborhood where DeCavalcante crime family is very strong, and he starts telling everybody, I just went to Atlantic City last night. I had dinner with these guys, Bruno Scarfo guys, serious guys. He made up a whole legend for us, a whole story, a whole backstory. Told him that we were Bruno Scarfo guys out of Philly, connected to the Philly mob, the Bruno Scarfo family. And he did business with us, and it was great. And he's going to see us again. And he kind of talked us up, kind of building bona fides for himself, I guess, in the streets is what he's trying to do. And because that's what guys do in the street. Street guys want to be seen as serious guys, and they want respect from other street guys. So they try to build their bona fides. Thing is, Nicky's all the way down Atlantic City. They think I'm in Jersey. They think I'm in New York. So I'm a Jersey, New York guy, spent some time down in AC. I've just recently relocated here from Florida. That was my backstory. So when it came time, we wanted to do this kid really quick as far as getting him past that threshold. So you know what? Let's just do a couple of deals with him and be done with it. It's real quick and simple. All right. I don't like him particularly, but I'll do it. And I did it thinking it was going to be maybe a month or two and this kid would be done and we'd seal him up, put a bow on him, and it's a stat for all of us. And it's another bad guy off the street. Took a turn for the worse because his story, he was a truck driver. He didn't have a lot of money. He was a street kid. He had no kind of, no loyalty to anybody. It was whatever money he made went out probably that day. He lived a very hard and fast life. And he was a street guy, you know, street criminal, career criminal his whole life. And he went around telling everybody that he was doing these things. So to get him past the threshold, he didn't have the money to front to go buy the dope to sell to me. So what we did was we agreed that he saw a warehouse full of stolen goods that I had. I had invited him to a warehouse one time, and he saw all this stuff, and I said, why, you can sell this stuff in the street? Oh my God, yeah. All this stuff, the boots and all these things. And what had happened was I had just finished a case with a bunch of other undercovers, and it was out of China, and we had a $300 million seizure of counterfeit goods. And when that stuff came in, a lot of times when CBP or Border Patrol or Customs would seize these things, we'd process it in evidence and then we'd put it back in the street. Everybody knows that. I'm not giving up tradecraft when I say that. So he walks in, he sees our incredible warehouse full of all this stolen merchandise or counterfeit merchandise, and he goes, wow, I could sell this stuff. So the light bulb goes on in our head and we go, you know what? Maybe we trade this stuff instead of cash. He can't come up with it, so we trade this for the dope. And we decided to do that. So we said, all right, you know what? If you could really sell this in the street, we could do business with you. Try to pick some of this stuff out, hand pick what you think you can sell. We'll tally it up, and whatever you take, you owe us that in money, or we'll try to square up with you a different way. And he bid on that, and he did that, and he took the $7,000, the $7,000 and change, and he beat us, right? Like any criminal would do. He just, next thing you know, can't get him on the phone. He owes us this money. We're not so concerned about the dope, but listen, you owe us the money for the goods that you took. And he's kind of, yeah. When he does answer, he's, yeah, I'm working. I'll get back to you. I'm trying to sell some of it. But he really just took a shot at us, like criminals do in the street. We should have known better. The thing was, when he's selling his stuff in the street, and more importantly, it was some cigarettes we gave him. I had given him some Timberland boots and some Uggs. So you can only imagine when people are selling those in the street, especially with union jobs and at union construction sites, when guys from the organized crime groups, they start to see these things. And a guy like Jimmy, who doesn't have two nickels to rub together, now he's selling boots at their sites. They want answers. They want to know who he's doing business with. So Jimmy explains to a guy named Luigi Oliveri. Luigi Oliveri was a hooked up guy, not a made guy in the DeCavalcante crime family. We knew him. He was on our radar. I knew about him for decades. I knew his history because, again, the investigator side of my brain knows all these characters. Like I said earlier, watched them at their weddings, watched them at their funerals, watched them at their receptions, watched them in the street when they moved around. So I was very familiar with these guys on this side of the camera when I took the pictures and the videos. Now I'm kind of living it on the other side of the camera. So I gotta remember, I can't say I know this guy. So he starts to tell me, well, listen, I got a friend, Luigi. He wants to meet you. He says that he might want to do business. Would you mind if we introduce you to each other? So we did that, and I met Louis. Through some different channels, I meet Louis, and our meeting went well, and again, he was very upfront with me, and he said, I'm looking to buy cigarettes, and you have cigarettes. What can we do? Wanted to know where I was from, kind of peppered me a little bit. And, we had a relationship. And the good thing with Louis was he was always on time. You could set your watch to this guy, and he always had the money. He walked around with a knot of hundreds and peeled off whatever he owed you, and he always had it right there. Very, very different than the characteristics of Jimmy. Thing was, I needed to hold Jimmy's feet to the fire, and I kind of explained to Louis that he owes me this money, and I got to collect this money from this kid, and maybe you could help me with that. He goes, well, what does he owe you? And I told him, and he kind of knew already. And I said, well, I got to get this money. I got to recover this money he owes me, and I'm doing some other things that I don't want to talk to you about, but I'm doing some other business with him too, kind of planting the seeds. And I said, but I need to recover this money. He goes, all right, don't worry about it. Listen, he reports to me anyway. Reports to you? Yeah, he's with me. I'll make it right. Here's what we're going to do. Tell him, go see Jimmy. Tell Jimmy, if he doesn't have your money, he's going to force your hand, and you're going to have to go to another family, another crime family. Crime family? And now we're talking crime families? And he says, yeah. Well, yeah, gee, this is how it has to be. Why does it have to be that way? I don't know what you're talking about. And again, even though I knew the mob, I had to play dumb. I needed an education for evidence purposes. Again, I'm not playing a mobster. I'm not here wanting to be part of their gang. That's not what the purpose of this investigation was. So he says to me, clear as day, he says, look, you don't understand what I'm saying? Listen to me. I'm with the DeCavalcantes. I have no idea what that is. He says, you never heard of DeCavs? The DeCavalcante crime family? What a great tape I'm making for the Bureau now, right? So he goes, that's who I'm with, okay? That's who sponsors me. That's why Jimmy is with me, okay? We're all together in the same thing, and we're all doing this in the neighborhood. All the stuff he's selling in the neighborhood is ultimately going, and the DeCavs know you're doing this. Okay, so you could help me recover my money. Yeah. He says, go to Jimmy and say this, and this, and give him some cockamamie story that you're going to force his hand to go to another crime family, and you're going to collect the money one way or the other. It's going to make a stink. The minute you do that, Jimmy's going to come running to me, and we'll make it. So he's playing this little game of chess, and it works. But the thing was, Jimmy wanted to still do business with me. And if you can imagine now, we're kind of like school kids, and they all have a crush on me, and they all want to date me, and they all want to make money with me. But the thing is, Jimmy now has to trump Louis. Louis already trumped Jimmy because he's always on time, his money's always good, and he's connected. He used to be the boss's driver, the acting boss of the family. He drove him around for a number of years, and we knew all that intel about him, so we knew he was a good target. So we're not there at the threshold with Jimmy yet, so Jimmy tries to trump Louis, and I meet him in a mall to try to collect some product off of him that he owed me, some drugs. And as I'm there in the meeting, he says to me, well, we can make a lot of money. Yeah, we could. But number one, I don't have a mouse in my pocket. My money is my money. You're making money with my product. There's no we here, Jimmy. No. Listen to me. Hear me out, G. I see what you're doing with Louis, and you're selling those cigarettes to Louis, and you're selling some product. I know you're selling product to Louis. Yeah, that's not your business. Hear me out. My uncle's a soldier. And again, playing stupid. I go, he's in the army? He goes, no. He's a soldier in the DeCavalcante crime family. My uncle is Charlie Stango. Doesn't mean anything to me, Jimmy. Is he going to give you the money you owe me? Because that's all I want to hear. Is your uncle going to give you the money? No. Listen to me. I could go to my uncle, and he can give us permission to sell this stuff in the street, and we can do all this, and this. Great tape. I go back to the Bureau, and the Bureau says to me, and the case agents say, this is great. So yeah, now take Louis and put him on a back burner for a while, and let's just deal with Jimmy. So we do that for a short time. Jimmy said he's going to introduce me to his uncle, or just kind of pitch the idea to his uncle. See, the problem is, and the Bureau knew this at the time, Charlie Stango, yes, he was a career criminal. He's a very well-known organized crime associate. He is feared. Fear isn't the word I can use to describe the vibration of fear that he sends through the organized crime community. I mean, guys like John Gotti would fear somebody like Charlie Stango. He is a gangster's gangster, the persona of a gangster. He's in his 70s. He's lived a life. He just got out. As I'm having this conversation with Jimmy, he's being released on parole for murder. He's done multiple things for other families. He's known, he's feared, and he had a reputation among law enforcement, let alone organized crime. An absolute maniac. That's how it's described to me. And again, for me, it's exciting because my adrenaline just keeps going up and up and up. So I think I want to meet Mr. Stango at this point, but it's never going to happen. So Jimmy comes back and he says, you're not going to believe this. I went to my uncle and things went well. I told him what we were doing and, he wants to meet you, but he has some other guys with him and you have to come to the Union Plaza Diner in New Jersey. And he wants to stay on a specific time and a specific day. And he wants to have a conversation with us. So you can imagine as I walk in, the persona of Charlie Stango as I walk in is a recently paroled career criminal. He probably had done, I want to say, better than 14 years in a prison stint at that time and had just been out. He's institutionalized. You can see in his eyes, ice blue eyes, but they black over like a shark's eyes. You can just see that he instills you fear, the fear or stutter that you have the minute you meet him. It just oozes out of him. And with him is an associate from the Gambino crime family. And that associate we also met just prior because he wanted to vet me out. He kind of had a 10-minute meeting with me a couple of days before this. And I guess I passed the sniff test with the Gambino guy. So he says, yeah, your nephew and this guy, I would have a conversation. So we go and we have this conversation at Union Plaza Diner. I walk in and I meet Charlie Stango. And sits me down right next to him, stares into my soul, just looking at me, kept repeating my name, first and last name, Giovanni Gatto, Giovanni Gatto, Giovanni Gatto. How was that spelled? Two T's? Yeah. And he's just sniffing. And he goes, okay. And the meeting went on. It was a very short meeting, but he finishes up with, yeah, okay, I talked to Gooms, Danny Gooms. Danny Gooms was an associate of the Gambinos, who was a mouthpiece for Charlie sometimes and an advocate for Charlie sometimes, and a confidant, if you would, between the two families. And Danny Gooms reported to a capo who was the boss of the Gambino crime family for the New Jersey faction of the crime family. And Charlie was best friends. He actually referred to him later as his gumbara, like as a best brother or a best friend that he could possibly have. And so they have representation from two families. Jimmy and I have this meeting. Charlie says, okay, I'm going to let you do this meeting. I'm going to let you do this thing in the street. And now he's looking at his nephew. And he says, so you see what's happening here, right? I'm vouching for you with Danny. And I'm going to let you do this thing with Gooms. I'm going to let you make your money. I don't want anything from it. You're working with him. You embarrass me or you do something, I'm going to let him do what he has to do to you. Do you understand me? And you can see the hesitation in Jimmy's eyes. He's reached a point or a threshold in his world and a level of acceptance that his uncle has never given him. His uncle has raised him like a son, okay? Charlie has a son of his own around the same age as Jimmy, but he's raised this kid because his sister had passed away at a young age, and now he looks at him as a son, and he feels responsible for him. So he goes, you see what I'm doing here, right? Yeah, Unc, I see. No, you don't. And he just belittles him like a sociopath would do. No, you don't. And he argued amongst himself. No, you don't. You don't understand the first thing I'm doing here right now. What I'm doing is I'm putting you with him, and I'm vouching for you. And me vouching for you is telling them you're good for the money. And if you screw this up and you do something bad, I'm going to let these guys have you, and they're going to kill you. Period. And that's it. And I don't care if you're my nephew. Now, you want that? And, of course, what do you think? Jimmy says, yes, I want that. And you're okay with this, right? And I don't know where you go. I don't know how you fit into this, but you know what? Do what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. He plays the part, and he goes, I don't know what you're doing with my nephew, but whatever it is, you keep doing what you're doing. I don't want to know anything about it, and that's that. I got to go now because I'm moving to Nevada. I'm moving. My parole is being switched from Florida, and he's on parole. He's recently released. He says, I'm getting on a plane today, and I'm flying out to Nevada. I'm moving to Nevada. I'll be out, and I'm going to live out there now. He says, maybe I'll see you again, Mr. Gatto. Maybe I'll never cross paths with you again. Nice meeting you. It was a pleasure. Take it easy. See you later. And he walks out. We found out intel-wise from the Bureau that same week, Charlie had been made a capo in the crime family. He had done his time for whatever he did, for the murders he did. And they were some... He did a murder of an associate within the crime family, and then he actually shot one of his own guys that was on a hit with him by accident, shot him in the shoulder. That guy subsequently flipped state's evidence against Charlie, and then Charlie, on the run for a year, decided he would also put a hit on his own guy, and he got done for that as well. So that just shows you what kind of crazy man he was back in his heyday. And that was it. The meeting took place, and we went on our way. And Jimmy was excited. Danny Goons was excited because we were all going to make money together, and we did for a while, and things were going great. And once we started making enough money, Jimmy had hit me up and said, look, go buy another burner phone. I'm going to give you a number. It's my uncle. He wants to talk to you. So I call him on a burner phone, and he says, yeah, I'm getting feedback from Danny, and everything's going good, and my nephew's giving me information, and, you're doing good. So just keep it up, and, we'll see where things go, And he keeps talking to me as a friend, just as two teenagers on a phone at nighttime back in the day, talking on a phone and just shooting it and, just chatting it up. And he wants to know my background. He's kind of feeling me out a little bit. He's teaching me little things along the way, well, how to be, not how to commit crimes. He's being very cautious on how he walks around me. And he says, kid, when you carry yourself, you got to be a piece of sand on a beach. You don't want people to know what you're doing. Just saying. I'm just giving you some advice and how you live life, and don't let people know your business. And he was preparing me for what was to come, I think. He was grooming me, if you would. So as time went by, he finally asked me, he says, go buy another phone, buy another burner phone, buy a burner phone, and then when you do, call me on that number. I'm going to give you a number to call. And then when you call me on that number, I'll talk to you. I call the number. He says, okay, this is my burner. You understand? We talk dirty on this phone. I'm going to say this is my left. If I say call me on the left, you call me on this number. If I say call me on the right, you call me on a clean phone, a phone we just talk everyday business and hellos and goodbyes on. But when I say call me on the left, that's the dirty phone I could talk to you on. Okay. As I do that, the Bureau is just totally excited that this is happening, and they're high-fiving each other, high-fiving me, I'm high-fiving them, and we got a great organized crime case starting to build here, and it went from this little drug deal to now, okay, we've got all the squads within the Bureau. Imagine this. Now the drug squad is fighting the organized crime squad on who's going to take this case. Right? They're literally at each other's throats and at odds of, no, I want this case. I want, and they're all fighting for it. So, and again, internally, I'm part of that fight because I want the right guys to get the case, and I want the squad to have the dues that it owes. I'm with an organized crime squad, so I want my squad to have it, of course. So I'm fighting in the street for my life, and I'm also fighting in the everyday office that is my corporate world as well, within the Bureau. So as time goes by, Charlie gives me these little tasks to do, and everything is going well. And he says, so I hear you got shirts, I hear you got shoes, drop some samples off to this guy, go here, go there. And things went well for a couple of months. And then he just called me up with a crazy message. And out of the blue, he left me a message, said, look, whatever you and my nephew are doing, if it's illegal, I want nothing to do with it. I don't know who you are. I don't want to ever hear from you again. And do yourself a favor, kid. Don't set up my nephew either. All right? I don't want to hear from you. Don't call me back. And he hangs up the phone. End of case. And I was like, well, what's going on? So an internal fight started in the Bureau within. Some guy said the case is over. Me, I was like, look, man, give me a chance. Let me see what's going on here. Let me try to mitigate this. And you can only imagine the Bureau's responses. Look, this is somebody as we're looking at for multiple murders, unsolved murders that he might know of, let alone maybe been accused, maybe could have been involved in. We can't take the chance of putting you into this guy. It's too bad. So as time has it, you can only imagine I'm working 4 other cases. As an undercover for the Bureau, while this case is starting, I'm also infiltrating the Black Panthers, I'm infiltrating a cartel, and I'm cleaning money with other undercovers for Asian organized crime squads. So I'm in all these other investigations, but I'm all doing it as Giovanni Gatto because I didn't think it was going to cross-contaminate each other in any way. I had 4 aliases. I had 4 backstopped identities. Different social security numbers, different dates of birth, different everything. Different credit scores for different characters I played. But I kind of relied on Giovanni Gatto because he fit my mold and he fit the role for all these other cases. So that's what I was doing. So Charlie came to me after that phone call, cut ties from me. We agreed that, we just deal with Jimmy and Luigi. And time went on. The Gambino crew was getting their cut. The guy from the Gambinos that was working with the decavs, everything was sanctioned by them. They were watching me from afar. They were watching me do business with Luigi, still inside the DeCavalcante family. And Louis liked what he was doing. I liked what I was doing with Louis. I had met Louis in a social club, his social club. The decavs had their own social club, but Louis had his own too. He had card games that he ran out of there. And I went there one day with another fellow undercover as bona fides for me, just to say, it's a guy who helps me around in case I need him. I wanted these guys to understand I'm not alone. I'm not just by myself. I'm not a lone ranger. I want them to know I had some depth. So I would bring an associate of mine around, and his name was Tommy. And so Tommy would come to the social club, and he wouldn't say much. He would just sit in these different meetings with me. But the one day I walk in, I had samples, and I had cigarettes I was selling him, some sunglasses and some purses, some Fendi, maybe some Coach wallets or Fendi pocketbooks or something. And I had dropped a bunch of garbage bags full of stuff off to him, hijacked, what he thought was hijacked. And as I'm selling it to him, he says, you know, just so you know, as he's making my espresso, goes to the back, he says, you know, just so you know, the bulls are taking a shot at us. We know the bulls are looking at us. How's that? He goes, well, you know, the cops, we know they're looking at us. They're looking to jam us up. They got an investigation into the decavs and into the neighborhood here. We don't know where it's coming from, but we'll get to the bottom of it. Well, what does that have to do with me? I'm not from here. He goes, I'm just saying, you're new. You know, he's new, you guys are new, and it's kind of weird. The timing is kind of, no, so what are you saying? You're saying what? And it's that moment in time that you often see in the movies where, you know, that you're challenged. Are you a cop, or what do you say in these situations? And I kind of just looked at him and I said, explain what you mean, because I hope you don't mean what I think you mean. And I'm making a word soup, right? I'm not even making sense. And I'm reverting to what these guys used to do, what I saw as a kid. So help me understand, because I don't understand what you're saying. I hope to God you're not saying what I think you're saying, because I like you. I didn't say I want to hurt you, but I did. Just like Charlie left me on that message. Whatever you do, kid, don't set my nephew up. Don't call me back neither. Lose my number. I understood that. Loud and clear. I speak Jersey. Now I'm speaking Jersey to Louis. So please, enlighten me on what you think me showing up here with this guy means to you. And he took a very defensive stance, and he goes, that's not what I'm saying, G. I'm not making any accusations. I wanted to make you aware. And I watched him go from big man to little man. And I know in that situation, human behavior, that's the level of training I had at that point. I got you. You're on a hook, and I'm going to reel you in as much as I want, or I'm going to give you a little slack, you know? So now I'm controlling the situation, not as a hot shot, but just to survive. And he goes, okay, I'm just looking out for you, because if you're going to come down to the neighborhood here, I want you to know that the bulls are looking at us. All right, well, you know what? I really appreciate that. Now give me my espresso. Come sit down and let's have a conversation about how we can make some more money together. And that was it. End of story with him. So I did some business with him for a while. Charlie gets wind that everything is going well. Everything is going good with Giovanni and Louis, and everybody's making money, and Danny Gooms and the Gambinos, they're making money on that end, or whatever they're doing on that end. So next thing you know, I'm in Quantico, Virginia, and I'm giving a class, and I'm helping teach a class for the Bureau. And we're there for maybe a week or so. And my phone starts ringing, and it's both phones, my right and my left, blowing up, blowing up, blowing up, blowing up. And I'm saying to the Bureau, can I answer it? No, you can't answer it. We don't want to go down the road with this maniac. Just stay on the path you are with these other guys. Yeah, but he's calling me. He can't kill me over the phone. Can't I answer the phone and see what he wants? And again, it's that addiction, and my addiction and my adrenaline pumping. So finally, I get them to agree. And my boss, my supervisor, Anthony Zamponia, was just as hungry for this case, because he knew what this case can mean for the Bureau. He knew the characters and the people that the lineup, it could be tremendous. And to Anthony's words, he worked New York in the FBI. He worked on the organized crime squad in the heyday of the height of the wars and the height of the DeCavalcante's strongest positions in organized crime. He was familiar with all this, and he knew what this meant for the Bureau. And the Bureau also started to understand, this hasn't been done since Jack Garcia, okay? The Bureau has a history of infiltrating organized crime, and they've infiltrated it in the 70s with the Bonanno group, and then with Jack Garcia, he infiltrated it with the Gambino group, and he got so far and almost had been proposed for membership, and that's nowhere near what we're even thinking. But just the fact that now it's a new decade and a new time for organized crime, and they're still doing their same thing, so it's a feather in the Bureau's cap. And I agree with that. So of course, I'm headstrong and I'm all in. As I go all in, I finally answer the phone, and might be a little long-winded story, but Charlie, I decide to answer it, and I get approval to answer the phone. And he started leaving me messages, and they were funny messages in a way, because he keeps saying, he's polite in the beginning, Giovanni, give me a call. That was it. Giovanni, it's Charlie, give me a call back. Jesus Christ. Now as he's talking on the phone and leaving messages, he's starting to lose it. He's starting to become that maniac. And then he's like, it's funny because he could hear the voicemail pick up, and he's cursing at the woman's voicemail on the recording. I'm fucking tired of hearing, shut up. I don't, just call me back, click. And finally I decide they're gonna answer it. And I pick up the phone, and I know exactly how I'm gonna do this. I already decided I'm going to play headstrong, and then I'm gonna go into victim mode. And I'm gonna put my tail between my legs and beg. And he bit, and he played right into it. And I picked the phone up. Hello? Jesus Christ, what I gotta get, an act of God to make you answer the phone? Who is this? It's me. It's Charlie. Who? Click. Hang up. My phone rings right away. Hey, you there? I got disconnected. Who is this? It's Charlie. Is this Giovanni? Who? Who you looking for? He says, is this Giovanni? It's none of your business. Who is this? And I'm playing a gangster. So who is this? He goes, is this Giovanni? This is G. Is this you? Yeah, who is this? He says, it's Charlie. Now, again, for evidence purposes, you understand where I'm going with this. He goes, I said, who? He goes, it's Charlie Stango. Oh, and I go right into victim mode. I say, hey, Mr. Stango, I'm sorry. I didn't call you. I didn't misdial you by accident. I haven't used this phone, and I don't know why you're calling me, but I got your message loud and clear, and I'm begging him. And I'm asking for forgiveness for answering the phone. And he cuts me off like a true gangster. Shut up. Listen to me. I called you. I've been trying to get in touch with you for days, weeks. Jesus, I can't get a hold of you. Come and see me in Las Vegas. I want you to come out here. We have to have a conversation. And I said, oh, okay, let me see what my bureau supervisors say. And of course, the bureau said, no way, no how. We're not going to see him. We're not going to be around him, and we can't trust his actions. They were fearful that he might just lash out at me at any moment if he suspected I was no good or a cop. So we mitigated that. Long story short is we decided to go to Vegas, and we did. And then when I went there, I met him. He had a conversation, explained to me, I'm going to let you continue doing what I'm doing. He's been watching me from afar. It's all lies. I'm watching you from afar. He actually put me under the Gambino guys so they could watch me. But now that I passed the test, he's going to ask for me back. I've always been under him, and he's always allowed me to do the things that I've been doing with Louis in the street. So you're going to forget Louis. You're going to sell to Louis. You're not going to be with Louis's crew or anything like that. You're going to come under me, and you're going to answer to me, and you're going to start reporting to me on a daily basis. Do you want to do this? And I said, okay, sure. If there's money in it for me, sure, I'll make it. And I fly back to Jersey. He thinks I'm living in New York and New Jersey and part-time up and down between the two states. And that was it. We ran for a long time like that for a while. I'd say for months and months and months, things went really well. He started putting me with other people. And, I write about it in depth in the book, but my relationship with him just took a turn where it went from a business relationship to a personal relationship. And when that took a turn, he was grooming me. And as he told me these things, look, man, you don't always need to eat steak. It doesn't always have to be a steak dinner. You got to be able to eat a bologna sandwich every once in a while, be a piece of sand on a beach, all these things he's saying to me. It's an education that I didn't have in organized crime. And I'm listening, and I'm okay. I'm taking what he's giving me, and I'm applying it in the street. And then he's getting feedback. Because unbeknownst to me, as I start to put the things together, as he's sending me into these different borgadas or these different families, he's got me running like a madman. Hey, go to Times Square, wait in this street in front of this place, sit there for a while until a guy named Carmine, he's with the Colombos, he's going to come out there, he wants some of the shirts you're selling, and we're selling, bop, bop, bop. And he would do these things. And then unbeknownst to me, and I figured it out later, he was getting calls from those guys after the meetings, and he'd say, did you like my kid? Yeah. Yeah, he's a good kid. Yeah, he's polished, squared away. Yeah, and he was liking it. So he was building something for himself. Really, he was building a new house for himself. Thing was, Louis got jealous, and he starts wanting to see me again. But the bureau had told me just put him on the back burner for a while and don't deal with him. Just deal with Charlie for a while. Charlie's a bigger target. He's a made guy. He's a capo. We could solve homicides. Maybe we can do this. They had dreams of grandeur for this. So I put Louis on a back burner, and Louis blowing my phone up, blowing it up and blowing it up. He's calling my dirty phone. He's calling my burner phones. And finally, he can't get a hold of me, so he's reaching out to other channels. He reaches out to my associate, Tommy, and says, look, have you heard from G? Yeah, he's busy. He got your messages, I think. He mentioned that you were calling him. Yeah, well, I got to see him. I want to see him. So long story short, he set a meeting up, And Tommy says, all right, listen, I'll talk to G. And they start texting back and forth. And he decides to text Louis. He says, G can meet you tomorrow in Linden, New Jersey at a pizzeria, and we'll meet for lunch. And we do. And I show up. And Louis had this persona about him. And he was angry. And he said to me, so where you been? It's none of your business. What are you asking me where I've been? And I'm very standoffish now, like very gangster-esque, and I'm giving it back to him. And he goes, well, you've been out in Vegas, huh? So it's none of your business where I've been. I asked you, don't ask me my business. What do you want? You called me here, you wanted something, you want to do business, you want to make money, you want to pay me something, what do you got? He goes, I'm just saying, I know you've been out in Vegas and you're with Charlie. You with Charlie now? And it was almost this standoffish way about him. And I said, but yeah, as a matter of fact, I've been out in Vegas. And yeah, I have been around Charlie. And I looked at things and I make money with you, and there's no reason why you and I can't make money, so why don't we just keep making money together? And the conversation went really well. And I said, well, I have some Athleta shirts, by the way, and I brought them with me, and I said, I hijacked a load of Athleta, and do you think you could sell them? He says, yeah, are they legit? I said, yeah, they're legit, they're not knockoffs. He says, yeah, I'll take a bag, I'll take a sample. And again, you can only imagine by this point, I'm buying dope off of so many different guys in the crews and different factions that are connections to low-hanging associates or the DeCavalcantes, that as we're walking to my Cadillac truck, he wants to win me over. So he says to me, you know this stuff you're buying, right? Meaning the powder, cocaine. Yeah. What do you know about that? I don't do that business. I know what you're doing, because all the guys you're buying from, they're with me. What? They're all with you? What do you mean they're with you? Yeah, they're all with me. They all report to me. They're in my crew. Oh, so you got your own crew? Yeah. All these guys you've been buying from, G. This is my guys. Jimmy and all his friends. Yeah. I said, all right. So like a gangster would do, I automatically go, okay. So if they're with you, I got to talk to you about getting a better price on per gram. So let's have that discussion. And I win him over, and he likes what he's hearing. So he goes, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So you can only imagine my associate Tommy, and I tell the story not to embarrass him, it's a training, a lesson. He got bored. So, but he had the common sense to remove himself from this conversation, because he knows I'm capturing it all on tape, and it's a good conversation I'm having with Louis as a target. So he excuses himself and goes and sits in a car, and I guess about 30 seconds after he got bored, sitting in a car. So he texts on a burner phone that he set the meeting up with. He texts the case agent, hey, Giovanni is with this guy. He should be done in a little bit with the target, and we'll meet you back at the set after we're finished. Sends it. Well, who set this meeting up? He did. Who did he text last? Louis. He sent that message to Louis as I was talking to him. You want to talk about breath work? I didn't know that was the case at the time. I learned that later on. But in the moment, as I'm having this great criminal evidence collective conversation with Louis, out jumps Tommy from the car and just screams at Louis, not at me, give me your phone, give me your phone, give me your phone, give me your phone, give me your phone. I need a phone, give me the phone. And we're both literally standing like, what are you doing? What? Have you lost your mind? And he literally goes, I need a phone, I need a phone, I need a phone quick. One of my kids got hurt, I got a phone call, my phone's not working, I'm having problems, I need a phone. So he's pointing at Louis' hip. Louis takes his phone off his hip and he gives it to him. And I'm telling you, this is so fast that Louis hands it to him. He hands him his new iPhone, and bing, the message comes over. And it was as he grabbed it and he sees the message, and he panics and he curses out loud and he walks away with the phone. And he walks to a strip mall about maybe no less than 100 yards away and starts pacing back and forth with the phone. And Louis standing there and I'm standing there, and he goes, where's he going with my phone, G? Giovanni, this is your guy. Where's he going with my phone? I don't know. He goes, well, I want to know what he's doing with my phone. I don't know why is he going to the Verizon store? Where's he going with my phone? And he did. He went to the Verizon store. So in hindsight, he went into Verizon store because the iPhones were new at the time, and he was smart. See, he didn't know how to erase it. So thank God he had the wherewithal to think about, let me go in this Verizon store, tell this girl to erase this message as quick as she can. So me, I'm on the outside going, I don't know, let's go find out. Let's go together. And as we start walking to the Verizon store, he emerges, hands Louis his phone, looks at me and says, I have to go. One of my kids are at home and got hurt. I got to go right now. I'm like, this is crazy. Okay. So I give Louis a kiss out of respect. One kiss because he's not a made guy. I kiss him goodbye and we're on our way. As I get in the car, he tells me what happens and I'm like, ooh, this is really bad for me. This is not going to be good. And he took a different perspective. He was like, you know what? Screw that guy. I don't care about that guy. Yeah, but I have to because I'm in this every day. I'm living this life every day. It's not just F you or F him. I have to answer for this. This is going to be a problem. It could be a problem for me. I would say on our drive, maybe a half hour went by or so, and Louis starts blowing my phone up. And he wants to know questions. He's got questions. And I say, hey, what's up? He goes, hey, man, he didn't make any calls on my phone. I said, look, I don't know what happened here. I don't know what's going on. All I know is I got to get out of here. I got to go take care of this thing with this kid or whatever. I have now invested myself into this lie. And I go, I don't know. I'll call you later on tonight and I'll let you know what happened. And we'll get it all figured out later. And I hang up on him. Well, no big deal. It kind of just settled. The dust settled and nothing ever happened. Nothing ever came from it for a while. And I go back to doing business with Charlie. And my relationship with Charlie from that point on has now exploded. It has now become a father and son relationship, not just an associate relationship. I am out in Vegas all the time. I'm flying out to Vegas. Again, you know, the Cliff Note versions of it is I'm going back and forth, and eventually he does stick his hands in my pocket. I have to start kicking up, and I have to start, you know, I know the money's going towards organized crime. I'm kicking it up to him. He's explaining that he's a captain. He's explaining to me that he wants to bring me in on this thing. He's explaining his status in the organized crime world and with the family of the DeCavs. He's explaining to me who the bosses are, how the administration works, the inner workings of it. He has given me a tutorial of tutorial. And the intelligence side of the house, not just the criminal side of the house, of what the Bureau and the government is gleaning from this and law enforcement in general, it changed everything. It confirmed for the Bureau and investigative-wise across the nation how the crime families were actually interacting with each other and leaning on each other, which we kind of knew, and some other cases before me, of course, showed that, but now I have a captain inside a family telling me the bosses and introducing me to other captains and just bringing me into this world even closer. And as time went on, I go home every time I can get home. I'm trying to be home, and I'm trying to balance my criminal world and my crime family with my real family, and it was a disaster. My wife said to me, it's going to end horrifically for us. You know, her law enforcement brain is much smarter than mine, and she's much smarter than me altogether, and said to me, look, this is going to be bad for us. This isn't going to end well, what you're doing. You should stop doing what you're doing. How can I stop doing what I'm doing? I'm all in here. I'm in. This is the best work I've ever done. I'm committed to this, and I'm addicted to it. I'm not leaving this. Fast forward, some things happened throughout the case where I was at a soccer game for my daughter, and I took the weekend off. And you can only imagine, here I am in board shorts, flip-flops, and I look nothing like Giovanni Gatto, and I'm Giovanni Rocco for the weekend, and I'm at my daughter's game, and up walks an associate from the Gambino crime family. And he sees me and comes walking up on me, and, you know, I thought he had seen me from a distance, and here I am with my family. I'm in New Jersey. I don't have kids in my underworld persona. So when I had flanked him and came around, I came from his side, and I yelled his name, and I said, Gooms, as a sign of affection, Gooms, Gooms. And he looks, Giovanni, yeah. And I come in, I give him 2 kisses. And he says, what are you doing here? I said, what do you mean what am I doing? I'm here for soccer, come here. You know. And as I go in for the kisses, my wife sees this, and my wife knows something's up, and thank God she did, because we always had a plan, an escape plan, whether it's on her side or my side, how to get out of something. She grabs my kids and wrangles them up. My kids were real small at the time, and pulls my little guy away before he can run up to me, daddy, daddy, daddy. And, you know, he always wanted to be, the Italian blood in him always wanted him to be, he always wanted to be involved with the men, right? And the older gentlemen in our families and in our communities and our relationships in life, he would always, my son was, at the age of 5, he was drinking espresso with the old men in the groups and sitting there dipping his finger in a homemade wine, or just the women, the older women throwing themselves over him. And he knew he was the GQ of the family. So anytime he saw me interacting with anybody else that was Italian descent, he would want to be involved in that. And my wife had a difficult time pulling him away, so you can only imagine. I mitigated it well. I pulled a story out of my ass. You know, I applied every skill I had as an undercover while maintaining the stress of having my kids there, having my daughter off in the distance, having my parents who had visited for the weekend and were at these games with us. And, you know, it was just insane, because by the time I walked away and mitigated this and I said goodbye to him, I came up with a story. And I walked away and I left the whole field. I just walked, and I finally called my wife and I said, look, I got to get home. I can't come back. She knew that. And I heard the excitement in her voice and the stress in her voice. And she was like, and I said, just maintain your composure, relax. She goes, no, you don't understand. His daughter that came up and said hello to you, she's playing against our daughter in the next game. And that's the next game they're playing. And she is the first time they had our surname, our legitimate name across her back of her jersey. And she was young kids at the time, but it was this little, pee-wee soccer thing. I said, all right, relax. Just maintain your composure. Just get through this. Send my father. He has his car. Just tell him to come pick me up. I'm walking on the side of the road. He'll pick me up and bring me home. So you can only imagine now, I got to describe my father. I should have told you earlier on. If Robert De Niro and Al Pacino were to have a baby together, it's my father, okay? He's a spitting image of Robert De Niro, his mannerisms and his facial expressions and his scowl. And I'm telling you, like he's a dead ringer for him. But on the other side, his vernacular, his pitch, his tones, his screaming, his rage is Al Pacino. So these two monsters are living inside of one body. So you can only imagine when he has to leave the field, that he came to watch his granddaughter, and now he's got to pick me up on the side of the road. He has no idea. He gets in the car and he goes, what the fuck is going on? What are you doing? Why am I picking you up and driving you home? What's the deal? I said, well, listen, you got to understand, you just got to bring me home. I can't get into it. It's work related. And again, I'm working for the Bureau at this point, and I can't divulge this. I have top secret clearance. I don't want to lose any of that in other cases. And I said, so finally I came clean, and I said, look, man, I said, I've been infiltrating the mafia for like 2 years now, and it's something happened and this, and he's like, Jesus, this is going to end, but this is not good for you. Like, they're in your own backyard now. Again, I didn't heed that warning. That's the addictive personality in me, and that's that addict, that behavioral instinct I had, that nothing's going to get in my way of this. And again, I mitigated it and we got on. From that point going forward, we realized as a family it wasn't good for me to come home anymore. When I did, it was sporadic. I stayed a lot in Vegas or New York or some other assets we might have had, that the Bureau had, that I could stay in apartment-wise. When I did make it home and we made it out to dinner, there was no more going out in public together. It did ruin our lives in a sense while I was still actively investigating this crime and penetrating this family. So when you spend so much time away from your family, you start to lean on the people that are your crime family, and you start to become more immersed in that. And that's what I did. I can't just sit in an apartment. You've probably seen it portrayed in movies before where the undercover is done and then goes sits in this empty apartment. It's very much like that. I had these beautiful assets. I had multi-million-dollar apartments down to maybe a 2-story walk-up in New York City, and I could live these beautiful lives and have these beautiful apartments. But when you're sitting there on your own thoughts and your own loneliness, and you can't go outside and introduce yourself to somebody because you can't break cover. I can't tell somebody I can't tell my real story. I got to be careful who I lie about and what I tell, who I am, or if I am Giovanni Gatto, because it could spark something else in a case. So you got to be real careful. So a lot of times you just start isolating yourself. And when you do that, you just start to lose connection all around. You don't know which way is up and which way is down. But again, my training always reminded me, but it's hard when you're in it, right? When you're living in that moment, it's difficult. So here I am. I mitigated Charlie for a while. I mitigated the Louis thing for a while. Things are going well. Charlie likes what he sees. Charlie decides he's going to start building a crew. He's a captain now, so he has to report. He's a captain now, and his status in the organized crime family is he has to earn. You don't just become a captain and just ride the wave because you're a murder and mayhem guy. You have to earn, and you have to kick up to the administration, to the bosses. This is a Fortune 500 company, so you need to earn. So how does he earn? He earns through Giovanni. And he considers me to be his confidant. He starts grooming me and has me going to meetings now, speaking on his behalf. He has me now taking meetings with other factions within the family. And he has a brilliant idea to put me in an office someplace, and he gives me an office to call it my central location in New Jersey, puts me in a construction site, very Soprano-esque. And it was a demolition company / construction company, and I had an office there. We helped a guy out, and that guy would report back. Turned out he was a transplant from one of the other crime families into our crime family. Charlie didn't know what he was going to do with him. He eventually put him under me, and then the guy reported to me, and then we started to do business together. And I reported directly to Charlie. I was the guy reporting back to Charlie. I would fly out to Vegas regularly to either pay him homage, pay him kick up to what we did. If I was doing any kind of deals or any kind of hijackings or loads that we stole or cigarettes I earned money on, I would always pay him. It went really well. So well that Charlie decides that he's going to go above and beyond, and he's going to go on record with me, with the family, with the administration. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to introduce me as a made guy. He's not proposing me for membership. I've never heard or seen this done before, but found out later that it is done with high-level associates, where Charlie let it be known, from now on, Giovanni speaks from me. When you speak to Giovanni, you're speaking to me through Giovanni. And he wanted to make it so that he wanted to go on a record with the administration. The boss of the crime family was John Riggi. John Riggi held that position for many, many years. He had done a bid on a RICO case for murder, and he had been paroled during this case when I was infiltrating them. He had come home. He was in his 90s. He was getting up there in age, and he decided it was probably time to pass the torch. So you can only imagine at this point, when he was deciding to pass the torch, his son, Manny Riggi, was a captain in the family. And Manny Riggi was the captain of Luigi. He oversaw Luigi. Ultimately, I found that out later. And so John Riggi was out. He's in his house. He's deciding to retire. He's planning his retirement from the family. And he doesn't know who's going to get the torch. He doesn't know who he's going to pass it to. Bit of a infighting between the family. The family is split right down the middle. Half the family want one faction. Half the family want another guy. So it's not a war brewing, but it's a lot of tension brewing at the same time. And Charlie is sharing this information with me. So again, intel-wise, we're gleaning tons of information. My Gambino side of the house, the guys that I'm dealing with from over there, and other families are literally, I'm taking meetings with Charlie and going to meetings, and they're looking at me going, man, the minute Charlie gets on the phone and walks away, they're like, man, you really want to be with this guy? Yeah, he's crazy. Like, you want to report that he's murder and mayhem, man. This guy's, you never know. He's a ticking time bomb. They call him Charlie the Hat for a reason, right? No, Charlie the Hat? What's Charlie the Hat? So I challenged Charlie. I said, hey, why did I call you Charlie the Hat? And he'd always say to me, oh, because I used to wear a hat. He says, if I took my hat off or I turned my hat backwards, somebody was dying that day. Somebody was going to die. And that's why they call me Charlie the Hat. I said, oh, okay. He goes, you got to understand, Giovanni. I kill more people by accident. And these are the recordings that I'm making over a period of, a year plus with him. And things are going really well. So he had so much trust in me that he decided he was going to go on record with the bosses, the acting bosses of the family at that time. And I got called in one day, and being called in means you're going to report to a certain location and you're going to go on record. And he said, dress well, dress sharp. He says, you're going to come to the cattle dealer, which is a little deli in Elizabeth, New Jersey. And it was right out of central casting from The Sopranos. And just to break it down for you, and people often ask me, well, are the decals really the real Sopranos? Well, I don't answer yes or no, but I can give you little nuggets and show you and decide for yourself. What I witnessed was I was invited that day to the pork store, to Satriel's. I was invited, and as I came around the corner, you have to remember, I sat on surveillance at this place for decades. And as an investigator, I watched people come in and out of these places. I watched people come out of the funeral parlor down the corner. And I watched many a funeral. And we knew the intel on this. We knew that the funeral parlor on the corner was famous for building the double-decker coffins. The double-decker coffins, the mob would hit somebody, they'd whack somebody out, and they would just bury them under the loved one of you. They'd put the body of the victim of the murder, and then they put little granny right on top of them, and I guess at least they're laid to rest with, they're not lonely for the rest of eternity, but they got a stranger laying with them. That's things these guys would do, some of the intel we had. So walking in, you can only imagine, I'm going to meet these guys now, and I knew my way around. I could walk these streets and I could drive these streets with my eyes closed from the amount of surveillances I've done. Now I got to play stupid. And I'm taking my time and I'm driving my Escalade. And as I come up the corner, my phone is blowing up. Charlie's like, where the hell are you? Everybody's waiting here. Let's go. You got people waiting. I'm standing outside. What are you doing? Where are you? I said, I'm coming. I don't know my way around this neighborhood. It's all one-way streets, all crazy streets. I don't know where I am. I just got off of Staten Island. It dumped me in. Now I'm back I'm going back towards Jersey. I don't know where I am. He gives me directions. I make my way. And as I come around a corner with my Cadillac Escalade, he sees me. And I look out the window, and there's the central casting of The Sopranos, all decked out in their suit jackets and their leisure, they're decked out. They're there for a meeting. It's the powerhouse, it's the administration, it's the underboss, it's other captains. There's people from the neighborhood who have come out to pay their respects. Guys from the family are there, and they're all waiting outside. And as I come around the corner, it's important to understand, when you're from the city, parallel parking is everything, okay? I would imagine, like a lot of places, California, LA, New York, wherever it is, when it's heavily populated and there's parking meters, well, you're blocking traffic. So you got to park in that parking meter, and you got to parallel park one shot. If you don't, you get people who lay on their horns, they're going to embarrass you, they're going to scream and curse at you, curse your mother out, whatever, they'll throw something at you. So I committed to this spot, and the spot that I saw was just past the pork store, just past the deli, and maybe 3 stores down. And I committed to this spot, and man, it was just too tight. I mean, you could barely squeeze this Cadillac Escalade in there. And I hit it, and of course, I'm a city kid, so I nail it one shot. By the grace of God, I get one shot, and boom, I'm in. I had my window rolled down, and the whole crowd goes nuts in front of it. All the bosses and all the administration, I can hear Charlie scream, "Oh!" just because I parked this car. And it sounds silly, but just the ingratiation was very reminiscent to the neighborhood I grew up in. So when I got out of the car, it was almost as if I was going back to my old neighborhood. Huh? How do you like that? And that's how I did it. And then he introduced me. That's my kid. That's how you park a car. That's why you know he's from the city. And there was kisses and hugs all over. And then we went inside. We sat down. And as we're sitting there and I'm looking at the underboss, he is literally straddled over me as if he's, touching his crotch up against my belly if he could. And he's a big guy, really big, scarred up nose, and he's just staring down at me. And he says, and the leg was just bouncing, bouncing, and bouncing. And he just said, Charlie says good things about you, and he had a conversation. And as I'm talking to him, I'm trying to have a conversation, but I can't help but to look past him and keep looking up. And I'm looking at a bone saw. I'm looking at a meat cleaver. I'm looking at a bloody apron from a butcher. I'm looking at a fillet knife. And I'm looking at all these tools that I'm thinking could be used to chop me up into pieces at any given moment. And over here is the deli side of the house. There's a little picnic or card table we're sitting at in the middle of it. And that's where we're sitting, and I'm looking past these things. And I remember very distinctively thinking to myself, they're gonna find all my recorders. They gotta find them. They can't just take Charlie's word for this. They're gonna bring me in the basement, and they're gonna search me, or they're gonna strip search me right here, and they're gonna find everything on me. It's inevitable. How am I gonna get out of this? So it went off without a hitch. They vouched for me, Charlie vouched. He said some words. It wasn't a ceremony, but he made it known. From this point going forward, Giovanni speaks for me. If I have any messages, he'll deliver them to you. This is tell him what you're doing. Tell him how you're earning money for everybody in the street, and I did. The underboss turns around, he says, you have a phone? Open up your phone. I think, here it comes. He's gonna check my phone. He goes, put my number in your phone. Anything you have, everything you need, you call me, and we're here for you. And that was that. And Charlie left like a proud papa. And he couldn't be, he was all decked out. He brought me outside. He introduced me to the consigliere of the family, another capo. And he introduced me to another capo who were in a funeral parlor down the street. And then he says, okay, good stuff. He says, let's take a ride now. Let's get in the car. So he got in my car, the Escalade, and we drove around the neighborhood. He wanted to point out who was who in the neighborhood. If I need something, I need a car worked on, or I need anything from the neighborhood, this is who you come and see. As we're driving around, he's giving me directions. He said, now pull down the block, pull down this dead-end street. So I knew, I knew most of the neighborhood. I knew Louie's guys. I knew Louie lived in the neighborhood. I really haven't talked to Louie in a while. Louie was not at this thing, and he says, pull down this dead-end street. Now make a U-turn, park the car here. And he walked out of it, and he left. And as he's leaving, he opened up his phone. He made a phone call. He says, hey, it's me. Hey, Gooms, come outside. I'm outside. Yeah, I'm outside your place. Come outside. And he got out of the car, and he says, I'll be back in a little bit, and he walked away. I didn't see who he called. I didn't see who came outside, because I'm parked on a dead-end street in the building we're on. He's gone 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes or so, he doesn't come back, but emerges from the street, around the corner is Luigi. And Luigi's standing there. And he's standing there, and I'm like, he says, come here, come here. I'm like, what? He says, come here, get out of your car and come here. I want to talk to you, come here. Now, word in the street was, a word in our intel from the Bureau and law enforcement was telling me that there was whispers that Louis got made. Louis a made guy now. But it takes more than just that to be made, right? There's a whole process to it. So I didn't believe it. But then when I saw his persona and the way he carried himself and the way he was dressing now was much different. And I got out and I kind of acknowledged the fact that I heard about him getting made by just saying, hey, I hear congratulations. I hear you got upped. Forget all of that, forget it. And he was very defensive, forget all of that, I got to talk to you. And I always knew he had a 38 on him. And he has keys in one pocket, and he always carried an intel, law enforcement. I didn't know it, but they had told me he always had a 38, and he always reached in his pockets. And he had his hands in his pockets, and he's sitting there talking to me, and he was real standoffish. And he goes, I got a bone to pick with you, walk with me. And I'm thinking, I'm not gonna walk too far, I don't know where Charlie is, I don't know where he went. And now he goes, and he started to explain, that day, that thing with your phone and your friend, that thing that happened, I didn't like what happened with your friend. And son, he didn't make one phone call with my phone. I said, what do you want me to tell you? I don't know, Lou. It was a crazy day, and I try to shake it off. He goes, well, here's the thing. He didn't make one phone call, and I'm gonna tell you something. I had people out there that day, and they were watching, which he was trying to tell me they had counter surveillance out there. And the counter surveillance he had in the parking lot, he's claiming. And he's telling me a story about it. And he says, and I had people out there and they were watching. And you did a move and your friend did a move I didn't like. And he says, the phone, he didn't make one phone call. He says, and I got the thing, you gave me the shirt with the athletic shirt, you gave me the bag. He says, I took the bag and you left. He says, I went to go back to my car, my guys were picking me up, and they told me, don't come to the car. Don't come to the car. There's people, there's bulls out here, there's law enforcement out here. So he says, I walked into the Home Depot, I walked around for a little bit, his words. He says, and then they called me and they said, you can come out. I came out, I jumped in the car, and they told me that black car with the girl in it, she's been there the whole time. And he says, I told my guys, very detailed, he goes, follow that car, follow her. If this guy set me up, not if I was a cop, if he set me up, I'm gonna chop this guy up into pieces. So he told me this elaborate story, and I said, come on. I said, really? He says, look, two things. If you're wearing a wire, it is what it is. I said, what? So I kind of opened up my jacket to show him I wasn't wearing a wire, and I came at him. And as I did, I took a step forward, and he goes, you're not. I'm saying, if you are, it is what it is, okay? But here's the thing. We followed the girl. And guess where we followed her to? I don't know. Guess. I said, I don't know. He says, we followed her back to the FBI building. So two things. You're a rat or you're being followed. And again, I went into complete defensive mode. And I said, really? You're going to accuse me of that? He says, you're doing something with Jimmy. See, Jimmy had been arrested on some other charges. The local police had raided Jimmy's apartment, and he had a safe with some handguns and some dope. And he got arrested for domestic violence. We don't know how, and still don't know how to this day. Jimmy he's a career criminal. He had been released. And we don't know how he got released so fast. So they were just looking at it as maybe Jimmy's a rat, and if Jimmy's a rat, maybe Giovanni's a rat, or maybe Giovanni could be a cop. I don't know how they were looking at it. But that was all in his head. So he challenged me and he says, look, you're doing a deal with Andy, this guy named Andy. And I knew, I never met a guy named Andy, and he accused me of doing business with Jimmy and this guy Andy. So I knew this was all a lie. So I was confident when I said, no, that's a lie. I haven't talked to Jimmy in months. And he says, well, I did my homework and I don't like this, and he threatened to chop me up. And as I'm talking to him, I can hear dogs barking in the back. I hear all these things going on, and I see these little bodies popping up. And it's all the guys that I've been doing business with and other guys from Louis' crew. When Charlie called him on the phone, he panicked. And he either A, called on the way downstairs and told all of his crew, get to my house now. And they all lived in the vicinity, so they all just popped up like little gophers. Or he did this walk and talk with Charlie. And then Charlie told him this story and called his guys. Now, I don't know. If he really thinks he's a made guy, all these things are going through my head as an undercover. Where's Charlie? Now, if I was Louis and I was a gangster like Louis and I wanted people to have respect for me and I got my button, I want to kill a guy like Charlie. I would kill a guy like me, right? If I was a true gangster. All these things are going through my head. And next thing he says, I'm just saying, you're hot. What do you mean I'm hot? Well, you're being followed. You could be bringing him to me. I'm not bringing him to you. So I knew that Louis, the intel side of my head, the brain that I have that's law enforcement, I know Louis never ever been arrested before. He's never even got a parking ticket before. He's never done a day in jail. I, on the other hand, have a history of being in prison. If he ran my record and he had law enforcement run a record, he saw that I had done time. So I turned it up to 10. And I said, look, Louis, I said, this guy, Tommy, I don't know why he did what he did that day. He embarrassed me. He embarrassed you. But listen to me. He's not like me and you. He hasn't done what you and me have done. And I'm telling him, he hasn't committed crimes. He hasn't been in prison. He's not like me and you. And the minute I did, again, a human side of me and a human intelligence side and communication side of me, the minute I said, he's never been in prison like me and you. He's never done nothing bad like me and you, okay? And bad meaning the ultimate deal, murder. His shoulders dropped. And when I saw his shoulders dropped, it's almost like playing poker. I got you. I got your tick and your toe. And the minute he dropped, I said, so listen, I apologize for bringing him around. He's not like me and you. He's not part of our thing. He's not part of our crews. He's just somebody I use for a money guy. He's somebody I use. And I made up a whole story. And he bit. And he says, well, you know, you got to have guys like that. I said, yeah. And with that, Charlie comes back onto the picture. And he walks over. And I see him. He come bebopping into the, again, loud as anything, saying hello to all Louis' guys like he hasn't seen him in 20 years because he's been in prison. Hey, oh, he's yelling at everybody. And he says, see this guy here? And Louis says, I love him, but he's a dangerous guy. He's going to get you jammed up. He's this and that. He's still to this bad-mouthing Charlie. I'm thinking to myself, did he just tell Charlie what he just said to me? And if he did, if I was Charlie and I got back in the car with Giovanni, good chance Charlie might whack a guy like Giovanni out. Because if there's anything that Charlie suspected, and he left that message for me early on, and if it's now coming to full fruition, this could be my demise. I don't want him to get back in my car. But wait a minute. If he does get back in my car, do I wait for this quiet car ride and let him be the one to bring it up and test the waters? Or do I bring it up? And that's the world that I'm living in right now. And just to give you a taste of, I have to decide. Pick your poison. I got to pick a poison. I don't know if it's going to kill me or it's just going to make me sick. So I decide when I get back in the car, I go full Giovanni, Christopher Moltisanti, and I tell him. And as I'm driving, everything changed from that point on. And I said to him, and it's probably one of the best tapes I ever made, and I still love listening to it to this day, I was a madman. And I played the part of Charlie to the point where we were father and son. And when I addressed it, and I got myself so worked up as I'm driving my Escalade, I'm purposely making wrong turns because I know my way around this neighborhood. And I'm challenging him. And I'm literally my skipper, my captain, the guy that I respect and the guy that I report to all the time, and the guy that's overseeing everything I do. I'm pointing at him now as I'm driving like a lunatic, like my father would do to me as a little kid. And I'm going, you know what? You hear this fucking story? He follows some girl back to he saw something, I don't know what. And what does he do? He follows it back to the fucking FBI building. Well, you hear this? And he goes, I know. Wild story, huh? And he confirms to me right there, he did hear the story. Louis did tell him. So thank God I did get ahead of it. But what I did was I also turned around and I'm driving a car and I said, what did I do? And and what did you say to me? And I start poking him on the thigh and the leg and I'm poking him. And what did you say to me? You told me to stay out of this neighborhood too. You told me not to come down here. And God damn it, you were right. I should listen to my skipper. I said, I don't know why I didn't. Relax. He says, relax. He had the same thing. He accused me a couple of weeks back, months back, being in an apartment with my nephew, and all this stuff. And I was trying to put the hit on him and he accused me. He says he's causing a sit down and he wants to sit down with me and the administration. Sit down. Now this guy wants to sit down. And the information, the communication just opened up wide. He trusted me because he says to me, relax. He's wearing a hat that don't fit his head. He's a Don. He thinks he's a Don, but he's not a Don. So what does that mean? I don't know what that means. What do you mean he's a Don? He's a Don. Yeah, he thinks he's a made guy. He's acting like a made guy. He ain't no fucking made guy. And again, I gleaned that information. He goes, well, they made him. The boss made him. John Riggy made him. But he didn't do it the right way. And he tells me protocol for being made in the mafia, tells me and lays it all out for me. And he says, because John Riggy has so much stature in the organized crime world, he thinks he could break the rules and just say, okay, you want to be made, bada bing, bada bit, bada boom, you're made. That's not the way it goes. So he gave me all this great intel. And he says, and you got through it just like I got through it, okay? Let's not have any wars right now. Let's relax. It is what it is. And he starts whispering. And he goes, listen to me. There's always a time and there's always a place. Right now isn't the time. Just carry on. I didn't know what he meant for months after that. He came to me on record now with the family, and I was running a crew for him. He started reporting guys to me, and I started to build my own crew. He started building a crew for me. I had about 6 guys reporting to me on behalf of Charlie, and then one day he decides he's going to put his son Anthony under me. And he calls me up one day and gives me his son's number. I call his son, and he says to me, look, this is my youngest kid. He's like me. He's like his cousin Jimmy. He's been in some trouble. He's a shooter. He has a career criminal. He's been in and out of prison. He's on parole right now, on probation right now, dropping urines. Take him under your wing, earn some money with him, see if you can get a job driving a dump truck. Don't let him in on anything that you and me are doing. Just, keep him on a good side. And I did. And eventually, that kind of broke because as time went on, here I am with my skipper, and my skipper's son is reporting to me. And then before you know it, we're doing dope deals. We're doing a lot of cocaine transactions. I'm buying a lot of weight. And it's just totally out of control now. I'm living a lot of time in Vegas. When I come back to Vegas, Anthony is like a brother to me at this point. We refer to Charlie as Daddy at this point. Daddy wants you to call him. Daddy's trying to reach out to you. Yeah, I've been away. I'll call him. I know. He's saying, hey, did you talk to Daddy today? I'm referring to Charlie as Daddy to him. It was just totally out of control. And I'm really looking out for this kid. And I have a relationship with him. I'm building a relationship. Charlie's loving it. I'm out in Vegas. And what happened was I started to feel a lot of pressure from all the sides coming in. And the thing with Louis and all the stuff that happened with Louis, I wanted Louis to know on a deal that, he kind of challenged me on another deal later on, because after that incident, before I got in the car with Charlie, the thing that solidified Charlie with me was after the conversation, and I said, Louis, why are you doing this? Why do you keep coming at me with this phone call and this guy, and you're threatening to chop me up into pieces? We make money together. We make good partners. I know you want me to be in your crew, but I'm with him, okay? I'm always going to be with him. Unless he tells me to be with you, I listen to him. You got to respect me for that. We're in the same Borgata now. We're in the same family. So it's the things I said. And I said, I don't know why you always want to go to war with me. You just got something against me. We make good money, so let's just go back to making money together. And Charlie was listening before we got in the car. He's listening to that. And Louis goes, I know, I'm always good. You're always good with you got product. I do business with you. Well, let's just do that. Why, you got cigarettes? And I go, yeah, I got cigarettes. You want to buy some cigarettes? Yeah. You got Reds? No, I don't have any Marlboro Reds. You got Red and Whites? No, I don't have any Marlboro Whites. He goes, well, what do you got? I got some shitty Pall Malls or some. He says, you got Newports? Nah, they're gold in the street. You couldn't afford them if I had them. And I'm kicking him in the chops in front of Charlie. I said, I got some Pall Malls. I could probably come up with some Marlboro Lights for you if you want. He says, yeah. And I was charging about $1,800 a case at that time, which is a pretty good price for a case of cigarettes. And he goes, okay, all right, give me 2 cases of the Lights, and then give me 2 cases for the Pall Malls. I'll see how they sell. He says, same price? And Charlie's listening. And I went, nah, the price went up. And another great tape I made, because you hear him chuckle. And he goes, oh, it went up, huh? Yeah. And I look at him, I said, yeah, price went up. It's now $2,300, maybe $2,400 a case for the Red and Whites. Okay, well, all right, it is what it is. I got to tax you, That's a street tax. That's what the mob would do. That's how I grew up. The minute I did that, and he put his tail between his legs and he accepted that price, Charlie looked at that. That was the pivotal point for me and Charlie. I showed him what a gangster I could be. I showed him that nobody accuses me of nothing without me taxing him. I could let you say what you want to say, but goddamn it, I'm gonna tax your ass, and I taxed him. And that was why Charlie, from that point going forward, put his son under me, and that was a pivotal moment in our time. And from that point on, it was game on for us and the organized crime. After that meeting, Charlie went home like a proud papa. He got on a plane and he flew back to Nevada. He was living in Henderson, Nevada, and he was living with a girlfriend of his who he had. It was like paramour or a kind of like a common law wife to him. She really, Patty was her name, and Patty was just so loyal to Charlie. Knew him since she was younger, waited 14 years for him to get out of prison. When he did come out, she was there for him and didn't skip a beat. And she really is the voice of reason for him. When I first met her, after that, Charlie had gone back to Vegas, and then he made another trip back to Jersey for something, and he came back with Patty. And when I met Patty, she was very standoffish. She didn't want anything to do with me. She warned him against me, I went to a Holiday Inn to meet him and some bosses from another crime family that he wanted to introduce me to. And she was very, very standoffish, smoking on a bench outside the hotel. And he had gone up and introduced me to her, and she was just like more like, just, yeah, nice to meet you. And that was it. It wasn't until we bonded over a couple of days later where Charlie had been called in. He got called for. And I know what that meant. I knew that the bosses and the administration call for you. They call for you and you have to come. You can't say no. So I go to this Holiday Inn where he was staying, and he says, listen, I got to go to a meeting. I'm probably not going to be here when you get here. So sit with Gooms. There's guys from the Lucchese family, a captain and his son, and then there's a representative of the Gambino crime family. He was there, and then Patty, his wife. And she knew all of them like they were family. And I go there, and we're sitting for hours. We're sitting in a little restaurant area, this Holiday Inn. It had a little restaurant to it, and we're eating, and it's in Caldwell, New Jersey, and somewhere in that area. And as we're sitting there, I could see Patty. She's getting more nervous, and she's starting to talk to Gooms, the guy from the Gambino family. And she's like, I don't like this. It's too long. Where is he? She's starting to shake. She's starting to chain smoke. She's going outside to smoke. And then I was like, what's up? You know, what's she getting so upset about? And he goes, I don't know. This is long, man. This is a long meeting. He got called for. And again, I don't know what that means, so I do, but I have to make it explain it for me for evidence purposes. And finally, he says, don't, relax. They start talking openly in front of me. And he goes, relax, listen to me. He got called for because it's probably got to answer for something, this and that. It'll be okay. He's coming home. I don't know, you know, you don't know him like I know him, and he should have been back here. This is late for him. And she's really nervous. She's concerned for his life at this point. And we're playing it off, and a few hours went by, and I had time to kill, so I walked out to the truck with the captain from the Lucchese family, and he wanted some samples of my cigarettes, and we walk out there, and you know, I gave him some samples of the cigarettes, and he was a serious guy and a career criminal. He used to run one of the state prisons here in New Jersey from inside. He was telling me all those stories of how he ran a prison while we were sitting there having coffee and eating and having desserts. And, you know, his son is there, and his son Michael was a complete lunatic and, you know, just a murder and mayhem kind of guy. And he's trying to latch on to me. Once he saw the cigarettes and realized they weren't counterfeit and they were real, he wanted to do all kinds of crazy business with me. So I'm holding them at bay while I'm waiting for Charlie. And in walks Charlie. He's well dressed, like he just came from a wedding. Had a sports jacket, slacks on, and a collared shirt, and he starts unbuttoning it and and he sits down. And she says, oh my God. She gets up, runs up, hugs him. Everybody gets up and kisses him, says hello. They all make a comment about, wow, that was a marathon, huh? Yeah, you have no idea. You have no idea. He sits down. He says, give me a big glass of water and get me a drink. I know I'm not supposed to drink because I'm on parole, but I want a drink. And they all let him have a drink. And I go, I'm sitting there quiet as a church mouse and not knowing what to say. And he goes, that was a marathon. It was crazy. And he says, all because of you. What? What was because of me? He goes, this whole thing, this sit-down I went to. I had to go to a sit-down for you. Over you. Over me. What are you talking about? He says, yeah, there's Luigi. This Louis, he called for a sit-down. He had the whole administration there tonight for hours. I'm in a marathon. I never been to something so long. He wants you. You should be with him. Then it goes from you should be with him. Then he wants to whack you out and all this crazy stuff. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. And I sat there and I got to, stay in my lane. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, Charlie. I didn't mean to cause you this kind of aggravation. It's not what my intentions were. But, I can't let the guy talk to me like that either. Relax. He says, I won. I always win. I'm a captain. I'm always going to win. You're with me and that's that. I had to go through this, and I had to listen to him, and I had to listen to his nonsense, thinking that he's a made guy and all this stuff. And he really laid it out for us really nice. So because I survived that with the group, but more importantly, because I survived it with Patty, my relationship with her kind of grew. So every time I went to Vegas now at that point, I was making a stop at the house. So you can only imagine, I really did become family. I really did care for her. She cared for me. Because of the way she cared for me, I started to build a relationship with her. Funny, crazy funny, but she would make my coffee the way I want. I have a latte with 4 shots of espresso in it, and that's how I start my day. And I came to the house, she would make it for me every day and have it waiting for me, you know, and make it like true Italian coffee, strong. And, you know, she really looked out for me. She'd make me breakfasts, have me over for dinner. I'd sit on a couch and watch TV with Charlie. You know, he had his favorite episodes of some show we used to watch, and I used to sit on a couch and watching TV. It was really like family, you know, when we weren't doing the crime stuff. And more and more we did that, I realized she kind of knew everything that was going on with us. So at that point, we started to buy the Olympic Gardens Lounge. It was a strip club in Vegas that we were going to run and I was going to manage at one point. We had a lot of other schemes. We had stuff going on the right and the left. Remember what I said about that? We had legitimate businesses on the right, some water distribution companies, and I had a meeting with the guy, and we were purchasing a glacier, and we were going to start bottling our own water. The craziest things you could ever think of, but legitimate sides of the scope. And then on this side, we had blood diamonds coming in from wherever, and we had, you know, all these other things we were doing. We were buying the Olympic Gardens Lounge and all these things we had going on in Vegas and back home in New York. And I was building a crew, and Charlie was building a crew for me at the same time. So my relationship with his son, Anthony, they call him Whitey because he had like a whitish color hair, young guy in his 30s, like I said. And yeah, my relationship with him grew and grew and grew. And it really went well. So it was, I started to suspect that things were getting out of hand because I was meeting more and more guys were reporting to me, and I was committing more crimes with people, buying drugs off of people. The family, there was a bit of a rift going on, like I said, the dividing the family. Anthony was very pro, let's go to war, let's hit these guys. Then my crew started sharing a lot of things about the other crew, with Louis' crew were coming at them. So the two crews were coming head to head with each other. They started sending texts to each other, see you soon. And they had pictures of all the guys together, and one guy was pointing a gun at and just letting us know they're coming for us. So I realized, and I still had to do business with Luigi from time to time. So Luigi challenged me one time, and he asked me, so where do you come from, Giovanni? Like, where are you from? Like, I never really got your background. You told me from Italy, and yeah, we could be related the way we're close to each other over in the motherland, but here, like, you walk like us, you talk like us, you move like us, but where you been your whole life? Like, you never told me. I don't know what you're asking me. What are you asking me? Like, who I'm with? Who represents me? Yeah, like, where you been? Like, where were you? I said, I don't know. I said, you don't know my story. Yeah, listen, I got friends. I don't have here like the Borgatas, like the crime families. I don't have this. I didn't grow up in this. I grew up around it. But I was more of an outlaw biker. You see, what I'm doing is I'm introducing my own world. I pulled from my childhood to mitigate everything and identify with these guys. But now to survive, I'm going to go to the other side of my family, and I'm going to pull from my mother's side, the outlaw biker side of the family that I know. And I used it. And I said, well, Louis, look. I said, you're asking me who I'm with and what I did my whole life up to this point in my life. Listen, I'm a lone wolf. And I do. I have a tattoo of a lone wolf right here on my arm. And I rolled my sleeve up, and I said, hey, that's why I got that. I'm a lone wolf. I'm a one-man gang. I'll go to war with whatever I got to go, you know, and I'm talking up my own self, and I'm fluffing myself and sticking my chest out. I said, but you're asking me, like, if I got a problem with somebody? Like, yeah, what happens if you got a problem with people? Like, you know, like me, I got my crew, now you got a crew, and, you know, whatever's going on with Charlie, and you got him now. But before, yeah, don't worry about what I got. I got plenty. I can make one phone call. Now, I'll burn a whole neighborhood. This whole neighborhood where we're standing, I'll have it burned to the ground. Yeah, how you going to do that? I said, I got outlaws. Oh, like the outlaw clubs? Yeah, that's where I come from. I said, I thought we never talked about this. I never told you my past. I said, where do you think all my tattoos come from? I was an outlaw biker for years. My mother was with the outlaw bikers. He said, I didn't know that. I said, yeah. I said, I didn't grow up like this. I grew up dirt poor, man. My mother was strung out. She was in a club. My father was somehow connected before he went to Vietnam. And I made up a whole story. I had it. And I was prepared to bring it out if I had to. And I felt at this moment I needed to. But I didn't give him the whole story about my family. I just said I had bikers. And I said, because I wanted him to understand, if you come at me and my crew, if I cash in chips with the bikers, and everybody knows what bikers are capable of, and I made it known, if I have a problem, I make one call. I have my best friend Dutch. I have two guys. But I call Dutch, and I get Mikey, and those guys show up here. Believe me, they'll show up with an army of guys on their iron horses, and this place will not exist anymore. They will level it to the ground, all because I asked for it. I said they will do everything they can for me. if somebody messes with me. And I planted that seed. So from that point on, I wanted him to pause a little bit before he came at me or tried to take a shot at me or try to chop me up into pieces like he said he was going to do. So as I did that, it kind of got back. So the inner workings of these guys and the network of, they were so high school girlish or very chatty catties. What I told Louis would come back to me first, full circle from Anthony, or would come back full circle when I did see Jimmy again for a while. And it would always come back. And it's like flushing something down a pipe and seeing where it comes out. And you always knew it was coming out. Because when I was with Anthony, he'd say, hey, G, you still ride a bike? What? How do you know about my bike days? Just asking. You seem like, I kind of figured somebody said you were bikes. Who are you talking to? No, I just figured you have those pictures in your apartment and you talk about guys like, in the past. Yeah. I still got friends. Why? You need them? No, I'm just asking. Well, if you need them, they're a phone call away. You need them? You have a problem with somebody? Somebody fucking with you? No, I'm just saying. Well, if you need them, let me know. I got them on call. No, I'm just asking. So it would always let me know. Now, what does Charlie know, right? So I showed up unannounced in Vegas, and this is something that I guess I was trained to do it, but my human behavior and my survival instincts kicked in. And I wanted Charlie to know as well that I was represented on another side. But how do I do that? So I needed to buy myself some time. And Charlie kept calling me and going, hey, how come Anthony can't get a hold of you, his son? He's been trying to call you for 2 days. Now, I took 2 days off, and I went to spend it with my real family. But I can't say that to Charlie. I can't say that to these guys. I would disappear for 3 days. And I would say, yeah, you know what? I had to go pick a load of cigarettes up. And when I do that, Charlie, I don't bring any phones. Nothing's with me. I don't get tracked. You got to understand, you're on paper. You're my skipper. Meaning when you say you're on paper, that means you're on parole. You're on paper. You're not even supposed to be talking to me. I'm a convicted felon, okay? Now I'm also confirming to him that I'm a convicted felon. And he goes, no, I know, you're safe, and that's good to be safe. Yeah, so when I don't have the phones, don't ask me where I am for 2 days. If you don't hear from me for 2 or 3 days, I'm earning money. You're going to see me with a nice fat check, or I'm going to be coming to you out to Vegas with a nice bag of money. So don't ask me where I am. And please, don't have Anthony trying to track me down either, because I don't want him. Oh, all right, I'll tell him from now on, when you're off the radar, shut the fuck up. Don't look for you. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Now I got to live up to that. I go out to Vegas one time unannounced, and I say, hey, Charles, I'm here. What are you doing here? Because I usually would call him and say, hey, I'm coming out. And I was out there a lot, frequent. And I say, hey, I'm here. Do you want to get together for breakfast tomorrow, me, you, and Patty? Yeah, what are you doing? Nothing. I just came out, blow off a little steam. I had to get out of Dodge for a little bit. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I don't want to think I screwed up or I'm running and hiding from something. So I had a plan of action, and he bit. And again, in my world of undercover and covert world, it is human chess. And you are playing chess with human beings. I never played chess as a kid, but in my adulthood, you're playing with people, and you have to move these pieces in the right place. And if you don't, you could be screwed. So I sat down, true to form. I invited my 2 dear friends out, Dutch and Mike. I invited them out to Vegas, and I said, just come out. I said, I'm going to try something. And I'm going to try to buy myself a little bit of time, and I want you maybe to meet Charlie. I'm going to throw it out there. So they came out, and they were just there, and we were out 2 or 3 days, and I met Charlie for breakfast, and he says, so finally he says, what are you doing here? So I just came out. I just had some stuff I was doing, and I just need to get out of town for a bit. He didn't buy it. He's sitting there in front of Patty, and he goes, but what are you doing here? I'm just here blowing off some steam, that's all. So he gives her $20 and says, here, go play Keno, get out of here. Shoos her away, and she leaves. And he looks at me, and when I tell you earlier, that glaze over his eyes and that look in his eyes, and those eyes turn to shark's eyes, and that black color comes out, and he looked across the table at me, and he says, now I want answers. And I want to know what you're doing out here, and you're going to answer me now. I'm not having this conversation with you. Please, don't make me talk about things that I can't talk to you about. Everything's okay. Know that I'm earning money. Nothing's wrong. I'm not running from anything. Everything is fine. He wouldn't take it, and I made him work for it. And he goes, I want to know, and he's banging on the table, and he's trying not to lose his temper. And he starts punching the table, and he says, I want to know what you're doing out here, and I want you to tell me right now. What are you doing? I'm not having this conversation with you. You're my skipper. It's my job to protect you. I'm not having a conversation. Please, Don't put me in that position, okay? I don't want to have this. Just know everything is good, and I got something going, and it'll be a good score. Please, can we just leave it at that? And he goes, no, I want to know. I said, I'm just out here blowing off steam. My buddy Dutch is my dearest friend in the world. Yeah, I heard you talk about him before. And my buddy Mike, yeah, they're out here. I just came out to blow some steam. Oh, can't we just leave it alone? And he goes, are you doing papaya? Which is Italian for drugs. I'm not talking about this. Please, please. You're putting me in a position, Charlie, that I don't want to talk to you. I'm trying to protect you. And he goes, ain't nobody protecting. I don't need protection from anybody. I asked you a question. I want you to answer me honestly. Fine. You're my skipper. I got to answer you. Listen to me. Will you just hear me out? I'll explain it to you, but you got to hear me out. Don't get mad. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Dutch and Mike, I told you who they are and what they do. They're with a group. Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, listen, they needed something, okay? And I have some stuff going on out in Hawaii. I got a history in Hawaii, in Honolulu specifically. I had some problems out there back in the day, and I had been locked. And he goes, I know, the whole thing in Honolulu when you got arrested. I know. You got arrested for the assault with the handgun or the assault with the attempted murder. I know all about it. What? He goes, I know all about it, Giovanni. What, do you think I'm a stupid man? Wait a minute. You know that I got arrested in Honolulu? And you know my history? Yeah, what do you think, I'm stupid? How do you know my history? He goes, I know everything. I know about the thing in Virginia that puts me close to the cigarettes. And he goes, I know about everything. I know about the time. I know everything. I know you did time and where you did it. I know everything. What do you think, I'm stupid, man? Man, you're amazing. You are so impressive. That's why you're my skipper. I said, now hear me out, okay? I got a guy in Honolulu. I hooked him up with these guys. They're moving some product back and forth. And look, I'm not touching it. I swear to God, I haven't been in a room with any of it. I'm making a meeting. I'm just introducing them. And he goes, you're a broker. You're brokering it. Yeah, I'm a broker. That's what I'm doing. I'm just brokering one organization to another outlaw organization. I married them up. I trust both ends. Nothing's going to come of it. They're not going to go to war with each other. I know them like family. I trust them with my life. Charlie, I would never put us in that position, but it's good money, and I don't want to pass on it. He goes, no, you can't. He goes, how much you make? How much? He goes, so how much are we making, and what's my end? I go, it's a good end. I said, it's good. He goes, well, what is it? And we had a whole conversation. I explained to him that it was narcotics, and from that point on, from a RICO point of view, he put himself in that position. So from that point of view, they were able to charge him with conspiracy to commit and all kinds of stuff. But more importantly, it gave me some bona fides, and it gave me confirmation that there was a leak and that he did have my criminal background, that he did know I was arrested. And I went home. I should have went back to my apartment in Vegas comfortable. But I was so spun up again that I was like, man, they got their finger on every pulse. And I went back and explained that. And from that point on, the Bureau even had to red tape the case in their own files to make sure nobody had access to it. They didn't know where the leak was coming from law enforcement. And so that very same meeting, Charlie is sitting there having breakfast. We finished that conversation. And like true undercovers and true people that know each other like friends, Dutch and Mike are really my brothers, and I love them to death and in true life and in our undercover covert world. But they know me, and they know after a hard night of drinking in Vegas, I have a Caesar's Bloody Mary, hair of the dog that bit you the next morning. So Dutch thought it would be very funny for the two of them to send over to the table, unwittingly of me and not planned. The waitress comes over with this Caesar Bloody Mary, and she says, Giovanni? Which gentleman, which one are you, Giovanni? I said, that's me. And I said, that's not mine. I didn't order that. She goes, no, this is from Dutch and Mike. They said you might need this. And she says, they said that they're at the table. I said, I laughed. And Charlie goes, that's some drink. I said, yeah. I said, I played it off, and I go, yeah, it's funny, but did they really send this? Where are they? Are they here? She says, yeah, they're eating breakfast over on the other side. It wraps around. This place raffles inside the Mandalay Bay. And it wraps around, and they were sitting on the other side. They lost sight of me. They couldn't see me. So, and again, you have to understand, if they were sitting in the same room as us, these guys had a braided beard down to here. They had this hair. They had, they look like two outlaw motorcycle guys where you walk in and, Dutch is just pure muscle. Mike is just an absolute lunatic.
And they're with the FBI?
Yeah, they're FBI undercovers, yeah. And they're great undercovers in their own right. And I was blessed to have them come out and support me on this. So as that happens, and I said to Charlie, I said, well, they're here. I said, do you want to meet them? Come and meet them. They're the only family I have. And he goes, yeah. When we're done here, I'll send Patty away and I'll come around. I'll say hello to him. It'll be great. I'd love to meet him. I said, yeah, it'd be good. So we finish up. I drink my half of my Bloody Mary and up we go. And I say, hey, come on, let's go say hello to these guys before I leave. And then I'll introduce you real quick. And it was carpet. And let me tell you, we come around a corner and Charlie gets one look at these two guys sitting at this table and realizes and just stops in his tracks. And if he could have left skid marks with his heels on his sneakers, he would have on the carpet, because he just stops me and he goes, you know what, Giovanni? And he's staring right at him. He goes, maybe another time. I got stuff to do and I got to go. I said, Charlie, what do you mean? These are my guys. They're the only family I have. Like, I want to introduce you to these guys. Yeah, maybe another time. Maybe we go out to have drinks in another place or something. Really? Because this is the only time they're going to be here, probably, a good chance for you to meet them. All right, I'll say hi real quick. So he comes over to the table. These guys couldn't be more cordial, stood up. They were, very, very, very charismatic and very not threatening, not very non-threatening, very reminiscent to what Charlie interacted with in prison when he was in there. And it was very familiar to him. And I introduced him, and they shook hands. And it was about 15 to 20-second interaction. Very nice to meet you. Maybe we'll have a drink sometime. Pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. I got to go. And he left. And we finished breakfast, and everything was great. And I'm thinking, wow, that went off without a hitch. And then my phone rings. I get back to my room, and my phone rings, and he calls me, and he's screaming like a lunatic. Are you out of your mind? Are you crazy? I said, what's the matter? He goes, you cannot have those guys in the Mandalay Bay when you're in the Mandalay Bay. I said, what are you talking about? We're just having breakfast. No, that's not how it works, Giovanni. Listen to me. You got to get those guys. Look at those guys. You see the way they look and the way you look? It's not a good look. And he goes, you got to get them out of there. You got the bulls. You got Metro out here. You got the sheriff's office, the FBI, the DEA, your mother's ass. Every law enforcement community is watching us out here. They got us on camera. And you're in there in the Mandalay Bay with these two guys. They can't be in the same hotel as you. You can't walk through a hotel with these guys. You got to put them downtown where they belong with their people. Put them down on Fremont Street, long before it was what it is today. I said, okay. I said, relax. I said, I didn't mean to offend you. Listen, good guys, serious guys. I was with guys like that inside. I see them. I see what they are, and I'm glad they're with you, but you can't do this on camera. Again, from evidentiary purposes, it was a great conversation, and it's a good thing for the case. And he knew, and more importantly, he was going to go back and tell everybody that he has now met Dutch and Mike, and they are real deals, and he is very familiar with who they are. So paid dividends for me. Fast forward, towards the end of the case, again, I had a good score. I went out to Vegas. Things with Louis were kind of distant, and things were shaking up. Things with Anthony were going really well. I was making money with him. He started reporting back. He started introducing the fact that maybe we should have some prostitution organizations going. We should start moving some girls. He had connections with prostitution. And again, I only had but so much criminal authority, and prostitution is not something we allow. So I had to back off and back away from that while he ran that operation. The war with Louis and the war inside the family was brewing so much so that we had to talk. Well, my guys were prepping. And they were talking about bags of guns that were buried someplace if we need to go get them, and we'll go to war. They wanted to lash out at Louis' crew. I think Louis got wind that something was going on, because what had happened was a Christmas party came. And when Christmas came, Luigi showed up thinking he was a May guy. And this is a story that was told to me from the bosses. And Louis showed up at this party. And it wasn't a crime family party. It was an Italian family party, and everybody brought their grandkids and their aunts and uncles and their kids in there. And it was inside the Ribera Club inside the social club, inside the nucleus of the DeCavalcante stronghold. But it was a family gathering. And as Louis walked in, there's an old hitman sitting there with his cane, and Tinier Scalfani is his name. And Tinier turns around, Tony Scalfani. As Louis walks in, he takes his cane, Because again, he's a serious guy. He's a murder and mayhem guy. He's got more bodies on him than a funeral director. And he pokes Louis in the belly and makes a comment and says, hey, look at the size of you. You're putting on weight like your brother. You know, you're fat. And it makes a reference like that. And Louis explodes. Louis loses his cool in front of everybody and starts dropping the F-bombs, starts being very disrespectful to the administration, the bosses that were there, the May guys that were there. Pretty much in front of his crew, and all the bosses start telling the capos, and Tinier being one of them, they're nobodies. They're the old has-beens of the thing. He's the new up-and-coming. He's the new generation of his family, something to that effect. And they all better fall in line kind of thing. You can only imagine how that felt or sat with these old-timers, these guys, these murder and mayhem type of guys from the 80s and 70s. It didn't sit well with them. So Charlie and I had a good score on some things that we were doing back home on the East Coast. I flew out to Vegas to pay him homage. I was doing some operations with some other crews inside the family. At that point, later in my case, I was actually bringing money, kick-up money, on behalf of other crews. If we were moving dope or we were moving product around and we were doing things together, I told Charlie it would be best if I paid the other capos. I want to make sure that your gumbaras, the guys that you grew up with and came up with this thing, I want to make sure they get every red cent that's due to them, and I don't want their guys to short them any money, so do you think it's smart that I pay them? He pushed back on that, and he says, no, let his guys worry. It's his crew. Let him worry about his own crew. If they rob from him, he can kill them. You know, that's not our business. I said, yeah, but at this point, again, this is how my relationship was with him. Yeah, but you know what, Charles? It's just more respect on my end. I don't want you guys to get beat. I respect this whole thing that we're doing. And he would say to me, you know what, you're right. I'll call him up and you go pay him. So now you can only imagine I'm going into other captains' houses that are under house arrest, or some are ill and failing, you know, their health is failing them, on oxygen tanks. And here I am walking in with homage and paying them up, you know, paying them kick-up money. The conversations I'm having with these guys was tremendous, because these old timers are telling me to be careful. You know, your father, meaning Charlie, they're going, your father is a great guy. Your father's my best friend. And I got to, you know, this thing is going to come to a head that's going on in the family. So be real careful out there, Giovanni. And they're really looking out for me. They truly were. And just reminding me of how I'm representing my father. You know, we had a conversation in front of Anthony and me, went to a capo's house one time, and again, he referred to him as your father. And that was it. You know, I knew I was in like Flynn, but the nervousness I had and the unsteadiness I had at that point was, it could come at me from any direction. When I went and met Charlie at a high-end restaurant, I celebrated. I had a really good score. I asked him if I wanted to go out to dinner. He offered to stay home that night, and Patty would cook us dinner. I said, no, I want to go out. I want to celebrate. I want to talk to you about some things, and you know, I got to tell you what I got going on in the future. So we had a nice, quiet dinner at a real high-end restaurant inside a casino, and I guess my idea was to walk through the casino so I can get him on tape also, you know, convicted felons being together and him walking through the casino. He shouldn't be in there anyway as a convicted felon and yada, yada, yada. But I go and I had this really nice dinner with him. And in that dinner, there was a moment of trust there that he had started sharing about the administration's conversations and sharing me about Louis. And I was like, well, yeah, you know, so what's the deal with him? Is he actually a May guy? He explains the whole thing about being a May guy. He explains the situation with me and him. And then he explains the administration is not happy with him. And therefore, the administration decided that it's time for Louis to go. So they're going to kill him. And I said, really? And I challenged him, because at this point, it's a father-son conversation. And I said, they're going to kill him. Yeah, they're going to whack him out. They're going to hurt him. And I said, okay. I said, why, really? A guy that you know your whole life, this kid grew up in this thing. Like, you know, you're just going to kill him? Yeah, he's disrespectful. He explained the whole thing to me with Tinier, and he's the one who told me about Tinier and the Christmas incident. And that was the boiling point. And the bosses all got together and decided that it's time for him to go. It doesn't matter what John Riggy thought, or, you know, it's time. So they were going to kill him. And I said, okay. I said, wow, that's a shame to hear that. But, you know, look at what he did with me. He came at me and, you know, he threatened to chop me up into pieces. And he's a little bit overboard. He's a little bit overdramatic at times. I said, but, you know, I respect what you guys are doing. You know, I'm part of this thing, so I got to understand it, right? Who am I to question it? He goes, no, you don't question anything. He says, but I sat down and they told me what the plan was, and I told him that you would do it. I would do what? He says, I told him that you would kill Louis. You'll do it. You'll take care of it. Okay. He said, why, you got a problem with that? Very, very aggressive. and we were dressed in really nice suit jackets, sitting there eating dinner at this 5-6-star restaurant. And I said, no, I don't have a problem at all. I said, but me, you want me to do it? All the people in the family, many guys, you want me to do it? He goes, well, what are you doing? You're running a crew for me. You're answering for me. You are me. And I want this guy dead, so, I don't care how you do it. Run him over, throw acid in his face. I don't care what you do to him, just he's got to go. And that's the way they want it. So I said, okay, planting the seed. Again, how do you want me to do it? Who do you want me to use? Do you want me to use our guys in my crew? Our guys? He goes, no. Do you want me to use your son? No, don't use him. I don't want him involved in any of this. This isn't his thing. He says, you could do it yourself. I said, yeah, I could do it myself, but it's kind of, and in the beginning, it was 2 people they wanted me to kill. They wanted me to kill 2 main guys in the beginning of the conversation. And having multiple murders to commit, I was like, yeah, I could do it, but, man, I can't get around that neighborhood easy. I can't do this. I'll do it, and I have no problem. I'm a capable guy. I think I've proven that to you, Charles. And he goes, yeah. I said, but, I got to use somebody. Who do you want me to use? If you need help, give me some time, and I'll try to find somebody. I said, yeah, oh, man, I wish that, what I wish? I wish that Luigi had bumped into Dutch and Mike. They would straighten him right out. Not that they would kill him, not that they would hurt him. He ought to meet guys like that. And the bell, and the light got brighter, and he goes, that's it. So what's that? That's who you use. Would they do it? Would they do it? Would they? Yeah. He goes, well, would they? Yeah. I said, listen, if I ask them to do it, they'll do anything I ask them to do. Well, why don't you use them? Okay. If you want me to, do I have your permission to go and talk to them about it? Well, you trust them? I trust them with my life, Charlie. You met these guys. They're not going to tell anybody. I've done things before with them. I know they're capable. I know they're capable guys. I'm not worried about that. It's just you have to make the decision who I'm going to use. So he goes, yeah, talk to them. So at that point, I go and tell the Bureau that we're going to commit some murders. I knew, and you can only imagine, Dutch was still in Vegas. I brought him out in case I needed him there as a fallback. So when I was making trips out there, he was coming out too, just in case. And he was there that night. I had dinner with Charlie. And then when I went back, I went back to a certain restaurant that we trusted, and my supervisor was drinking there, and he was an undercover. He passes as a good undercover, but he was sitting there with Dutch at the time. And I didn't have a lot of coverage back then. I didn't have cops on me. I didn't have security teams.
You were wearing a wire for every single
I was wearing multiple wires for everything.
Jesus.
I was wearing four different recording devices on me at all times, because the conversations that were gleaned.
They never pat you down?
What?
They never pat you down?
They do. They pat you down in a way that you don't know you're being patted down. They'll come up behind you. How you doing, kid? And they'll really just feel you up. They'll hug you. They'll do something to you. But they don't.
If you get caught with a wire, you're dead.
You're dead. It's over. Yeah, if they found it, I'm not going to lay down and like a dog, but I'm going to fight. Right? You have to make that decision. The what ifs.
But where do you hide it?
I had them secreted all over the place. Yeah, they were. You're talking 2000 and late 2011 to 2015. This was so. You're talking sophisticated. Nowadays, they have so many more sophisticated things. You could put shit in the sky and you wouldn't even know it's there. But when I first started, the devices were crazy. Like I told you, those transmitters. I was on one case one time and the transmitter fell off of me. And I was doing a gun deal with some gangbangers. And the wire fell off of me, and it was taped with hospital tape to the inside of my chest, and it fell off, and it was literally dangling on the side of my leg, and it was a white wire. So you can only imagine, I kind of leaned down, and I scooped it up and stuck it in my penny pocket. But these things were devices that when you found them, you would know. And again, it's not. I could tell you one I had was in my watch because you'd listen to the tapes and you could hear the tick, tick, tick. You'll never know, right? But it's sometimes, I had a source one time say to me, an informant, a human source, and a confidential informant goes, hey, is that watch you're wearing, is that a recording device? So what are we talking about? He says, well, you do this with your, like when you sit. I said, no, it's a Rolex. I want people to see my Rolex that I'm wearing. I mean, I'm showing off my watches. I love jewelry. Like, he says, oh, okay, I thought you needed it to be outside your sleeve. And it goes back to ticks and tells, right? Because sometimes that little thing right there, I want you to see my watch, but at the same time, you might interpret it as, let me see that watch. Oh yeah, it's a good watch. I literally said to Eurasian gangsters, like, yeah, it's a nice, let me see that. And it was a recording device. That's a nice watch. What kind of watch is that? And they'd sit there, they put it on, and the whole time, just by the grace of God, you would have to be a jeweler to know that there was a recording device in it, let's put it that way. So I had multiple wires on me. When I first met Charlie, and not to rewind, but when I first met him and I went to Vegas and he wanted to have a conversation with me and called me out there and he let me go out, he wouldn't talk to me about anything until I went in the pool. And then he saw me submerged in a pool at the Mandalay Oriental. And the Mandarin Oriental had this beautiful pool, and we were watching the Kentucky Derby in a cabana that I rented. And he wouldn't talk. He wouldn't say anything. He was like hesitant because he left me that message and all kinds of crazy stuff. And then finally, I realized I'm sitting out here. The sun's, it's Vegas. So there's one sun, but there's actually, with the reflections off of the buildings, there's actually like 5 suns hitting you at once. And I'm roasting. And we're sitting in this cabana and it's hot as hell. And finally I was just like, I gotta go in the pool. I gotta rinse off. I'm gonna pass out. So I strip down, I jump in the pool. And the minute I do one lap across the pool and I soothe myself off with the water, he says, come out of the pool, come here, we gotta talk now. He waited for me to submerge myself to make sure I wasn't wearing any kind of recording devices. And the minute he did, I got out and he says, now come here, come here. He didn't even give me a chance to get a towel. He just said, now come here, sit right here next to me. I was soaking wet. He says, come here. And he's dripping sweat like he was in the pool. And he's like, get it right next to me, get as close as you can, I want you. And literally like almost sitting on his lap like Santa Claus. And then he started telling me all about the crime family. And then he opened up because he realized he can't possibly be recording me. But I was. See? If you use your imagination, I'm wearing a bathing suit. I got nothing else on, right? I told you there's 5 suns. What could I possibly have been wearing? It's inside my sunglasses. Oh. So the minute he saw me submerged, he should have looked out for the sunglasses. So the sunglasses, and again, I tell you that because those things are so obsolete nowadays that, it's out there in the private world. So yeah, those little things. So I had these different devices and he had this conversation with me and so I got to rewind, I forget where I was. We had the conversation, Dutch was out there and I went to debrief with my supervisor. And he followed me out from Newark because it was getting pretty hairy at that point. And in case any decisions needed to be made right away, he was there. And I walked into the bar, and I'll never forget, I asked the guy to pour me a glass of Crown Royal. And he was like, you want a double? I said, no, I want you to fill this glass up. And it was like a short little glass about that big. I said, no, I want you to fill it. And I literally downed it like it was iced tea. And I knew Dutch just watched me. And he's like, what's up? I said, I think I just ruined my life. I said, I think this is not good for me. And I knew I vocalized it right away to him. And he saw me struggling. He saw me stressing. And then I debriefed with my supervisor and he left. And then Dutch wound up staying. And we sat in New York, the casino's in there. And we sat in a pizzeria inside the place and for hours until the break of dawn the next day. And I explained to him that, they wanted me to do these murders and they wanted me to use him. And he knew, because I told him, I said, this isn't good. This is going to ruin I'm done. Like, I don't know what this does, but this ruins my life. My life is over after this. And it's almost like everything my wife said at that very moment came to light and came to fruition for me because I understood what she meant by you're going to ruin our lives. So I planned the murders for a while. They did take one of the murders off the table, his Louis connection. And they wanted Louis dead. And I planned that murder for 4 months. I kept pushing it off, mitigating it, trying to close up and wrap up the case because, again, we're not going to kill anybody, right? We're the federal government, we're law enforcement. So, of course, we're not going to let somebody be murdered. But it got hairy for a while because my inactivity or my willingness to want to kill him right away, I needed to collect as much evidence as I could. Now it became almost like an organized crime case meets a murder for hire case, and which is a different prosecutable case. I have to get the elements of that, and I have to make sure I can collect as much evidence and get as many parties involved. So
do you begin to like these characters that you're interacting with?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. And
You're close to them. I'm
very close to them. At that point, there's other things that happen. Charlie looked at me and, I love you. The I love you started coming out from all kinds of people. When I went and paid homage and kick up to the other captains, their granddaughter, one granddaughter in particular, came home that day and received her letter of college acceptance. And Anthony was with me. And even now, when I listen to some of the tapes that I made, you're talking years of tapes. When you listen to them.
How many years was this whole process?
3 years.
3 years.
3 years worth of solid tapes, just thousands and thousands of hours probably, just, and everything and in the middle of making a great mafia tape, in walks culturally now, what I grew up in Bayonne, New Jersey, and knowing that neighborhood feel, and that's why I start with that, because in walks this young little girl, 18-year-old girl, who's being accepted to college and is excited, and then all of a sudden the capo, he tell your cousins about the good news, tell them that, you got your letter and this and that, and she's teary-eyed and saying, I got accepted to my college and my first choice, and you're celebrating, tell your cousins, tell your cousins, and then you're sitting there hugging this girl and congratulating her as if she's one of your own. It could be your cousin, your own cousin or your own daughter. And you're celebrating with them in their proudest moments, and there's going to come a time when, this family's going to know who I was and what I did to them and infiltrated them. So the victims, the true victims are the family members, right? Because the organized crime guys, they're strong family and faith-based people, but the murder and mayhem, how do the two go together? When it comes to family's everything, right? They're not murder and mayhem guys. Most of them are not murder and mayhem guys in front of their loved ones. They don't want them to see that side of it. They shelter them from it. So, and again, it's whatever decision has brought them into this world. Not everybody decides, I'm going to grow up to be a gangster. You think back on my history when I gave you about my growing up in the neighborhood, I could have went either way, right? I would have made a great gangster. And I used to tell the Bureau that, because sometimes I would get angry at the Bureau, because when I went out, and not just the Bureau, the DEA and all local state law enforcement too, sometimes on these long-term investigations, they'd be like, hey, listen, don't be out there too long with your biker friends. Don't be out there too long with your Italian friends. Don't be out there eating bowls of macaroni till 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, I got a soccer game tomorrow. I got a life too, I got a family. Do you really think these people are my friends? Do you think I want to be out here? I have a real family. My kids don't see me because I'm out here doing this for our squad. Like, this is my part. Why don't you do your part? And don't put that stress on me of, cut this short. Like, you and your friends, like, don't.
But you also get addicted to the adrenaline.
Yeah, you do.
So it becomes like a drug.
It does. Because I can't go home, so I might as well just stay around these guys, And during the planning of the murder, I had plenty of time where we had 19 made guys and high-level associates came out for the Super Bowl in Phoenix that year. And they came out to Vegas, because typically all the guys from the East Coast, they run to Vegas and they hide there, because a lot of times law enforcement does their sweeps during Vegas. They do their bookmaking sweeps or their gambling sweeps, and everybody gets search warrants served on them at that time. So they all go out to Vegas to hide. So you can only imagine my surprise when Charlie brings me around these guys. Here I'm trying to plan this murder and stuff, and then he brings me around 19 guys from different families. And I walk in, and I'm not sure if you're a mob aficionado, in the early 2000s, there was that sweep in New York of like 200 mobsters got arrested in New York. And it was and I was on that. I was part of that sweep as an agent that was processing some of the guys. And I write about in a book that one of the guys in that arrest wind up walking in on one of the deals that I was doing in a car shop. So I had mitigated that. Now I'm in Vegas around 19 guys, planning this murder, talking to him about murder and mayhem, and now he wants to promote me to his friends, these 19 guys. And he says, hey, we're going to dinner. Some guys from out by you, they're coming out, so we're going out with like 19, 20 guys for dinner tonight. We'll go meet them for cigars this afternoon, and then we'll have dinner tonight. And I said, okay. He says, one of their nephews owns a big steakhouse out here. He's connected, and we're going to go eat dinner at his place. So I show up at the casino, and I think it was at the MGM. And I walk into these 19 guys, and this one guy just looks at me, and he locks eyes with me. And as Charlie's going around introducing me to everybody, this is my kid Giovanni, this is so-and-so, this is so-and-so of this family, he's the boss of this and that. And they're all looking at me. And they're older guys, some of my age, and this guy just starts snapping his fingers. I know you. I know you. Well, let me tell you, that stops everything. And this guy is adamant. I know you. Where do I know you from? And he's belligerently drunk. Where do I know you from? I know you. And everybody stops, and everybody's like, huh. And I look at him, I say, you know me? Well, I don't know you. Where do I know you from? I'm trying to make a joke. I'm going to make everybody laugh like I did at the pork store, right? Now, I know you. Where do I know you from? You are familiar. Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from all over. Well, I'm from Jersey. Yeah, we're all from Jersey. Where are you from? All over Jersey. Where are you from? He goes, I'm from Jersey. Where? I said, you're asking me. Tell me where you're. And Charlie goes, yeah, fucko, where are you from? Tell him. Go ahead, Giovanni, give it to him. I said, I'm just asking you. You're asking me where I'm from. Well, I'm just saying, did we do time together? Were you in Lewisburg? No, I never did time in Lewisburg. You didn't do time in Lewisburg? No, I did a bid down in Virginia, by Chesapeake. He goes, nah, not there. Not there. You sure you weren't in Lewisburg? No, we weren't locked up together, I'm telling you that now. He goes, all right. He says, I'll think of it, it'll come to me. I'm thinking this guy was probably in it, and he was part of the 200 sweep. So later that day, we all get cigars, and I said to Charlie, listen, Charlie, I had a good score. I said, would you mind if I buy everybody cigars? So we went over to Caesars, where they only had this little cigar shop inside, and we walk into Caesars, and everybody picks out their cigars, and somebody was going to pay for them. And I turn around and I go, hey, it's on Charlie. No. So-and-so is going to pick it up. He invited us here. He's going to pay for it. No, this is on Charlie. It's on Charlie. It's not on me. It's on Charlie. Please, Charlie's paying for the cigars. And Charlie just loved that. See, that's what Charlie taught me to do. Charlie, it's what I saw growing up. So now I applied it here, and Charlie just took credit for it. So Charlie goes, listen, let him pay. Let him pay for the cigars. Just let Giovanni pay. Come on, let's just smoke these cigars. We go outside, and again, this guy is all over me. You know, the I know you guy. And he sits down next to me, and he starts breaking my horns, and he's like, hey, so I got these grifters, these Irish grifters out here. They keep breaking my horns. He says, I should lure them back to Jersey. You want to rob them with me? And it's crazy cockamamie stuff. And I'm like, what? And now I'm just abusing him. I'm like, well, you want to rob grifters like Irish gypsies? He goes, yeah. We'll set them up. I'll get them to come back to Jersey. You got a crew of guys you want to use? I said, no, I'm not robbing anybody. Did you run it by him? Because they know each other forever. I said, yeah, you know what? Run it by my skipper. If my skipper says to do it, then I'll talk to you about it. Other than that, I'm not robbing any Irish grifters. That's what do you think? I'm crazy? That's not the way I operate. And he's just testing me the whole time. But it just turned out he was 70-something years old, drunk, and he actually brought 2 prostitutes with him to Vegas, young girls, and he was all coked out of his mind. And so I realized real quick in that situation, I can't go to dinner with these guys. I can't, 19 guys, I can't. It's like fighting a heavyweight bout against 5 different guys, It's like being in the WWF ring at like WrestleMania, So I can't do it. I'm just physically and mentally exhausted. So I tell Charlie, listen, Charlie, I don't know if I could do dinner tonight. The cigar smoke, it bothers me. I smoked the cigar out of respect for you because I'm trying to make friends with these guys. But I got to be honest, the smell of cigar, and it was my true life. And I go, cigars make me sick. I'm sicker than anything. He says, don't worry about it. Just, you don't have to go to dinner. And he gave me an excuse. The next day, he had called me up, come pick me up. We got to go to we were meeting him at the pool at one of the high-end places on the Strip. And he says, come pick me up at the house. So he gets him in my car. I'm driving him. I said, how was dinner last night? Oh, dinner was great. It was nice. Steak dinner, beautiful. And you were the topic of the dinner all night. Me? He says, yeah, you kidding me? They wouldn't shut up about you. I said, how's that? He goes, these guys, they all think you're a stone cold killer. I said, what? He goes, yeah. They're all sitting there going, they said that kid Giovanni, that's what you're blessed to have him. And he told me these crazy stories. I said, who said that? He says, all these guys. All the guys said, you sat there quiet as a church mouse. You wouldn't let me speak. You wouldn't let anybody speak to me. You put Freddie, this guy in his place. You just shit all over everybody. He says, they all feared you. He says, you're like a young me. And he just reminded himself of what he once was. And he saw that in me. So, but then on the other side of it was, so where we at with this murder? And that fast in the car. It's like, so where we at with this kid? Because once he was in the confines of my vehicle, he knew we can talk. And he's like, so where we at with this thing, with this kid? So who? He says, the pet, the dog, Louie. When is this getting done? We're working on it, Charles. I said, you want to talk about this? He goes, yeah, I want to talk about it. I said, all right, listen, I always gave him an out. And he says, I said, yeah. I said, listen, I got Dutch. I got Dutch and one other guy. The other guy can't help me right now, so it's just me and Dutch. He goes, why, where's the other guy? I said, I didn't use the guy Mike. I got another guy who's more of a capable guy, and he's slick. He knows what he's doing. He comes from New England, but he's on paper right now. He's on parole. He's got 2 more months to go on parole. Once he's done with parole, it's a done deal. But Charles, you got to wait for this guy. He's a pro, and Dutch trusts him. And it comes from Dutch. And he's like, 2 months? Jesus, I can't wait that long. This guy's got to go now. Charles, listen, you want to do this right, No. Listen, I'll call the administration. I'll see what they want. Call the administration. So what happened was we realized he was calling back home. So we went up on a Title III, a wiretap on his phones. And we actually started capturing the phone calls when he was calling back to Jersey, calling the administration, calling the bosses. And he was actually bouncing it off of them. Great conversations that we were capturing at that point. So I told him, it's going to happen, but you got to give me some time. You got to remember, Dutch never met Louis. It's dark at night. He's out there doing, he's doing his scoping. I can't say surveillance. I got to be careful what I say. I say, he's doing his scoping at night, and, he's out there, but he doesn't know what club he's at, and we'll tell him to go to the other club if he's not. I know, but, you saw Dutch. He stands like a sore thumb. You kidding me? He goes, well, they got that clubhouse, the other outlaw motorcycles. They probably think he's one of theirs. I said, well, that's the thing. If they see him out there, they're going to tell our guys because they're with us. They work with us, this other club. And he's like, yeah. But, well, you give him a picture. I don't have a picture. I'll get you a picture later. So we get back to the house after we had dinner and all that. We went for lunch. Go back to the house. And he goes, so you got to get a picture. You got to get a picture. Give him a picture. I said, well, I don't have a picture. I'm trying to. He goes, well, what about, get it? You can't, you don't have anything? No. What about that social media stuff? I'm not a social media guy. So he yells up to his wife and he's like, Patty, hey, you're on that Friends thing with the dog, right? The pet? She says, yeah. Print out a picture of him. Bring it down to me. So he does. And he brought it down. She gives him the 2 pages of printed pictures. It was so weird because instead of just folding a paper and handing it to me, he made sure he cut the edges. I don't know why. He cut the edges off of and just handed me the pictures. He says, now here, you got the pictures. Just use the pictures and give him the picture. Get this done. All right. So now time went by and then he got impatient again and he says, look, the administration's asking, if you can't do it, I'll just get on a plane. I'll come there and kill him myself. I'll do it today. I'll do it tonight. I'll get on a plane. I'll be dead by the end of tonight. I said, Charles, just give me some time. Pump the brakes. So we did catch a call on a T3, on a Title III wiretap, and it was Charlie speaking to the administration through some guys. And he finally got on the phone with the boss and the underboss, and he basically told him, to sum it up, his words were, it's a done deal, and these guys are coming in and they're iron horses, you know what I mean? Okay. He's like, you know what I'm saying, right? They come in on those things, they're like those guys, right? They're like angels from hell. And then the bosses go, oh, okay, like, yeah, those guys. All right, yeah, we get it. So he's trying to tell them that they're outlaws. And that's what made it, okay. So from that point on, we knew it was a done deal. Towards the end of the case, Patty had come to me, and she said, when you go home, be careful. Jimmy Dirt is getting arrested on Monday. I said, what are you talking about? And she says, yeah, stay away from Jimmy Dirt. He's being arrested on Monday. I said, you with your paranoia. What do you mean Jimmy Dirt's getting arrested? He's getting arrested. He was arrested? No, he's getting arrested on Monday. Giovanni, listen to me. And Charlie's upstairs getting dressed in the bedroom. And she says, I'm telling you right now, be careful when you go home. Don't take any meetings with anybody from his area. Don't take any meetings with anybody from his crew. Stay away from Jimmy Dirt. I said, you always come up with these crazy stories. I said, I love you, but you're crazy. Oh, I'm crazy. So she turns around, she walks away into the other room and comes back with a manila envelope, opens it up and hands it to me. And I made a tape and I read it, and it was an arrest warrant for Jimmy Dirt. And it was signed. It was a United States court issued, a federal court arrest warrant for this guy Jimmy Dirt. And I read it verbatim. I said, the United States of America versus, holy shit, you were right, Patty. Where did you get this and why do you have it? She goes, because I told you. I'm watching out for you guys on one side. You watch him where you are. You can protect him on, meaning Charlie, you can protect him on that side. I have you guys on this side. That was sent to me. She wound up being a leak. So yeah, the whole time she was part of the leak. Turns out, things came out and things came to light where, she was married to a law enforcement officer, and she herself had worked for a number of years as a transcriber or support. And she still had connections inside the system. And somebody leaked it to her, and she showed it to me. So I immediately, that was one of the last nights I had been with them. And I myself told her, and you got to understand at this point, I had control of the house just as if I lived there with them, you know. She often said to me, I don't know why you stay at these other places on the Strip, or you have a place, like, why don't you just come here and stay? We have an extra bedroom, you live here, we're family. And Charlie used to defend her, and listen, the boy wants to go out and play with his friends. You know, this is the biggest playground for men. Let him do his thing and leave him alone. So I took them in an envelope and I went back inside and I put it under a fax machine or a printer and I hid it underneath there. So when the agents did come in, I knew they were coming in the next 48 hours. And if it was still there, they'd at least be able to use it as leverage against her to get him to cooperate. So that was the goal. And so I finished up and we had to drive along the Strip. We went out one more time and I confronted him and asked him, look, I'm going to do this, but how does it leave it? How does this leave me? You know, you want me to do this deed for you guys, but you do realize the whole Borgata is going to come for me. They're all going to come gunning for me. He goes, what are you talking about? I said, yeah, they're all going to know it was me. Who else are they going to think it was? It's all known. The bosses are going to let it be known it was us. He goes, don't worry about it. They're going to be standing 50 deep to pin medals on your chest. Yeah, but that don't help me. And again, I challenged him as a son. What do you mean? They're going to know it's me. Don't worry about it. Listen to me. This is going to be a good thing. What do you, just walk in there. If he's in the club, if he's in the coffee shop, walk in, boom, boom, and walk out. You just put him to rest. He says if they want to use, because he had mentioned maybe if Dutch was, he thought they might have been former military, so they might have explosive grade materials. And he mentioned just throwing a grenade or a bomb of some sort, a homemade pipe bomb into his club and just killing him that way. He had all these elaborate ways, just get it done. So he says, if he's in the coffee shop, just walk in, boom, boom, and walk the fuck out. That's it, quick and quiet. If the other guys are in there, once you shoot them, they all fall into line, just walk in. You know, this is a stick up, boom, boom, and walk out. Tough guy, you know. And he's actually speaking as if he was actually there doing the deed with me because he was so excited. Just walk in, boom, boom, and walk out. So we're driving along the Strip, and I said, all right. I said, you know, okay, no, if you say that's the quickest and easiest way, but yet in this time, he even says to me, look, be careful, okay? You got to have a car with another car because you go car to car, you shoot them, something happens, they're going to pin the car down to you, they're going to track you down that way. You don't want that to happen. God forbid you guys get caught. God forbid Dutch gets caught. You're going to have to take care of him when he's inside. You're going to pay these guys, right? You're going to give him good money. I said, yeah, we're going to take care of them. Like, I'm not, this isn't on me. We'll take care of them. But they're not going to say anything. I know they're solid dudes. If they have to do time, they'll do time. But we're not getting caught. I'm not doing this or planning to get caught doing it. And he goes, yeah, no, of course, you're going to take care of them. What do you? And he even makes reference. Like he goes, well yeah, you're going to take care of them inside. What are you going to do? You're going to, you're going to kill them too? I'm like, no, I'm not going to kill them too. Like, very reminiscent of what happened with him when he shot the guy. He had killed Billy Mann and then shot his associate Pino. So it's very reminiscent. So I realized he's telling me these things out of caution. He wanted me to be careful not to screw up like he did and get caught because he really was looking out for me as if he cared for me. We finished up at the house, and again, my last conversation was in his house, and I challenged him again, and that's when he grabs the remote and he jacks up the volume really, really high. We were the only ones on the first floor in his living room. And I challenged him, and I said, again, I got to ask you, Charles. It's not that I'm not going to do this, but I'm worried about how it leaves me. And he grabs the remote and he turns it up. He's, listen. You get me? Now, I hear what he's saying. I see what he's saying. But the investigator in me, I have to get him to verbalize that. That's where the art of our craft comes in. So I'm like, yeah, I think so. Yeah. And his TV's blasting. Yeah, I think. And I could barely hear each other talking. Yeah, wait a minute. I think you're saying you're going up? Yeah. And then, yeah, you get it? No, I don't know what you're saying. And I grabbed the remote as if you would in your own home because I'm comfortable in the house at this point. I don't understand. Lower this fucking thing because I don't understand anything he's saying. And I lower it down to where it's decibels where you can hear us talk. I said, no, I don't. And he literally looks up as if he's talking to Jesus or somebody. He goes, Jesus Christ, this fucking kid don't understand what I'm saying. He goes, listen to me. This gets done in November, I go up. When I go up, you go up, okay? They're going to open up the books, and that's that in November. I'm off parole. Once I'm off parole, I'm going up. I could be number 2. And he's trying to explain to me he's going to be made either an underboss or a consigliere or something. And there was whispers of that. So I said, so wait a minute, I'm getting upped? He goes, yeah, that's why I'm telling you not to worry. Jesus Christ, what do you think I'm saying to you? I'm going to propose you and you'll go up. I said, oh, well, Jesus Christ, that changes things altogether. That's a fucking beautiful thing. He says, yeah, okay, bang. And that was it. So I said, oh, okay, geez, that put me right to bed. That put me at ease. We're good. So he goes, yeah, what the hell you think I was saying? I said, I don't know. You're doing crazy shit with the TV. Again, for evidence purposes, I'm painting that picture in case I'm sitting in front of a jury one day. And she comes downstairs. I say my goodbyes. I got to go. And that was my last goodbyes. And I kind of, to your question before, I was feeling it. Like, I said my goodbyes. They were my final goodbyes. And I had to be real careful not to get emotional, not to get like, upset or shaken or sweaty or clammy. And I said, all right, give me a hug. I'll see you later. She goes, all right, be careful. I just got off the phone with so-and-so, and it's threatening to snow up there. So just be careful. Where are you flying into, JFK? Yeah. All right, just be careful. All right. And he says, all right, come on, I'll walk you out to the garage. And he's excited. He's like a little kid. We're standing in the garage. His shoulders are bouncing. He's bouncing. He's all quirky. And he's like, this is good shit. Like, yeah, I can't wait. I said, yeah, I know. I can see it. You're excited. You're crazy. You're a madman. He's like, I know. But I wish I could be there with you. I really do. I want to just tell her I got to go back to Jersey and go with you. So, well, you can't, He's, no, I know. You got it. And I said, all right. He goes, listen, take a couple of bottles of water. It's you're going to be dying of thirst. What time's your flight? Call me when you get there, all right? I said, well, I'm not going to kill him as soon as I get there, Charles. He goes, no, I'm asking you. She said it's snowing. I want to make sure you got home okay. Just call me and make sure you tell me you landed all right. I mean, with the snow and everything, you're flying. If you get delayed or whatever, I don't care about that. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about you getting home safe. What does that do to you? Culturally, and that's a sense of what somebody would say to me in my own family. So I said, all right. I said, no, I appreciate that. I always appreciate you. You know that, Skip. He says, all right. I said, so how do you want me to do this? When I call, and my girlfriend in the case, her name was Nikki, never got introduced. Charlie had full-blown conversations with her. Never met her, But again, it's the tradecraft that was given to me and the training that I was provided. That at that level of chess,
she was an agent as well.
She was an agent, but she never existed. She existed on my phone. She was my screensaver at a wedding. Just a picture. And when I referred to her, I came into my apartment in New York. Or I got home late and I got to my own house, my true home with my kids and my wife sleeping upstairs. And I would always make it a point. In New Jersey, always had finished basements. So I had a finished basement with a movie room down there and stuff. So I'd go in there and I'd turn a game on it, make it sound like as if I was walking into my apartment in New York, or sometimes I was. My apartment from New York was not far from Mulberry Street. And he knew that. And he would often say to me, look, just walk out of your house and go down a block. Go see this guy. He's John Gotti's guys. Go see them guys. You know them all, so just walk in there and introduce yourself. I don't know why you haven't. I said, because I got enough shit on my plate. I don't need somebody else begging me to earn money with them, Charles. All the people you introduced me to already are enough to keep me busy. I don't need to go to somebody else's Borgata because I knew it was just insane once I'd let them guys know. So things like that. But I would walk into my apartment and I'd be on the phone with him. And again, there's a time difference between East Coast and West Coast. So I'd be walking into my apartment and I'd be making believe it was late at night and 9 o'clock-ish. And I'd be like, yeah, so anyway, yeah, I talked to him and I said this and I'd be having a conversation with Charlie. And I was like, all right, just a minute, I'm on the phone with Charlie. I'm talking to nobody, there's nobody in the room. But I'm starting an argument like you would a domestic dispute. All right, I'm on the phone with Charlie. It's a fucking small apartment. Just give me a minute. I'm on the phone with Charlie. Why do you always got to think I'm on the phone with somebody else? I'm on the phone with Charlie. Just give me a second. He goes, what's the matter? I said, nothing. I walked in the house. I live in a fucking shoebox here in New York. I'm paying $10,000 for an apartment that is, 200 square feet. I said, and she's mad because she's watching some stupid show. What are you watching, The Bachelor? Yeah, she's watching The Bachelor. Oh, right, yeah. Patty watches that shit. Yeah. No, tell her I said hello. Charlie says hello. Yeah, she says hello.
And all this, you're in the basement? And you're in the basement?
I'm either in the basement of my house or I've had those conversations I'd walk into my apartment in New York.
Oh, I see.
Hey, babe, I'm home. Hey, who's that, Nikki? She there? Yeah. No, she's over in Europe. I always had a reason why she wasn't around. Because Patty would always ask me, when you move out here and you open up this club, what are you going to do with your girl? Nah, she works over in Europe. She's, what do you think? I paid for this apartment? I had a whole backstory on a good hustle. I had a good hustle and I had a good story. So much so that Patty challenged me on it one night and said, well, what are you going to do with your girl? You with her a long time? Yeah, I'm with her a long time. You love her? Yeah, I love her. You guys going to get married? I don't know. She probably won't ever marry me. She thinks I'm just I'm a turd, you know? She goes, well, you know, you should live out here. It's cheaper to live out here. And in front of Charlie, I go, Patty, do you really think I pay for my apartment in New York? I can't afford that. I said, she works for some big Europe guy, some guy over in London or some shit. She's been working since she's 17, 18, doing his personal itinerary. That's his apartment. I live in his apartment rent free. All I have to do is pay for cable because he's barely there. And then for a while, she was moving out when he came to the city, but now I had a whole story to it. And she bit and he listened to it. So, you know, it gave me depth at least. And she said, you know, well, I want to meet her. Well, you'll meet her one day. And literally, the cards that were sent to me for Christmas was, you know, to Giovanni and Nikki, you know, Merry Christmas, love so-and-so, and all these people. And yeah, but they never met her. They've had conversations with her, but never met her, you know, through the art of deception.
So the bus must be coming soon. So
the bus was coming, and I said in the garage, so what's the deal? You know, how do you want me to do this? It's probably going to be tonight, you know, when I land either tonight or tomorrow. So I want to do it as fast as I can. So if Dutch has him there and he's in the social club, we'll probably get it done tonight or tomorrow. How do you want me to let you know? Now, they used to call Louis the dog, Louis the pet, because he used to own the dogs, the pit bulls, and then he had a pet shop, I think, for a while. So I thought, you know, I said, hey, how about this? How about I call you up and I say, I had a bad night tonight. Nikki's dog got sick and we had to put the dog down. And you'll know I did it. And I'll tell you, my girl's dog, we brought it to the vet and they had to put it down. And I thought, actually, that's a pretty good story. And he goes, nah. What do you mean, no? And he goes, nah, just call me up, whatever time it is. It's going to be a time difference. Wake me up and just, you know, just say, Charlie, it's me. I washed my face. I washed my face? That's what you want me to say? Yeah, just say it's me. I washed my face and hang up. And I'll know it's done. And then I'll call and let everybody know. They're all going to know it's done anyway once it happens. I said, okay. So the next morning, everybody got rounded up. Doors got kicked in. And then I never left Vegas. I stayed out in Vegas for the arrest. He thought I was getting on a plane to leave, and I didn't. They kept me out there. I think the Bureau was looking for that aha moment, you know, to say, you know, if he didn't believe that it was me, or they had to tell him it was me. But right away, they kind of knew it was. They knew right away. Once they read the reports, or they read what was given to them in an affidavit, they knew it was me. It was early in the morning. They hit his house. He was already up. He was still institutionalized, so which means he's up for breakfast at 5 a.m.
How many people got busted?
10 people got arrested, high ranking.
In New Jersey and
out to Vegas. And then, his son got arrested. And then the feedback was great because, you know, I sat around doing nothing while the doors and everybody got kicked in. And actually, I was trying to relax at one of the pools out in Vegas when all of this was going on because I really had to just sit put.
How do you feel?
Man, I just sat in the chair and just stared at the 6 different suns that were bouncing off me and just let it roast me and just, you know, literally, I mean, you know, I just wondered, you know, just wondered what was going to happen and wondered how it was going. Then the phone calls started to come in and the chuckles. Some guys called me back from the East Coast and said one of the guys in my crew actually said, hey, you know, they were taking all his property and he actually told his girl, listen, call G and tell him to run, you know, call G and tell him get out of the house, you know. And they actually overheard him telling his girl that his girl was a stripper. And so these guys still were loyal to me, loyal to Charlie, you know, loyal to the outfit. So and then Anthony got arrested, his son, same thing. He kind of whispered like, you know, he got caught saying something to his wife to the effect of, you know, see if you can call G if they didn't get G, you know. And they were still looking out for me. So those things kind of weighed on me. But at the same time, the investigator, and he's like, wow, this is crazy. This is intense, you know.
What was stronger, the guilt or the sense of achievement?
Well, you're trying to bask in both, right? And man, it really is. I've never thought of that. Nobody's ever asked me that. You know, you're trying to enjoy the sense of achievement and the moment of achievement and the moment of success, but everybody wants to celebrate that with you. But at the same time, you can't tell everybody how you really feel inside, right? So that is like, it's guilt, but I don't know if you would describe it as guilt, remorse, regret of the people, not the guys that I'm putting in jail. I had the flashbacks to tell your cousine, tell your cousins, that you tell them what school you got, the I love yous, the I care for you, Merry Christmas. One of my guys, his son was mauled by a pit bull right before the arrest, and I looked out for him, you know, sending the kid a gift. You know, it's horrifically. The guy sent pictures of me, you know, of the attack, and I looked at it and said, you know, it's terrible. And I got on the phone with them, and it, like, you know, the little boy, they said, hey, Uncle G is on the phone for you. Hey, Uncle G, and the boy could barely talk. You know, it's hard. It's very hard. So, you know, those flashbacks for me.
Because you can't help but become attached.
How can you? If you did not become attached, you're a sociopath yourself, right? And it was. Then it's like. Then it's, okay, I miss my family. Now I want to get home. I'm in Vegas. I can't even go home and hug my own kids. So you can only imagine that the anxiety and the stress and the regret and the thoughts. You're trying to see their kids, and you've been there. I've been there, kicked indoors, arrested people in front of their kids, but now it's that side of you that.
And you have to go in hiding now.
Yeah. Well, I went home, and now it began. Now the aftermath, where I should be basking in the success and the accolades of my work, and some of the finest. It's not the finest work I've done undercover-wise, you know, but it's some of the best work I've done long term. There's other cases that, listen, when you're involved in stopping people from doing terrorist acts, or you're involved in anything like that in any way, shape, or form, or you're involved in saving, as I told you, the case where I was involved in saving another undercover for being tortured or killed. You know, you're always. You know, it's hard to celebrate it, because now I got to go home. Now I got a plane. And those plane rides, the plane ride back to the East Coast was sometimes just as hard. When I used to get on the plane flying out to the West Coast, I would suffer so much regret that I was leaving my family and my wife and my kids behind. What are my kids doing today? So many times I walk into an operation, and any undercover would tell you this, because you're walking into an operation and you're thinking to yourself before you go live, we call it going live. And before you go live, you're going, oh my God, did I tell my kids I love them? Shit. I can't remember the last time I told my kids I love them, and if I get killed today. And you're with guys that are murderers. You're with guys that, you know, you're dealing with these cartels, and you're dealing with these guys in other countries and around the world, and you're going, everybody thinks this is great, but you're going, yeah, I don't know if when's the last time I told my wife I loved her? Did I hug my kids? I can't remember the last time. Can't I just call a timeout? Can I just have 2 minutes to go call my kids? But you don't have that opportunity, because your phones aren't with you. Your phones are locked up with a case agent. Your phones are turned off for days on end. So you don't have that opportunity.
Did your marriage survive?
Yeah, the aftermath was hard. My marriage suffered greatly when I got home. I sat for a long time staring at the TV, you know, 57 channels and nothing's on, you know. There's 5,000 channels and nothing on. I'm just boom, 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 and I'm just staring. I'm just literally staring at a blank space. And my wife would often come in and be like, you know, this is it? What are you doing? What are you doing? Nothing. I can't leave the house. When I went to my division and they wanted to debrief me about something, they would send a car for me. And again, I'd lay on the back seat of the car. I usually had to go to a hotel down the street from my division, and then they'd send out some new agent who I didn't even know, and they would treat me, you know, they were looking out for me, but in a way, you treated me like we treated informants. You know, now I had to go to a hotel.
You know, your wife and kids are in danger too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I didn't realize how much danger I put them in until afterwards. You know, it didn't settle in until afterwards. And then she said to me, you know, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. Well, they won't let me leave the house. They told me just don't, there's no more. It got to the point where they did a threat assessment, and they realized that they were mad and they were going to possibly come for me, and they weren't sure if there were any threats on my life at that moment yet. And they were going to have Washington do an official formal threat assessment on me, and I had to wait for that to be done. But in the meantime, just sit in your house and just stay under house arrest. Wait a minute. Who's the bad guy here? You know? So now I'm sitting there, and I'll be in my yard, and the case ended in March. So now April into May comes the summertime, and I have a pool, and I got to open a pool, and I'd sit in the yard, and their answer was, and again, I can't hold it against the Bureau. They looked out for me. I put myself in that position. But Louis, he got out. He got released on the bracelet, and they put him on probation for the time being and PTI. And then he actually moved from 5 miles from my house. And then Patty came back to the States, and she moved close to where I lived. So it was like, I can't even go to the store. The bosses all lived by me, and they ate lunches by me, and I was right in the thick of it, you know? So there was no leaving the house. So the Bureau said to me, well, you know, you had that biker persona, maybe grow a beard. So I grew a big beard, but I don't care how you paint that picture, it's still me. You know, you can polish a turd only so much before you know it's me. The minute I open my mouth, you're gonna know it's me. So I sat there, I had all my phones. The Bureau didn't take my burners. I had like 15 burner phones for all my guys, and I was just waiting. I had them laid out in front of me, and I'd stare at the TV, and I'd just sit there and stare. And my wife would come in from time to time, and she'd say, this is it. You're not going to do anything? You're not going to do anything with your kids are waiting. The kids are in the other room. You have kids. You know, you have a life. You have a family here. What's the matter? You know, and truth to be told, like she'd say to me, if you miss your whores and you miss your gangsters, go home. Go back to Vegas where you belong if you want to be a gangster. Be a gangster. So again, it's not my proudest moment. It makes me sweat. But she got to the point, the breaking point, where she said, yeah, you're a piece of garbage and I don't want you in the house, just leave. And kudos to her, because she came across the floor because I turned into a gangster. My name on my book is Giovanni's Ring, because when I pulled up in my house, I had a government pinky ring, and I used to take that off and I'd leave it in a cup holder in my car. And it never made it into my house because nobody taught that to me. I taught that to myself. It was a mental switch. And I used to say, okay, you're not Giovanni Gatto anymore. You're Giovanni Rocco now, and you have kids and a wife. Go inside. I would never allow Giovanni Gatto to be around my kids. I would never, a guy like Giovanni Gatto wouldn't even talk to my wife. You know, I'd knock his teeth down his throat. And here I was, I had this balance. In my own mind, I thought I had this balance. So here I was, and she was telling me, go back to your gangsters, go back to your girlfriends if that's what you want to do. And, you know, you have a family here that you should be paying attention to. Are you done? Are you done? You know, now get out of here. Again, I would never talk to somebody like that. But I was so deregulated. And she came right across, kudos to her, she came across the room and charged with a cocked back fist and punched me right in the face as hard as she could. And I think she thought she broke her hand and just broke down. And I looked at her and I said, and secretly I felt so good. And I said, are you done? And I couldn't rub my eye. She hurt me, you know, she only cut me, but I wanted to rub it. And I said, you finished? You done? You said what you had to say, right? I was being Charlie, I was being some gangster. And then, you know, again, you know, full disclosure, it's not just me, but so many guys and girls that do the work we do and you sacrifice. She called her mom and, you know, I want him out of my house. I don't want this piece of garbage here. And, you know, I literally, as my poor wife was curled up in a ball on the phone with her mother, I literally walked through the room, through my formal living room, and stepped over the person I love the most in this world, the mother of my children. Stepped over her, didn't say a word, went up to my bedroom, closed the door, and went to sleep and slept like a baby for like 13 to 17 hours. And then woke up the next day and I was like, I'm a broken man. So I reached out to some guys in my program and they knew that I was broken, and I told them I admitted it, and then I asked the Bureau for some help, and then I needed some psychological, we had psychological services for us, and I asked to come down and get some psychological services, and that was in April, and they booked me out for July, and I said, I can't wait that long, you know? So I sat around for months, and then somebody in the program actually cashed some chips in, some guy, Dave, that I know, and he was a full-time undercover, a seasoned guy, and I saw him at a bar. He called me up, he was in my area, and asked me to see him, and he could see that I was in bad shape. And he actually picked up the phone the next day and called and made a phone call to go and see somebody. So, and I started mitigating that, and I got through that. But the wounds are always there. It's like anything else. There's gonna be scars. They don't really heal, but you know, you just process them, learn as much as you can about it. Bad thing was the Bureau came in and they did a threat assessment on me. They were good to me in the fact that Jim Comey was the director at the time, and they looked out for me so much so they gave me his head of security to come down. And he did a threat assessment like 3 days, which you can only imagine we failed horribly. And then that was it. From that point on, they did the threat assessment and realized you guys can't stay here, you have to leave. So my family's relocated to an undisclosed location. In the meantime, my children were separated from each other. And you know, I couldn't really tell them too much. I had to lie to my kids for many years. They just thought we were on a real extended vacation. And when I tell you we packed bags, my kids had to go through evac plans, and my little guy, he was young at the time, he was a toddler at the time, And imagine at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, the Bureau is telling you have to train your son to run to his favorite spot, and that's where he will hide in case anything happens, built a safe room in the house and all kinds of stuff in case to hold off until they can get there. Just crazy, crazy stuff that I would normally do for my operations, but I would never include my family in that, So the scars are always there for my kids. Yeah.
Was it all worth it?
For being a kid from Bayonne, I would say dead or in jail by 25, I think it was worth it. I often say I regret putting my family through it. I wish I could take that back. But the job itself, it was my calling, right? You do what you love. And I was good at being an undercover. I was good at working covert work. I was good at being an investigator. But more so, that was my talent, my pure talent. As if you were an actor, right? You have a calling to be an actor, you have a calling to be a politician, or you have a calling to be whatever, and a life of service. And I did. And my life of service was, and we often go back and forth with my wife, and all these years later, we still have our arguments about it. And, it's thrown in my face time to time, rightfully so, because she didn't ask for it. I didn't go to them and sit them down and say, hey, this is what I'm going to do. What do you think? Are we all in? Yeah. No. I just did.
She might not have married you.
She might not have married me, or, she might have gotten out while she could. So, but yeah, it comes up from time to time, and it's a very difficult thing. And when it does pop up, now the kids know. I do a lot of speaking gigs, and I share. Our kids is very smart. Law enforcement kids and kids of first responders are very keen. They're very aware. We don't give them enough credit. And I was relocating. We were living in one safe house, or we were someplace, and my daughter had she was in grade school. And when kids get books, one is mandatory, you have to read that the teacher gives you, and then you could pick another book, you want to read for the summer. And she came home with a book, and the name of the book was Greetings from Witness Protection. And so she comes home with this book, and I was like, what the hell? Why this book? She's like, I don't know, it looked good. It was like a Judy Blume type of book for little girls. And I was like, well, okay, that's going to be the book. And a few days later, like, here's Mr. Tough Guy, Mr. Covert Operations, and I could talk my way out of anything. And this little girl comes out of her bedroom like 2 or 3 days later. She goes, I'm reading my book. And my wife and I are standing in the kitchen, and she says, can I ask you guys something? Are we in witness protection? And I shit the bed. When I tell you I shit the bed, I just looked at my wife, and I was like, you got this, right? And I ran out. I got to go do something. You take care of this. And my wife and her true just Italian delivery is just like, well, what do you think? You're not a stupid kid, So again, along the way, I've talked to them, and when the time is right, I sit them down and talk to them. But it's hard,
Does the mob still exist in New Jersey?
Oh yeah, they're still as strong as ever. They're probably growing stronger by the day. They'll never go away. It's the underworld at its finest. They regroup. Some of the guys are still in it. I'm out, and they know I'm out here now. Some guys have been released from prison. But there's an understanding. I think the old school guys are more so, it's cat and mouse. And, you got us. Good on you, Charlie, when he was being processed, they say, I saw a tape of him in the processing room, and they left him in a room by himself. And he just, he apologized to his wife, and, called out her name and said, I'm sorry, I got to put you through this again. He stared at the ceiling, and while he stared at the ceiling, the only thing he said was, wash your face, Giovanni, wash your face. I don't know what that meant, I often wonder what he meant by that. I could take it two different ways, good and bad. But I think he realizes he picked his side, If I was a guy that was from the mob and I was a rat, that's a different thing, But law enforcement, it's our job. It's their job to evade us, and it's our job to catch them. And the fact that they got caught, you win some, you lose some, and that's the way it is, especially in the organized crime world. But yeah, it's a constant open wound that the bandages break open sometimes. Again, I committed myself to a life of law enforcement until I was 65. I'm a city cop, so that's what I signed up for. And I was very young when I had to retire. And then, living under an assumed name now and using the name Giovanni Rocco and not being able to go back to my neighborhoods and not being able to go back to funerals and people or anywhere. I had to be careful when my daughter was married. That was horrific, because she doesn't want me around them and doesn't want me, not that she doesn't want me to be around, but the kids are skittish, they're very cautious on where we go and what we do. So yeah. It takes its toll. But it's what you did. It's what you signed up for, right?
It's an incredible story.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.